frankly, Formula One is a little boring at the moment.
There's the flag. Are you ready for this? Here we go. Montoya's going to come up across the line, trying to beat Barrichello's time, trying to beat Schumacher's time. He goes in the pole. But for how long can Montoya hold pole? Here comes Michael Schumacher. Where's he going to go? He crosses the line. No, it's not enough. Michael Schumacher.
Barrichello, can he do it?
No, he hasn't done it either. Montoya has done it for the 4th time in a row. And what a dramatic qualifying session.
Right at the end, seemed to get it. You know, we did few changes. We're doing like 3 changes at a time, and just the balance was good. To be honest, I don't know where that came from, but don't mind.
Second and third for Rubens Barrichello and Michael Schumacher means that once again the Ferraris are ready to pounce on any Williams errors, and Jean Todt is confident.
Good car, good Bridgestone tyres, so I mean since the beginning of the season things go quite well, and I mean this circuit seems to be convenient for a package.
British hopes are led by David Coulthard, but after a disappointing 6th, he knows there's work to do.
Being realistic, the car in a straight fight isn't quick enough at the moment. Ferrari are quickest in basic pace, and I think Williams obviously are going to be very strong again.
Jenson Button survived a blow-up to qualify well down the grid, and in 15th spot is Alan McNish, who found the going tough. As for Eddie Irvine, well, you've heard the one about the tortoise and the hare. Well, guess which one's the tortoise? As for Arrows, they didn't take part on Friday. They flattered to deceive on Saturday practice, and when it came to qualifying, well, they just went backwards. It's the 2002 British Grand Prix. The Red Arrows are standing by. They're standing by. Hey kid, keep those headphones on. You're going to need them. Actually, the kid's not an Iron Maiden fan, but Jeremy Hart is, of course, an Iron Maiden fan. We'll leave your greasy days to the past, actually, Jeremy, and we ought to start, really, by mentioning that there are only 21 cars on this grid.
Yeah, Alex Young is not a starter. The Minardi driver failed to get within the 107% rule yesterday, which means that he has to be that far away from the pole position sitter, and he didn't do it. So the Malaysian driver not starting, so you're right to say 21 starters, not 22.
At the other end of the grid, if I had £1 for every time someone at Silverstone has asked this question, I'd be a multi-millionaire. Can Montoya capitalise on pole for once?
If it rains, yes. If it doesn't, or if it's anyway halfway in between, I doubt it. And Schumacher is more than likely, or one of the Ferraris are more than likely to win here. Although Michael Schumacher has only won once at Silverstone in 10 years, so it's not his best race by any means.
Happy to talk, but downbeat David Coulthard there in 6th position. Does he not really think he's got a chance against the top 4?
The trouble is with David Coulthard, he's a very straight talker. So what he says is normally what he means, unlike some of the drivers who tend to curve things and not say exactly what's going on. I would say it's unlikely for him to win. He's already won twice in succession a couple of years ago. And at the moment, the McLaren is just not there. He talked about not only Ferrari, but Williams being ahead of them. I think it's a close run thing, though, between McLaren and Williams. Williams eat rear tyres. That means if it's wet, they're going to have an advantage. But if it's dry, with the same old problem. Also, engines. We've seen already Montoya's engine go in the last couple of days. That's one of the Williams problems. So that's the only chance DC's I got, I think, if they have hiccups.
Well, my contact at Ladbrokes, he works for them. He's a grubby little oik, and he's known as Boise the Bookie. He reckons that there's no market in backing Schumacher to win this thing, but there might be some clever money to be had on Raikkonen or indeed Fisichella getting amongst the points.
Well, Fisichella's had a disastrous meeting here at Silverstone so far. He's been out-qualified by Sato. Sato was 4th quickest this morning in the warm-up. So I think your grubby little sort of mad at the bookies. Thank you, oik. Might be off on that one. But Raikkonen, difficult to call. He's had problems with his back, and they had to give him an MRI scan recently to try and make sure that it was absolutely all right, because you don't want to start going into a motor race with a cracked back or anything like that. He's not at 100% form either, driving or physically at the moment, so I wouldn't put money on there. I'd put money on Montoya. It's not big money, but it's your only chance if you're not going to go for a Ferrari.
So, Boise, it's not clever money in your case, it's dim money. Now, one of the joys of the British Grand Prix is that so many old friends turn up. Peter Windsor has caught up with one of the most famous.
Wonderful to see you. British Grand Prix, great occasion, always has been. I think the British Grand Prix, obviously, to those of us who are English, or British, if you like, is the most important. Of course it is. And I think it's a great occasion today, and I think that seeing so many people here and all the exhilaration and the excitement and the colour, I think it is terrific.
Obviously completely different eras, but does it give you a thrill to see somebody like Michael going through Beckett's in a Ferrari?
Yes, it does, but not as much as I used to get when the cars were in a sort of four-wheel drift, because I think the technology has removed the necessity or the possibility of that. I am obviously biased because the cars that I drove, I think, were better looking, and I think, well, I know they were more enjoyable to drive, but they certainly were nowhere near as advanced as they are today. I think it's wonderful what these cars will achieve, actually.
Of course, you were teammate to Juan Manuel Fangio in the Mercedes team in 54 and 55, and it's conceivable that Michael will not only equal Juan Manuel Fangio's record, but also break it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I congratulate him for being the best driver in the world at the moment, which I think he is head and shoulders. But to me, he's nowhere near Fangio. I don't think he's yet with Ayrton Senna either, or Jim Clark. I think he is the very best there is. And but being world champion is more than just being the fastest driver. You know, I mean, you have to have a certain. Well, he has got charisma. There's no two ways about that. And but I'm just sorry that he won in Austria. I think he would have been more of a gentleman if he'd said, no, look, this is Rubens' race. I'll be second.
I thought Rubens Barrichello did win in Austria.
Yes, no, I'm saying for my.
Yeah, no, I was joking.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. No, I must say I was disappointed at that. I did feel that he could have been just behind him and said, well, that's it, because there's no doubt he is obviously the best driver there is, and can beat his teammate. I'm sure of that.
What was Fangio like as a person? What was his character?
Fangio was a gentleman. Fangio was a very quiet. He was a humble man. And he was bloody fast. I mean, that's the in racing terms. He had tremendous stamina, because our races were 3 hours long. We didn't have the G loads they do now, but certainly they were physically quite tough. I mean, you lost a tremendous amount of weight because of the heat inside the cars and so on. But he was just a very correct driver. I never ever saw Fangio do anything that was at all dirty. Other drivers at that time, Farina and so on, who was pretty tough, were tough. Fangio didn't need to be tough and push around. He was just, at the time, the best.
Wonderful. And great to see you, Sterling. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
News just in from the circuit is that the Red Arrows display has been cancelled. The Red Arrows have been grounded because the cloud is too low. That's bad news for anybody who likes aeronautics, and bad news for anybody who doesn't want rain, because low cloud presumably means that there's every chance of precipitation. It is, after all, July the 7th, and we're in the middle of summer. Now, it's the circuit we all know best, but how do you get the best lap out of Silverstone? I can't help you there, but I know a man who can.
Montoya comes through Woodcote, flashes across start-finish line to start a lap, 180 miles an hour, now down to Copse, down a gear on the throttle. This is awesome. 170 mile an hour entry, 150 on the exit. Then up to Maggots, into Beckett's, almost flat through there, down 2 gears, down 1 more, and all of a sudden you're out of Beckett's, into Chapel Curve and onto Hanger Straight. This is the quickest part of the circuit, depending on how the wind's blowing. 190 miles an hour, then down 2 gears into Stour Corner, and this is the part of the track where you come to the end of the high-speed version of Silverstone. Down the hill, down to Vale. Watch the amount of curb Montoya takes, tons of curb on the inside, then hooks the wheel over the curb into Club Corner, lets the car run out wide, free the car up on the exit, up to 5th gear, 6th gear, 170 miles an hour into Abbey, back down the gearbox, lots of curb on the inside, lots more curb as he leaves Abbey, then down into Bridge Corner. Automatic upshift into 6th gear, flat out, down 2 gears, Priory out to the outside of the corner, then into Brooklands. The front just drifts away, then the final long right-hand corner through Luffield. Short shifts into 3rd gear, accelerates out over the curb and back down through Woodcote Corner, and the completion of another lap for Montoya.
Easy. See? John Watson explaining how to do it, and this is how the rest of them did it in qualifying. Ben Edwards and John again described the dramatic action. Well, I'm surprised any of them had anything left for interviews after all that, but they did, and here's what they said.
Amazing, to be honest, more than delighted. I think, especially today, you know, we're not really competitive this morning or yesterday. You know, yesterday we did pretty well for the wet, but, you know, it looked like Ferrari was on a class of their own, and suddenly, boom, we're there.
Michael is exceptionally fast into Cops, into T1. So it's something that he's gaining a little bit of time on me, but I'm gaining a bit on setup through the infield. So we have to see tomorrow. I think that the reason for me to win the races will be the traction out of the low speed. That's what will count. So I'm very confident.
I had twice a problem in T3 in one particular corner, where I simply didn't find the setup and the line altogether. So it was actually okay this morning, but in qualifying it wasn't. It could be that I just stressed the tyres a little bit harder in the initial bit and then just run out of my tyres by the end of the lap.
Yeah, relatively happy with it. I mean, last run didn't work out because I had quite a lot of understeer, so I couldn't improve my time really. Otherwise, I think it would have been a 1 and 2 for Williams today. Unexpected. I mean, Ferrari looked a lot stronger, but we usually tend to be good in qualifying and rather a bit weak in race, so we'll have to wait and see.
For sure, I would have gone a little bit quicker with my race car, but with all the engine problem on it, and then I took the T car, and it wasn't such a perfect setup than in the race car. But I think so. In the end, we wouldn't have got any better position. Maybe a bit closer to the cap would have been a bit smaller to the front row, but doesn't make any difference.
Obviously, I want to be as quick as I can, and it's impossible to be as quick as Ferrari and Williams at the moment. Obviously a little bit surprised, like most people, that Montoya was able to unleash that time at the end, but I think if you look at the best sectors, then Michael would have been on the pole. And for me, really, it was just a question of, I didn't adjust the car throughout the whole session, just put tyres on. And first 3 runs, always had a little bit of traffic, so I felt pretty good going into the last one that I could unleash a little bit of time. But I had more understeer on that set of tyres, so just basically, you know, in the exit of turn 1, exit of Beckett's, down at Stowe, lost a couple of tenths, and I was never going to gain it back.
So the top 6 have their say. Let's have our say about the other end of the grid, and in particular Jaguar. They're 1 spot away from being the last 2 on the grid. This with a new aero package, home Grand Prix. What on earth's going on?
They're lucky to have 2 cars in the race, to be honest. It got down to literally the last 4 seconds of qualifying for Pedro de la Rosa to actually get the second Jaguar on the grid. He had a problem with, first of all, an electrical problem, and then he had a fuel pump issue as well. And they were very lucky to get him in, and he just scraped onto the back of the grid. Eddie Irvine, not a particularly good qualifying session either. He's 19th, so they're, as you say, right down at the back. And this new aero package, which they're meant to have developed and run at Barcelona last week, so far doesn't seem to be the goods.
They've talked, because it's the silly season, about driver changes at Jaguar, but they're now talking, they being the gossip mongers, and I'm far be it from me to gossip, about a Niki Lauda change at the top, or even a complete withdrawal. Do you think that's scaremongering?
Well, you could argue that they've changed too much at Jaguar. You know, they've had quite a few leaders at the team, and none of them have really been given the full amount of time that they need to get it sorted. I know Peter Windsor, our man in the pits, has said that, you know, Niki Lauda should have got it sorted by now, but they should be looking at this over a 2-year period. They've been chopping and changing. There've been so many personnel changes. A lot of their top guys have gone to other teams. So Jaguar is not the place that anybody really wants to be as a top designer, a top engineer, a top mechanic, and they're struggling a little bit. And I think you'll see Eddie Irvine go at the end of this year. He's saying that he'll decide in the next couple of weeks whether he stays or goes. I don't think it's his decision. And really it's a case of who they can get for next year, because it's the same as with engineers, as with mechanics. Who wants to drive for Jaguar?
Well, Peter Windsor doesn't want to drive for Jaguar, but he's currently basking in the sunshine at Silverstone. Peter, Takuma Sato out-qualifying Giancarlo Fisichella and looking brilliant in warm-up. Has he finally come of age, do you think?
I wouldn't say he's come of age full stop. I think he's quite capable of making more mistakes and still learning a lot more. But there's no question he's got enormous natural talent, and he uses his head very well. He's a very industrious racing driver. He works hard with the engineers. He constantly thinks about the car. He's very, very diligent in the way he prepares. And he knows Silverstone like the back of his hand. I think he'll go very well today, providing he gets through the first corner, of course.
In the past, his boss Eddie Jordan has watched him pick his way through some very expensive wreckage and has always said he's a good driver, just give him time, rather than, well, I've got him because of the Honda connection. What do you think?
Well, yes, I mean, a lot of people say he's there because of the Honda connection. I think it is a double whammy, in fact, and it's a pro double whammy, because he not only is conducive to Honda, he's Japanese, he obviously knows that mentality very well, and Honda love him, but in his own right, he's a great racing driver. He deserves a place in Formula One purely as a racing driver, and the fact that he's also very good for Honda is a bonus.
Hi, Peter. Jeremy here. We've got talk of rain for the race. What do you reckon? What are the odds?
Well, we've got a sort of cumulostratus layer at the moment. The forecasters are still saying no rain. Occasionally we feel a slight drop and everybody looks heavenward and wonders what's going to happen. The moment, if you sort of smelt the air, and being English, you'd have to say it doesn't feel as if it's going to rain in the next hour or so, but difficult to predict it beyond that.
And I presume that's going to be a big one for Michelin. If it is completely wet, that plays into their hands, and if it's anything in between, it doesn't.
Well, I don't think it actually plays into Michelin's hands. I think what we saw on Friday was that the deep groove Michelin wet, and if the conditions are that bad that they have to use that tyre, then they are not too far away from Bridgestone now. And it was interesting to see that for the first time, a Michelin tyre has a slightly rounder shoulder, a bit more the shape of the Bridgestone. That's on the deep groove wet Michelin. But on the lighter groove Michelin, or on the intermediate, it looks as if Bridgestone still have an enormous advantage. So the moment, I would think that if you're a Michelin runner, you'll be praying for dry weather.
Peter, we all are. Thanks very much for the time being. Especially, we'd hate to see you getting absolutely soaked, Peter. We hate seeing things like that. Now then, we said earlier on that who wants to drive a Jaguar? Well, I'm sure plenty of you do. I bet you've often wondered what it would be like to sit in a Formula One car. You might have dreamt of driving one even, but actually owning one.
And then we see 30% chance of rain on our predictor on screen. And based on the fact that qualifying this year has seen, last year was 1 minute 20.4, and we're down to 1 minute 18.9 for Montoya. It's about a second and a half faster, but that's basically at the front. Nevertheless, maybe see a race being a minute or two quicker this year than last year. Ultimately, weather will be the factor, and if we do see rain or see rain showers coming through, that will cause total havoc, because it'll depend when that may come. It may coincide with the strategy of most teams, which I feel will be a two-stopper. I cannot really see any advantage, except for those at the very back who will gain nothing by doing it anyway, to do anything less than two stops. So there's a lot for the teams to think about and work at, and keeping an eye skywards just to check on what is coming in. And many of the teams do have their own independent meteorological information coming through on a 10-minute basis, and that accurate information is accurate to literally about 30 seconds to when rain will fall, but more importantly as to when it might stop.
Well, Olivier Panis, as you say, he's keeping a close eye on those weather conditions himself. He's had a fourth place finish at Silverstone in the past, but that was a long time ago, back in 1995. Otherwise, the Frenchman hasn't had a great deal of success or luck here. He was taken out at the first corner last year in an incident which involved his teammate, unfortunately, Jacques Villeneuve. We also saw the first corner accident last year between Jarno Trulli and David Coulthard. So once again, John, just got to hope that they can make it safely through Copse on that first lap.
The revised starting grid, which came in a couple of years ago, brings the field much forward, much more near to Copse corner, and that's always produced secondary problems. Everybody very closely bunched as they enter into Copse. Let's hope they've learned the lessons of last year.
Quite a close battle going on in the Drivers' Championship for second. We know who's leading the series by a massive margin of 46 points, but behind Michael Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher on 30, then Montoya on 27, and Coulthard and Barrichello on 26 points apiece. That could change around a bit this afternoon, so it's the battle for second in the Drivers' Championship that we're keeping an eye on here today. Raikkonen only 1 point ahead of Jenson Button in the standings as well. Fisichella down in 8th. Heidfeld perhaps with a chance to score again today, 9th in the driver's standings, but starting in the top 10 on the grid today.
Well, Mika Salo just preparing before he'll come out on track. The track will open, the pit lane that is, will open at 1:30. I'm sorry, it'll open at 12:30, because it's 1:30 in Europe. Britain, one of the Grand Prix that starts at local time 1 o'clock as opposed to the Central European time of 2 o'clock. David Coulthard likewise just getting ready, and he had a problem this morning. His race car had an engine failure. Ron Dennis explained it as a pretty comprehensive, he didn't say quite blow up, but that's a mechanical problem. And of course, the Ilmore company that manufactures the engines on behalf of Mercedes-Benz, not a million miles away, about 20 miles as the crow flies from Silverstone. And they had a problem with Kimi Raikkonen's engine in qualifying yesterday also. So not sweetness and light right now in the reliability stakes for McLaren Mercedes-Benz.
Twice winner here at Silverstone. First time was in 1999 when there was the dramatic race that saw the accident for Michael Schumacher, broke his leg. And in the once we got running again, Coulthard managed to hold off Irvine in the other Ferrari, although Irvine made a little mistake on his pit stop, ran a bit deep into the pits, and that cost him perhaps a little bit of time. Coulthard was then able to hold him off for the rest of the race, and the year after he came back to take another victory here at Silverstone, passing Barrichello. Good move, ran the outside down towards Stowe Corner, and going on to take his second win in a row. Last year it didn't work out. As I mentioned, he came together with Trulli at the start, but it was his teammate Mika Hakkinen who came through for the victory.
Just watching David Coulthard getting into his car. Interesting, he's wearing a watch on his left wrist, and he's got a silver bangle on his right wrist. Now, racing drivers, let's say in days when fire was a bigger part of racing than maybe it is today, would never wear any form of jewellery because, of course, if it got hot it would burn you. Changes in times, cars very much safer. The whole situation regarding accidents and damage and fire has been greatly controlled. Nevertheless, just interesting that a driver should think to wear a watch driving. I can't imagine why. Now, I know once Niki Lauda was
British Grand Prix and Juan Pablo on pole position.
It's a very temporary affair, pole position, but enjoyable yesterday and a very big surprise for all of us, including Juan. Today, tough race against the Ferraris. Everyone will be telling you that, but we're going to enjoy the race.
What was the feeling like? What was the reaction like when Juan did that lap? Because he was slightly down through T1, wasn't he?
He'd always been down all morning compared to Ralph, and on his previous two qualifying runs he was down on Ralph. So when that time came up again at the end of T1, we thought second row maybe with a bit of luck, but a purple and another purple, and even then pole didn't sort of register for several more seconds. So it really was a big surprise.
Well, great to see that. And Silverstone staging the British Grand Prix, your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm confident for its future because if there is to be a British Grand Prix, and I imagine there will be uproar if there wasn't one, then the only place they could possibly have it is Silverstone, because it has the infrastructure and a long-term plan to continually improve itself.
Well, very best of luck in the race today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Thank you.
So just before the race starts, let me remind you that you now have a chance to book your viewing for the rest of the season. Yes, you can now buy a season ticket to ensure you've got the best possible seat in sport. For £50, you can book from the British Grand Prix right through to Japan in October. So call 08702 418 111 to book your pass to the rest of this season's races. That's 08702 418 111, or wait till the end of this race and just press the red button on your handset. But now it's time to concentrate on the Foster's British Grand Prix. Everything you want, including the best bits with John Watson and Ben Edwards, are right here on Master Channel. And there is the Master.
Schumacher has 6 wins from 9 races this year.
Now that Eddie's let his blonde hair grow out.
The team orders issue came up more than once, and so 6 it is. The question is, can he make it 7 here? Historically, he doesn't go very well at Silverstone. He's only won once in a decade. Admittedly, one of those races he didn't even compete after he broke his leg. But
that's his former teammate, of course,
yeah.
Eddie Irvine, and very literally.
Could well be Eddie's last British Grand Prix if he does retire as is predicted, and he just doesn't seem to have the oomph that he did. He seems to have lost interest in Formula One at the moment. He can afford to have lost interest because he's banked a lot of money. There's Nigel Mansell, we can see down in the pit lane with the peak cap on, and Eddie, I wouldn't have thought is as revved up as he used to be. The fire seems to have gone out in his eyes a bit. Kimi Raikkonen, we mentioned earlier on that he'd had an MRI scan just to check his back. He had an accident when he was driving for Sauber, and that's come back. He gets back pain, and he's not really been at the top of form, so McLaren just wanted to be safe. The chance of rain's 30%.
That means there's a 70% chance of a dry race, Jeremy. I've worked that out in my head mentally.
Is that O or A level?
I'm just looking at it. If I was there with a pine cone, I'd be saying there's more than a 30% chance there. After all, they cancelled the red arrows display because of low cloud, and Peter did chip in with a nimbocumulus, whatever that meant. So
wasn't that in Harry Potter? Well, that was a Nimbus. That was a Nimbus 2000. No, in fact, Harry Potter is here apparently. The actor Rupert Grint has been at the race weekend this weekend. In fact, quite a few stars here: Krista Burr, Jonathan Ross, Lennox Lewis. We've seen Jodie Kidd floating around in the back. So the model, you'd know that.
She floats a lot easier than you or I.
She does, yeah.
And
she doesn't sting like a bee either.
No. Moving on. Including amongst that list of VIPs, members of motorsports all over the place, 2 wheels as well as 4. Carl Fogarty is here.
Yeah, Foggy, what a great guy. He's now got his own team back in superbikes and stuff, and an absolute hero. 60,000 people travel to races to see him.
Well, let's hear from him now.
Carl Fogarty, one of the perks of having a half season off before you start your own team is a chance to come to events like this. Are you a big fan of racing on 4 wheels?
Yeah, I always follow it, you know, see how the boys get on with like David Coulthard and Eddie with Jaguars, see how they get on, and it's nice to come down here and see how it's all going, you know.
At one stage there's rumours you're going to do touring cars. Did you ever get an offer to test a Formula 1?
No, I wouldn't have minded one. I would have jumped at the chance for sure, but no, I mean, I had a lot of offers to go car racing, but to be honest, I'm not really interested in it at all. I just, you know, I'll stick to 2 wheels and stick to running this new race team that's going to be up and ready to race very shortly.
Where do you think you'll be out on the track first?
Good question. We're going to be on the track testing the next few weeks all around Europe, and that, the first race, we don't know yet, to be honest. We want to see how testing goes first before we make a decision on when we can race or when we're allowed to race for the obligation reasons, you know.
You've got Troy and James riding for you. Will you be doing any testing yourself, or is that it for riding?
Not really test. I'd like to have a go on the bike, you know, just put my leg on the thing and have a ride around and get some photographs. I'm sick of giving out photographs to everybody with me on a Ducati, so it'd be nice to get on a Petronas Foggy FP1 bike. So, yeah, I want to ride it for fun and just have a go, see what it feels like.
Carl, thanks a lot.
Now, a special moment for you, Jeremy, because coming up we have an interview with Jodie Kidd, who I know is a particular heartthrob of yours, and she is my dieting guru. I've got a picture of her on my fridge, and I lost 2 stone every time I go there. Here she is now with Amy.
Jodie Kidd, great to see you here at Silverstone at the British Grand Prix. Is this your first time at a Formula 1 race?
It is my second. I came 2 years ago here when it was raining and it was miserable and everyone couldn't get in and covered in mud. And this is my second time. It's been much smoother.
Now, you're a guest of McLaren, I see. Are you supporting a particular driver or the whole team?
No, I always support David. I think he's a fantastic driver, really nice guy, and I like McLaren. I love Mercedes.
Now, of course, you're biased towards the British driver, but who do you think's going to win here today?
Depends if it rains or not. If it rains, I think it's, you know, it's just going to be one guy. But if it doesn't and it holds off, well, who knows?
And finally, if it does rain, have you got your waterproof?
I do indeed. My little brolly, but I think I'll be watching it in the back anyway on the TVs instead of kind of like going, oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one. I like it on the TV. You get to see it all.
Well, enjoy the day. Thanks for talking to us.
Jodie Kidd, covered in mud.
Dear. I thought you got off to the fridge for a minute there.
She's doing rather better.
She thinks only one driver will win, though, which is quite reassuring. But and
so
also
ruled out the dead heat then.
Definitely. But it's good to see some stars at the British Grand Prix, especially some that are supporting British drivers as well. DC had pretty girls around him.
Well, maybe your heartthrob, but mine is Ernie Els. If I could swing a club like him, very rich, and I wouldn't be sitting here.
Ernie, great to see you here at the British Grand Prix. You're just about to do a bit of exercising there. So first of all, we should ask you, how's your form? How are you looking for the British Open?
No, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I've just had 2 weeks off and a wonderful summer in England, as you can see. But it's been really nice, you know. I'm really refreshed now. I'm looking forward to the Scottish Open next week and then obviously the Open Championship after that. So, but this is a great thrill just to be here.
Now, do you watch Formula 1 on TV?
Yeah, I do. You know, in the States it's a little difficult, you know, with the time changes and stuff like that. And they love watching their NASCAR and stuff like that. But, I mean, I'm a Formula 1 freak, you know. I love this sport and, you know, what the guys do is just incredible.
I see you're in a West McLaren Mercedes jacket here. Have they tried to squeeze you in the car yet?
I couldn't fit in even if I tried, I tell you. I mean, a little bit too big for it, but when these guys got a lot of heart, what they do, you know, we make bogeys, we can recover, but these guys can't. But unbelievable technology. I just can't believe it. I haven't been here in maybe 5 years now, and things have changed.
Do you enjoy meeting athletes from other sports like David Coulthard and Kimi and comparing notes perhaps on the way you deal with fitness and travel and so forth?
You know, I haven't really had time to speak to them today, obviously, but I've spoken to people around them that do a lot of things for them, and you know, obviously I'd love to get down and sit down and see how their brains work, you know, because I mean, obviously they've got to have a lot of metal doing this sport. But you know, basically all kinds of sports, it comes down to a lot of similar things, and you know, this is not unlike anything else.
Well, great to see you, Ernie, and best of luck in the Scottish Open and, of course, in the Open Championship. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ernie Els there, obviously a Formula One fan, and I'm sure if they could get him into a car, he'd get in one. But I mean, you have to understand that these guys aren't all our size, diet or no diet. I mean, the average F1 jockey is jockey shape.
Yeah, well, Alan McNish is pretty well the smallest. He comes in about 5'4", I think, and then DC and Mark Webber are two of the biggest guys, and they come in just under. We've got trouble here as Olivier Panis pushing his BAR back up the. There's Jock Clear from BAR coming down off the wall, so something definitely wrong with Olivier Panis's car as he pushes it back up the pit lane. We saw that previously in the weekend with Arrows. Both Arrows cars were pushed back up, and that's not really the way that Olivier Panis wants to prepare for this race.
Okay, well, hopefully that problem will be resolved. In the meantime, let's hear from the main man in Formula One. Bernie Ecclestone is talking to Peter.
Bernie, Silverstone appear to have made a lot of improvements, a lot of changes over the past 12 months. What's your view on it at all?
They appear to have made a lot of changes. The roads, which I don't know who did that, that's sort of more the government have done the roads. But the rest of it hasn't changed too much. I suppose, hopefully, if it does rain, that the car parks will be okay. But I'm not very impressed with the way they've organised things out for the public. Good for us, but for the public, I don't believe it's...
Anything specific that you're talking about?
Just chaos. There's no signs that nobody knows where they're going and where they've been and where they should go.
Which is a shame, because of course the British Grand Prix is normally a great occasion. Indeed, it is a great occasion as an event. How do you see this in the Formula One calendar in terms of history of the sport?
That's where it fits in, history of the sport. I mean, it's no better than, it's probably worse than most of the races, and certainly I don't think it's better than any of them.
Well, thank you very much, Bernie. One other question. The Wimbledon final is also on today. I know last year you took a bit of an interest with Goran Ivanisevic winning. Who's your money on today there?
Before it started, Hewitt. So we'll see what happens.
Very good. Thank you very much.
He does have a skill for backing a winner, doesn't he? Now, one person who we hope might be somewhere near the winner's rostrum today is a great British hope, and that's Jenson Button. Jenson, it's the British Grand Prix. I suppose 12th position on the grid isn't exactly what you had in mind.
No, it isn't. First would have been much better. But we had a few problems yesterday, and in qualifying I had an engine problem, so I had to jump in the T-car, which had an old spec engine and an old spec aerodynamics setup. So it's not perfect, but I'm sure we can do something from it.
Hi Jenson, Jeremy Hart here. What do you reckon? Rain today, or is it going to be dry, and which would suit you better?
I think it's going to be dry. It looks very cloudy, but from our weather report, it should be dry for the whole race. It's just a little bit cold for our tyres at the moment, so hopefully it'll warm up, and I'm sure the circuit temperature will after we've done a couple of laps.
Gents, we've just heard from Bernie Ecclestone, beyond all those air horns, saying that he wasn't that impressed with the way that Silverstone have set things up, especially for the fans. And you've got thousands of fans out there this afternoon. Are you disappointed with the way that they're treated when you come to your home race?
Well, inside the circuit, I don't see any problems. Obviously, it's very difficult with the traffic, even with the new roads. You know, they're coming from small roads to the dual carriageway on the entrance, so it's still pretty tough. But I'm staying inside the circuit, so I don't get to see much of it.
Good luck, mate.
Jensen, thanks very much. Hopefully you'll get your hands on some champagne later on this afternoon. Well, let's hope he does. He's certainly got the talent to do so, and I found it incredible that a man who's doing so well after what was a difficult season for him last year is having to fight for his place, or so it seems, next season.
This is not down to the fact as to whether he's a good driver or not. And he is a good driver. He's had his moments, and he's still finding his feet. I mean, he's not been in Formula One really that long by comparison with a lot of drivers. But you spot somebody with talent straight away. There's no gradual process. You don't go, well, he was all right last year and he's getting better this year. You're either good or you're not. And Jensen definitely has some very good moments. What's going on at the moment, it's a fight between management. And people like Flavio Briatore, who runs the Renault team, also manage a lot of drivers as well. Jensen is managed by the Williams team. And so there's a bit of a battle going on here between which drivers go in which teams and which interest it's going to be for which team. So he's in between all this at the moment.
Well, let's stick with the Renault theme and have a chat to Jensen's teammate Jarno Trulli. He's currently with Nick.
Jarno Trulli came out very early to the grid. We were wanting to soak up more of this glorious English summer.
Well, it's definitely difficult at the moment to understand what's going to happen. It looks like it's going to rain, but, you know, from our weather forecast, should be all right. So we'll see. The strategy and the race will be tough.
How are you feeling about the tyres, given that it's a bit cool? That's normally Bridgestone territory.
Yeah, in fact, this is a typical Bridgestone condition. For us, it will be tough because Michelin, as you know, they like very hot condition or warmer than this. So we'll see. Is it more in favor of Bridgestone than Michelin?
Thank you, Alan.
And these live pictures from the circuit, Ralf Schumacher out on the track. It's not unknown for cars to come to some sort of grief out in this stage of the race, or stage of pre-race.
Anytime a car's fired up, it can come to grief. And you're right, on this, even on this outlap, bring them out from the pits round to the grid, which they sometimes do twice, just in case there's been a problem or whatever, come back into the pits. But they come round, and yes, people have gone over, people have gone off, cars have stopped, engines have blown, all sorts of things in the past. So the minute a car runs, it's always a danger. We're just on board there with one of the Ferraris, and it's Michael Schumacher, who's doing his old trick of doing a little bit of a practice start, and then he's going to run through the middle of everybody like King Canute.
Yeah, you have to be quick. Actually, I've been in that situation, just hanging around when I wasn't actually supposed to be there. I wasn't working like everybody else, and if you're not quick, you can end up with severely dented ankles. Anyway, John Watson, respect to him, because he said that Mika Salo, who finished 8th, possibly put in the best performance of the qualifying session. We can hear from Mika now.
Mika, great qualifying performance yesterday after very few laps. You were not feeling well on Friday. How are you now?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sort of, let's say 90%, but it should be okay for the race.
Car feel good this morning? Good balance, good grip?
Yeah, everything is fine. We did our normal race preparation after qualifying, and it's okay, so no problems.
Okay, very best of luck. Thank you.
Of course, he had food poisoning on Friday and couldn't compete, and he got his quick lap in yesterday, but he said he's not entirely sure that he'll be able to, one lap's one thing, but 1 hour 40 minutes is something completely different.
He spent 15 of the last 48 hours asleep. He's been very ill. He's had Silverstone's stomach, which is a bit like Delhi belly, I guess, but only British. And he's been very, very weak. And to be able to get into a Grand Prix car and drive flat out for the next hour and a half with a hope of a point is testament to his physical condition, because most of us would take probably another couple of days to get right and wouldn't even go much further than the bedroom or the loo.
Thank you for that. Now then, let's have a word with the winner of the last Grand Prix, obviously hoping to make it 2 in a row. Rubens Barrichello is with Peter.
How does the car feel onto the grid?
Well, it feels okay. It's just a little bit more windy, so I'm changing things around a little.
Head, tailwind, side wind?
Oh, it's everywhere. Winds from everywhere.
What do you think about the rain or not?
Well, I mean, even though it seems not to be rainy, it will sometime.
Good luck, Rubens. Thank you.
It would seem that things last minute are going on up and down the pit lane, Jeremy.
Yes, it's not a very a calm situation. Normally everybody's neatly in place. Rubens rushing down the pit lane.
Right, let's have a word with someone who's had a busier, perhaps a more fraught time than most drivers so far this weekend. Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Heinz-Harald, not the best start to a Grand Prix weekend for you.
Could have been worse, actually. No, we are happy to be there, and we are here standing on the grid. We're looking forward. We have a hard time, but I think we're going through.
Heinz, Jeremy Hart here. Are you hopeful that you guys will be racing not only here but for the rest of the season, or are you just going to get this one out of the way and work out what happens afterwards?
That's right. Asking me that in front of the grid before the start, I cannot really answer that question. But I'm looking forward that we solve all the problems around it. I think Tom Walkinshaw is a real racer, and he's trying to do his best to keep running. As well, I'm trying to support the team as much as I can. So I do our best here.
Heinz, that's brilliant news. Just one, and this is ironic because it's been probably the best season that Arrows have had for a while. Give me a prediction for where you'll be at the end of the race this afternoon. What do you think is possible?
Well, actually, we're trying very hard here to have a good, consistent race, but that is what counts here today. Have a good pit stop. We had a problem with the fuel rig now 3 times in a row. It cost me another point in Monaco and in Canada and at Nürburgring. We lost a lot of time. We investigated that problem. Hopefully, our fuel rig is working better to have a quick pit stop.
Heinz-Harald, well done for even getting to the grid. Good luck today.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Lovely. Cheers, thanks.
I gather that's the national anthem, because I already stand there. One of the few times Silverstone has been quiet this weekend, I suspect, for that, but it seemed to be pretty dutifully observed.
Yeah, it's a very patriotic event. It goes along with you know, Wimbledon, with Henley, with the FA Cup final. It's a great British sporting event, and the fans really lap it up. There are more fans, hopefully, in here than we had when it rained that couple of years ago. The traffic was a lot better this morning than people feared, although the road is not completely fixed now into Silverstone. We've got 4 British drivers in the race, and this is one of them. Eddie Irvine talking to his manager on the left, and on the right, Nav Sudu. Another one, DC. David Coulthard, the driver from Britain, is most likely to win.
Let's quickly nip back to the pit lane and to Peter, who's with an old mate of ours.
Well, I was with Damon, but he's already been nabbed by Bob Constanduros, who's doing the circuit commentary, but I'm sure he'll have a word to us in a minute. Bob, come on, hurry up. There's a queue here.
So what are your thoughts on the race?
Oh, Bob's not hurrying up. Who's playing who here?
The weather's going to make it. I mean, it's spitting now. I can feel the rain, just sort of a little bit of rain here. And it's going to be... I hope Montoya's car holds together. It was a great lap yesterday for pole, wasn't it? Brilliant.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
yeah.
Good stuff. Who's doing this interview, guys? Okay.
We could interview Peter whilst Damon's talking to Bob Constanduros.
I think so, actually, that the race will show that, unfortunately, that Ferrari have got the dominance. And I think Montoya's done a great lap for pole position, but I don't know if the Michelin's going to be on the same pace as the Bridgestones. So you hope Williams, but you think Ferrari? I think Ferrari, but what will be interesting will be to see, again, the battle between Michael and Rubens.
Damon, Michael's just over there. Go and ask him if he's going to retire at the end of the year or not.
I think he's been asked enough times. I think that's probably my opinion. They're coming through from Sky here now. It's leaking out into the public domain.
Thanks very much, Damon. Enjoy the race. Back to you.
Well, Michael Schumacher told me a couple of days ago that he wouldn't be retiring, so the old rivalry between Damon and Michael is back alive. And I think Michael joked that the only reason Damon wants him to retire is so that Damon can come back and race, which wouldn't be good for us.
That'd be a good story, though, wouldn't it? In the meantime, let's see if there's a good story to be had from Ron Dennis, who's with Peter.
Ron, what's the update on David's engine problem this morning?
Well, we
obviously we know what the problem was, and it necessitated an engine change, which is what we've done. Obviously, he's done a couple of in-store laps. We're not too worried about the problem repeating itself, but that is motor racing. They're highly stressed pieces of equipment, and they do fail.
We always have a bit of a chat about tactics. What do you think the race is going to be like today?
I think you're going to have a real race. I think you'll enjoy the race. I'm not going to tell you what tactics I think most people will be using, but I think it's going to be a race, and everybody's obviously a little apprehensive about the weather. We believe it's going to stay dry, and the important thing is to have plenty of flexibility, for pace car or weather or anything. So interesting to see what other people do, but we've had 3 good race strategies that have played well to our objective. I hope this isn't going to be the exception.
Well, we'll try to read into that what we can. Very best of luck, and thank you.
Well, hardly going to tell you, am I?
No, you're not.
A little bit of humour there from Ron at the end. Interesting, there's been talk in the Italian press that Helio Castroneves, the Brazilian racer who races in America, might come and replace David Coulthard. Who comes up with these things, I don't know. But Ron's answer was very funny. He said, I can't even spell Castroneves.
Oh, I'm glad you pronounced it, and I've got no idea whether you got it right or not. Anyway, let's have a word with Ralf Schumacher now. Peter has joined him.
Ralf, you didn't do many laps in the warm-up this morning. Was that a sign that the car's feeling pretty good and reasonably happy?
No, the car had nothing to do with that. We are basically saving up on engine, just being careful and not wasting laps, that's all.
How did it feel onto the grid here?
Was good. We made 1 or 2 changes, which I'm relatively happy with. Just have to see how it is now.
Okay, very best of luck. Thank you.
Little update on the hair situation. Michael's now gone blonde on top. A couple of races ago, Ralph had accidentally gone blonde after an accident with his hairdresser, or with a bottle in his hairdresser's. But Michael's now sporting blonde on top. Another blonde, Mika Salo, strapped into his car, hopefully feeling better today.
All right, so if there's one place where Nigel Mansell can be afforded a hero's welcome, it's Silverstone. He's with Peter now.
Yeah, we were talking about Copse and Beckett's and that section of track at Silverstone. As good as anywhere in the world?
You know, Peter, the most incredible thing about Silverstone then was Stowe and Club Corner and Beckett's, as you've just said, because those corners, we've still got Beckett's now, but we've lost Stowe, lost Club. They're a lot slower, but it was just fantastic, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Michael was saying yesterday that he thinks he was so quick through Copse and Beckett's that he overstressed the tyres a bit, and by the time he got to the slow bits at the end, the tyres had lost their edge.
Yeah, I think he's probably right. I mean, he would know better than anybody, but I feel sure if you push it through those corners, you'll heat the tyres up incredibly. And then when you get to the slower bits, you'll just have a little less grip. So that makes a lot of sense. And I think Rubens was probably just a little bit slower, and he certainly had a lot more grip on the last part of the lap. So that's probably where Michael lost it and Rubens gained. Great qualifying from both of them.
Now, if you're Juan Pablo and your 4th consecutive pole, and you've had 3 races where you've had problems, how would you be feeling right now?
Well, first of all, I'd take every day as it comes, and getting pole position was a sensational lap and something they should be very proud of. I know Williams was, I spoke to Patrick this morning, and they were very surprised. BMW are very happy. But as you know, they're realistic. They know that in the race they can't compete with the Ferraris. They think that they're going to lose about 1.5 seconds after about 5 laps. The tyres are going to go down. So there's a lot of work to be done, but they're doing a fantastic job. They got pole. They've just got to do a lot of work to catch up, you know, with the Ferrari in other areas.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the race.
Thank you.
Words of wisdom from a former driver. You get the same from John Watson with respect. I mean, they can see it a little more placidly, can't they? And that was good advice there from Nigel.
Well, they've had, on both counts, both Nigel and Watty have had a few decades to assimilate all this information. And Nigel keeps a very close eye on Formula One, even though he hasn't raced a Formula One car for a while now. And his words are words of wisdom. And, you know, racing is racing. The cars might change, the drivers might change, but old racers never stop the knowledge. There we go, 77% humidity, so it's not raining, and the percentage chance of rain just now is 30%. So, as you rightly pointed out, 70% chance it's not going to rain. Which is a shame, because I think it would make it a very exciting race this afternoon if it did rain. We'd get or some rain in the middle of the race would mean all sorts of unscheduled pit stops.
We were talking about words of wisdom from John Watson, respect, and of course from Nigel Mansell. You never get anything but words of wisdom from one of the brightest sparks in the Ferrari pit, Ross Brawn, who's with Nick.
Ross Brawn, you may have been just pipped in qualifying, but judging by warm-up, it's a bit of a stroll in the park for you, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that, never is. It was difficult to know what they were doing. I expected them to be on a two-stop fuel level after Nürburgring, but it looked this morning as though they're doing one stop, but we'll have to wait and see. I'll be surprised if they do one stop after Nürburgring, so I was a little surprised by the times this morning, but we knew this was a very, very good race car. It just wasn't particularly quick on one lap, so maybe we saw more of that this morning.
Both your guys found it very easy to pass Williams at the Nürburgring. Is it as easy to find opportunities here?
Not generally, no. It does depend how they're handling. I mean, obviously Williams were in trouble at Nürburgring. That made it much easier, but it will be much tougher to overtake here, but it's possible.
And the Ferrari weather forecast?
Well, like this, we're just going to get a little bit of moisture in the air, but it shouldn't rain.
Ross, thank you very much.
Well, as Nick poses the weather question to Ross Brawn, we get confirmation that it's now a 1 in 2 shot as to whether it's going to rain or not. And certainly if you just use the old-fashioned method, which just most people down that grid are doing, and look upwards, it don't look too clever.
You get one in the eye if you look upwards at the moment, because there are spots of rain from what we're hearing out on the track. It's nothing particularly heavy and nothing to force them to change choice of tyre at the moment, but a bit more rain, and well, a lot more rain would really help Michelin, as we heard earlier on when we were talking to Peter, because the deep grooves they've got work really well in the torrential downpours we had on Friday.
To ensure that the Grand Prix cars can keep their tyres warm and not have a problem of tyre pressures dropping as well as tyre temperature dropping.
Well, we'll see how busy Bernd Mailander is going to be today. I'm sure he'd be quite happy to be sitting throughout the race at the end of the pit lane and not to be deployed. Very experienced driver, though, in sports car racing and touring car racing. So a very capable man behind the wheel of the SL55 as it sets off now to check the track conditions, check everything is clear, and the countdown continues to the start of the formation lap. The grid beginning to clear of people now. Now the Ferrari weather forecast reckons it's not going to rain, just going to be moisture in the air. Let's just quickly run you through the grid once again. Montoya on pole, Barrichello alongside in the Ferrari. Then it's Michael Schumacher, only had 1 pole, 1 win in 11 British Grand Prix appearances so far. Ralf Schumacher next up, his best qualifying performance ever there in 4th place. Kimi Räikkönen 5th, with Monaco winner and twice Silverstone winner David Coulthard alongside him in 6th. Jarno Trulli again 7th for Renault. Mika Salo in his best qualifying performance of the season in 8th. Then it's Villeneuve, Heidfeld, Massa. Then it's Jenson Button in 12th place ahead of Olivier Panis. Takuma Sato on the harder Bridgestone tyre, as Eddie Jordan was telling us earlier, looking to try and score points back from 14th on the grid. Then it's McNish, Frentzen and Fissy Keller with the other Jordan with a lot of work to do. Bernaldi, Irvine, Mark Webber starting in 20th place, and then right at the back after his problems in qualifying with a coolant leak, an engine misfire and a last-minute dash in the spare car. He only got out of the pit lane really with about 4 seconds to spare to enable him to get across the line before the checkered flag came out yesterday, De La Rosa, and he just managed to scrape onto the grid. And well, there were lots of talk afterwards in the Jaguar pit, and it may well have been about the decisions that were taken during that qualifying session.
Just waiting to see the covers come off Montoya's, and he's got a brand new set of Michelin, and that's not something we've seen for quite some time, because Michelin up until this Grand Prix always required quite a number of miles on the tyres. So this is the difference between the tyre that we've seen Michelin produce from Monaco through Canada and to the European Grand Prix at Nürburgring, coming to a more aggressive surface, a higher speed racetrack. And Montoya starting on a, looks like certainly brand new fronts, and we presume brand new rears, as is Ferrari, and that's Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, well, we're used to seeing that with the Bridgestone runners. Michael Schumacher normally starting on a brand new set, but as you say, a new set of Michelin tyres, at least on the front. Well, yeah, it is new on the rear as well. So a whole new set of tyres for Montoya, and that is an indicator that Michelin have changed their approach somewhat. They said they would for this race at Silverstone. It is a very different surface anyway, so they would have had to have changed their approach from the Nürburgring, which did not provide as much grip. But here, they're hoping They've taken pole position once again, but it's Grand Prix wins that they want to add to their tally. And so far this season, Michelin have scored just the one victory, and that was in Malaysia, courtesy of Ralf Schumacher. Montoya still to take his first Grand Prix win of 2002. Could it be at Silverstone? Well, they're about to set off on the formation lap, and then over the next 60 laps, we will find out. Rubens is waving. Rubens Barrichello has a problem, and we've seen this already this year. It was Barcelona, remember, where Barrichello failed to get off the line at the start, and it looks like problems once again for the Brazilian.
And he's absolutely, I mean, he's furious, shaking his head. We saw, as you say, in Barcelona, whether it's the same problem here. We're just literally coming within seconds of the lights going out, his hands go up, so the engine has stalled. As he tried to engage the gear, pulled the gear, and just the clunk. Whatever was the result now is a scrabble by Ferrari. Are they going to be able to get this car started up? He's got to look, the wheels are going round. I wonder if it's a clutch problem for Barrichello, because I think, for me, they're unable to either disengage the clutch, and now you're going to see, well, they're going to have to push this car because where they are in the grid. So Barrichello, we think we've got it going now. So Barrichello, there he goes, lays rubber. He is absolutely, he's going to have to start. By the time he gets back, he will be at the back of the grid. If he'd had that problem but gotten away before the entire field had gone past him, he could have made his way back up to his rightful front row grid position. Now Barrichello is going to take his position at the back of the field, behind, or just slightly behind, Pedro de la Rosa in the Jaguar.
Well, what about that then? He's going to start from the very back of the field. We've seen drivers do that in the past here. It's going to be very tough for him to make up ground.
And then for Ralf Schumacher, maybe that's been a great opportunity, because there's clear air ahead of Ralf Schumacher, and it's alongside Michael, but Ralf, with the power of the BMW, and there we just happen to watch Ralf Schumacher as he makes his way around, coming through Luffield. He will be, I'm sure, buoyed up by the thought that he's got an opportunity to make it a Williams 1-2 into Copse for the first time.
What a disappointment for Rubens, though. Fantastic qualifying. He beat his teammate Michael Schumacher again in qualifying. Winner last time out at the Nürburgring. But for Rubens Barrichello, he now faces the prospect of 60 difficult laps, trying to fight his way back to the front. Juan Pablo Montoya leads the field around then onto the starting grid. Barrichello forced to start at the back after problems getting off the line, and he really has got a tough battle in front of him. There is the Ferrari behind the Jaguar of Pedro de la Rosa, and that means Ralf Schumacher has a clean run towards Copse Corner.
Yes, that's what I'm going to watch. Ralf Schumacher absolutely determined now to take advantage of the misfortunes to Rubens Barrichello. There we see him coming up at the tail of the field. And Ralf Schumacher will no doubt be looking on those lights, waiting for them to flicker from red to go to out.
Okay.
There's more trouble down there, so I thought I saw another hand.
Here we go then, the British Grand Prix. It's all set to get underway. Juan Pablo Montoya from pole position. Will he still be leading at the end of the first lap? Away they go. Juan Pablo Montoya getting the start. We've got yellows further back, and one of the Toyotas, I think it's McNish on the grass. It's one of the Saubers, it's Massa. Felipe Massa spins to the outside onto that new runoff area at Copse Corner. No damage done. I think he can get going, and it's Montoya who leads from Michael Schumacher. Ralf Schumacher slotted into third position. And then behind Ralf, it's Raikkonen and Coulthard, and the Renaults are well up.
Great start from Jenson Button, came all the way up from 13th. So there we see one of the Toyotas.
Yeah, it was McNish. Poor Alan McNish, his first British Grand Prix, and he hasn't got off the line. Disastrous for him. Watch in the background as Barrichello tries to make up some ground. Heidfeld has not got away particularly well, down in 10th position.
So Ralf Schumacher not able to take advantage of that clear air ahead of him, but great start from Jenson Button, up to 7th place from 13th on the grid, and clearly a low fuel load for that particular Renault at the start of the race.
Yes, great effort from Button there. He's right behind his teammate Jarno Trulli, who is 6th. Then it's Mika Salo, who got away well from his 8th place. Here comes Barrichello on the move, trying to get up to 14th position past Fisichella.
But look, spots of rain on the camera lens, so these drivers must be careful. But Barrichello absolutely flying, just got ahead of the Jordan coming into Abbey Turn, and then Felipe Massa, who also spun at Copse. Barrichello now looking at the back of Pedro de la Rosa.
This is the battle to watch. And in fact, Sato, he also got past Sato. That was the last one.
It's Massa again, a second time. He's been off at Prix once this morning, now a second time here during the Grand Prix itself.
Montoya leads, Michael Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher, Raikkonen putting pressure on Ralf Schumacher, no doubt about it. Villeneuve comes through in 9th position, and now there is Barrichello coming through in 14th.
Just behind Irvine, and the rain is beginning to fall. We're just into one lap. There is the rain that is falling sufficiently heavy, and I would think that if it continues, we saw this in the Porsche Super Cup earlier on in the day, it didn't get serious enough to bring a safety car out. Different issue for Formula One.
Montoya has an advantage of just over a second from Michael Schumacher. But Jarno Trulli, there is Alan McNish. I can't believe it. What disappointment. Here comes Barrichello on Irvine, and he does sneak through.
Yes, Irvine was fighting for position, legitimately entitled to do that, but Barrichello made it through.
Look at the replay here. You could see McNish, and they did a great job to avoid him at the back there. Fisichella in particular. Massa got squeezed out in that midfield battle. Not quite sure who put him on the grass. Wasn't a lot he could do.
I think he put himself on the grass. I think he just slightly overreacted. And excitement and tension coming down into Copse is extreme. And there you just see on the left, right a picture of Felipe Massa having an adventurous first lap off at Copse, off at Prix. And we're waiting to see whether he made it back. He's completed the lap. He's in 20th place and last. Now that rain, look at it. This is the problem around Luffield. You can see the cars, Ralf Schumacher struggling as Raikkonen tries to put pressure on third place Ralf Schumacher.
Oh,
he's going to have a go down the inside into Copse.
Here he comes. Raikkonen going for the slot, and he goes through, but Ralf Schumacher stays with him around the outside. Good racing between these two, but this could give Coulthard the opportunity. On the run up to Beckett, here comes Coulthard. Coulthard to the right of Ralf Schumacher, diving through, but he can't quite make it. So Raikkonen does get through. That puts him up into third, but Coulthard now on the chase.
Yeah, fantastic pass by Raikkonen. And David Coulthard, opportunistic, saw a way to get alongside Ralf Schumacher, had to back out of it, turning into Beckett, otherwise they would have collided.
Well, Raikkonen certainly on a charge on a first lap, and this on the second lap. We're watching Barrichello still making his moves, getting past Bernoldi now,
and that's up to
12th place. Yes, so Barrichello on a charge and picking off cars one by one as he continues round the lap. The next one he's got to try and get past is that of Olivier Panis, but Coulthard running in 5th.
Well, Coulthard had an opportunity at Beckett, couldn't get it done. He's now going to do all that work all over again, coming down the hill into Bridge. And ever so tricky with the rain. It seems to have stopped. Well, the teams are certainly probably getting their wet weather tyres prepared, but we're not seeing any rain coming onto the camera lenses. But look at the view from Barrichello, looking forward to Jacques Villeneuve. It'll probably be a sprint past him as they go down.
Yes, that's Panis, I think, on the other BAR. Look at Barrichello looking for grip, using slightly different lines here. Now look at the power off Luffield. Great drive off the corner. Surely this won't be a problem. The only thing is, he go outside or inside? Surely he'll cut back here. Yes, he does. And out breaks down the inside into Copse.
Again, the rain falling much more heavily here in Copse. This is on the sort of eastern side of the circuit, so Juan Pablo Montoya leads by 1.3 seconds from Michael Schumacher, who's a further 3 seconds ahead of Kimi Raikkonen, and these two really just running away from the rest of the field.
Yes, Raikkonen not able to maintain that same sort of pace. Raikkonen, though, running in a good, strong third place. Let's take a look at the replay here as Barrichello went past Panis.
Yeah, good, well planned. I mean, Barrichello knew before he even started this lap where his best shot lay. He just had to position himself such that he could get a good run off Luffield, and Panis was going to make it difficult, which he's fully entitled to do. It is a battle for position. Nevertheless, Ferrari horsepower versus Honda, it is no contest.
The top two are getting away from the opposition, there's no doubt. Bit of work going on to check that wet tyres are ready if necessary, and Barrichello now has come up behind Nick Heidfeld, so it is the Sauber that is next target.
This will not be so easy because horsepower is very similar indeed, but again, Barrichello's just got to be patient, he's got to wait. There's not much chance of diving up the inside into Luffield or into Brooklands where we are now. He's just got to get himself in position, as we saw him do with Olivier Panis, and do it coming into Copse.
I don't know whether Montoya made a mistake on that last lap, but he lost quite a bit of time to Schumacher, as you can see. It was 1.3 seconds last time around. It was 0.6 of a second that last lap.
I would just put it down to Montoya maybe just being slightly more apprehensive, more cautious. Michael, of course, so confident, so familiar with Ferrari and Bridgestone tyres. But Pablo maybe being a little bit more circumspect. Nevertheless, he has the lead, but it's down to 0.6 of a second. In fact, it's even less as that, and they come into Stowe.
Montoya has been hunted down by the 4 times world champion. He's getting closer and looking for an opportunity. But it's not easy to pass here. Here comes Barrichello. He's showing it is possible to pass, and he's giving a bit of a signal there to Heidfeld as he goes through. That puts him into 10th.
Yes, I think he would like to have made that pass a lot earlier in the lap, because it's taken him half a lap longer to get ahead of Nick Heidfeld. Then they've got Jacques Villeneuve in 9th place to challenge. But the trouble is for Barrichello, the nearer he gets to the front, the more difficult it's going to become to get past. And certainly once you get past Villeneuve and Salo in 8th place, then you're looking at the 2 Renaults, and that's going to be a different matter.
Watching on board with Montoya, you can see the Ferrari of Michael Schumacher closing up under braking in certain key areas, but the rain coming down that little bit harder now perhaps as this race continues, and that's going to make life so difficult on their dry weather tyres. They might have grooves, but look at the Ferrari fans. They can see Michael Schumacher's getting closer to the back of Juan Pablo Montoya, and meanwhile David Coulthard is passing Ralf Schumacher, and or trying to. I don't think he's managed to do it yet, so it's that battle still going on, but DC is still behind him.
So Michael Schumacher pressuring all the time, seeks every opportunity, and of course we don't know what the fuel loads are of Montoya and Michael Schumacher. We have to think they're probably fairly similar. Ralf Schumacher in the second of the Williams BMWs may well have opted to go on to a very long first run, depending on the weight fuel loads. Just do not know.
Look at this, Montoya's made a mistake. Montoya's made a mistake.
Schumacher, but he can't get back. He's right on the exit of Abbey, but he's alongside. They're going to come down into bridge. Out of club corner, I'm sorry.
This is great stuff, and Montoya just locked a break into Vale there, and now Schumacher's going to have a go into Abbey. Montoya breaks late, but he can't quite do it.
No, Montoya was able to stop Michael getting any momentum build up out of club. Here we see that incident again. Michael Schumacher right under the rear wing, comes alongside Montoya, draws across, basically blocks Michael Schumacher, but of course goes too deep and too long into the corner. Michael also does the same thing. Then Michael goes the wrong way around the outside out of club, side by side, almost touching wheels, almost interlocking wheels, but that stopped Michael getting the momentum, and now we're back to that 0.5 or 6 of a second as they come across start-finish line.
What a race between these two. Montoya determined to hold on to the lead of the British Grand Prix, and Michael Schumacher challenging. Here comes Barrichello on Salo. That puts him up into 8th place.
And Barrichello, fastest man on that first sector, so the circuit is slick. It's down to a 1:29 for the leading cars. Barrichello, he doesn't know what's what. He's done a 1:27. In fact, behind the lead cars, Raikkonen, Ralf Schumacher, Coulthard, Trulli, Button are all doing 28s. So Montoya's slowing the pace of this race down.
Alan McNish out of the race, as you saw. They tried to get that Toyota back into the race, but they have now given up, and McNish looks furious. But let's concentrate on the battle for the lead here. Michael Schumacher takes a very wide line into Vale, into club, and accelerating out. You can see again a contrast in the line they choose.
But the interesting thing is the speed of Montoya, and therefore Michael Schumacher, is allowing Raikkonen, Ralf Schumacher, Coulthard, Trulli and Button to close back up. Forget about Rubens Barrichello. He's a second and a lap quicker than anybody.
So perhaps the tyres on Montoya's car not just going through a bit of a bad patch in terms of grip. Though we've seen this in the past, it might come back to him. It's difficult to determine, but the Ferrari pit can see their man bearing down on the race leader. Conditions still changing. It's still Raikkonen in 3rd for McLaren, and it's Ralf Schumacher in 4th, Coulthard in 5th, Trulli is 6th, Button is in 7th place. Then it's Barrichello now in 8th, bearing down on Button, but there's a 4-second gap between them.
Watch Michael Schumacher as he comes out of club. What he's trying to do, he couldn't achieve it there. He was trying to, I think, get into position to get up closer to Montoya as they make the run up to Beckett, and then be on the exit of Beckett, strong enough to get alongside Montoya, but not close enough. In fact, he's just decided to drop back a little bit, and you're told station. And there we see Salo off at Copse Corner. It's the 3rd car this weekend. We've seen a 3rd Formula 1 car, I hasten to add, off at Copse.
Oh, what a shame. He was running in what was then 9th place. He's been passed by an oldie, so that will put him up into 11th. Let's take a look here. John coming down. He had Jacques Villeneuve right behind him. Turns into the corner. Looks okay initially.
Oh, he spun it. He spun it. He maybe just clipped the curb, and the moisture on the curb would have been enough. Now, there's the value of that tarmac, that high modular tarmac that is meant to give cars grip in a spin. It certainly allowed the chance for Salo to recover, get back in the race, also for Felipe Massa on the first lap.
Look at this, Panis on the charge, trying to get down the inside there and get past Heidfeld. It didn't quite work, but we've got a real battle here going on for position with Salo now right in that group. This is all about the 10th place, because Villeneuve has now moved up into 9th courtesy of Salo spin, and here comes Irvine. No, not quite.
Well, there's a group of 11 cars, 9th through to 18th, that were covered by a second. This is the group of cars that we're watching here. Takuma Sato went through, Giancarlo Fisichella back to the front, Juan Pablo Montoya being haunted down, and again rain on the camera lens. Be careful on the exit of Copse. That curb which drivers like to use just to sort of round out the exit of the corner will be treacherous.
Well, Michael Schumacher's getting a very good view of that Williams chassis as it comes through the Beckett's corner. An idea on how well it's handling, but he's still not quite close enough to challenge. Look at Raikkonen in the background now as the battle continues. Sato there was trying to find a way to get past the Jaguar of Eddie Irvine, but it didn't come off, so he slots back into place once again. And once more, the leaders heading down towards Vale and Club. Schumacher not quite close enough to make that launch that he did a few laps ago.
Takuma Sato really being a big loser at the start. He started from 14th from the grid and he's gone, well, he's running in fact now down in 16th place and battling with Eddie Irvine, which I assume is a very lightly loaded Jaguar. Sato, I suspect, could be, because they're on that harder tyre, be on a one-stop strategy. So watch Jordans as they come through in the latter stages of this race. This battle, the midfield battle, continues. So Heidfeld,
yeah, look at this, yes. Frentzen right here. We're watching with Heinz-Harald Frentzen. 14th, he's got a chance to get past Heidfeld. Heidfeld did get a bit slowed down there, and he manages to nip through with right ahead of them. They've got Olivier Panis. So Frentzen taking advantage of a little loss of momentum. Eddie Irvine still behind them, and then it's Takuma Sato, of course.
Well, it's a cracking race, and Kimi Raikkonen now being drawn up to the back of Michael Schumacher's Ferrari. Suddenly Ferrari and Williams at the front are back down to a race pace of 1 minute 26. The rain has stopped, but look at that dive down the inside. Nick Heidfeld loses another place to Olivier Panis.
I think this is what settled that up.
Yes, it is. That's what allowed Frentzen then to get past Heidfeld.
Yep, and then Frentzen managed to sneak past on the inside. We're riding on board with Michael Schumacher and looking at Montoya sliding around, and now Schumacher's had a brilliant run out of Stowe corner. Great momentum here. Montoya takes the inside line, prevents Schumacher from diving down the inside, but Montoya slithering, sliding, and the Ferrari could get a great exit here at a club, but can he do anything with it?
Well, Michael's just got more grip, and Montoya in his defensive entry into these corners is putting himself offline for the exit of the corner. It's the exit that's the important part of corner, but of course when you're racing for position you are defending, and therefore what Montoya is doing is slowing again the pace of this race down and allowing Kimi Raikkonen, as we see Mark Webber, he's just about, can he recover? That gravel is very, very soft. I think Mark Webber, and that's up, that's Stowe corner.
He said something failed on the car, on the radio. It's been running well, and that's a shame because Mark has one of the best finishing records so far this season. But back to the battle for the lead, and it's Montoya versus Michael Schumacher. These two have had their head-to-heads, but it's lasting a bit longer this time. There hasn't been any contact between them. Well, maybe the faintest touch through Club Corner a few laps ago. So far so good, they both survive, and Raikkonen getting that little bit closer lap by lap in third place. Ralf Schumacher, remember, holding on to fourth. He's some 5.6 seconds off these two. Coulthard is still right behind him, and now Barrichello's caught Button.
So a battle going on. This is going to put Barrichello up to 7th place. Jenson Button, of course, as he gets further to the front, as we explained, is going to become more difficult. Button's not going to be a walk in the park to get past again with the rain falling now. This is the southern part of the circuit going down into Stowe corner. Patrick Head in the Williams, he's enjoying this battle. I mean, he loves motor racing, and we're seeing a cracking Grand Prix right now.
We are.
Whoa, look at that slippery down at Club. The Ferrari not moving around, it is absolutely rock solid as Schumacher applies all 850 horsepower of the Ferrari through those Bridgestone tyres.
Well, again, you can see and Massa spun again. Felipe Massa, the Brazilian, in the Sauber. He's having a very, very eventful British Grand Prix.
And that was on the exit coming out of Beckett's corner onto Hangar Straight.
So here we are riding on board with Michael Schumacher, and still he cannot find a way of getting past Juan Pablo Montoya. Montoya trying to judge the conditions with this little bit of rain falling. The track getting slippery. It's tough to know how hard to push.
Well, we've just completed 11 laps of this 60-lap Grand Prix, And so far it's Montoya and Michael Schumacher. There's this battle going on. Can he get past on horsepower now? Barrichello in 8th, looking to take 7th. He's going to come alongside. Jenson Button, is he going to defend? Is he going to defend his screen? Yes, well done. I wanted to see more of that from Jenson Button. He did a great job defending his 7th place from Barrichello.
Yeah, great to see that from Button, who once or twice earlier this season gave up his place perhaps a little easily. Well, he was not having it there at Copse. Drove around the outside, and that takes bravery and commitment, and he stays in front of Barrichello. And now Rubens knows he's going to have a battle to move further up inside the top 10. He might have a great car, but he is in a battle here with Button, and then Jarno Trulli just ahead of him. Coulthard would be next on that list. And let's take another look at this.
So Barrichello does what we've seen him do. He's virtually alongside Button. Button stays longer on the throttle. Of course, Barrichello had to back off that a little bit earlier. It gave Button the opportunity to swoop across the front of the Ferrari. The Renault guys are loving it, but look, more rain.
Yes, it's still looking very slippery as here comes Barrichello again, looking for that inside opportunity into Abbey, but it's not there, so he has to now think ahead and maybe plan his move into Copse next.
Oh, a big wobble for Jenson Button. Look at the rain falling in the pits there. You can see it clearly. The rain is going to fall heavily. This will be, well, the teams, in fact, there will be no safety car. It's up to the teams to come in and make a choice themselves.
Sato's off, John. Sato's off down at Club Corner. The weather conditions causing problems here. Trying to listen up on the radio as the top 2 come through. Raikkonen in 3rd.
But it's up to the teams to choose at what point they want to come in and change from the dry weather grooved slick tyre to either intermediates, and there we see Arrows preparing for it, either for the intermediate tyre, which we know from Bridgestone is a great tyre, less good from Michelin, or a set of full wets. And I suspect with the way the rain is falling, this is looking more towards full wets, because if it continues, there's no point going down the intermediate route unless you're Michael Schumacher or even a Ferrari, because we have seen, well, there's intermediates going on to the Arrows. They feel that that's the right tyre choice. In the case of Bridgestone, it probably is the right tyre choice. If you're a Michelin, you're going to be really caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for the Michelin runners.
Felipe Massa does it again, but he drives into the pit lane, spinning on the exit, coming out of left field.
I think he wants some different tyres on that car. Oh, Montoya's made a big mistake up at Abbey. This could allow Michael through, although Michael's not that close. It's so slippery up there now.
It's treacherous, absolutely treacherous. Montoya having to back off coming through bridge. Michael Schumacher also very, very tentative. It is going to be pandemonium in the pit lane as Williams and Ferrari. Look at Michael Schumacher. He can't even keep up with Montoya.
Look at Montoya. He's all over the place, trying to find some grip here, trying to go out wide. He's got to get it back to the pit lane safely. And the fans down there, they're lapping this up. Look at Michael Schumacher. Raikkonen attacking
through
Schumacher.
to second place.
The second position, Raikkonen. The Finn loves these conditions. Raikkonen, is he coming in? Raikkonen stayed out there, surely.
I'm not sure Raikkonen did the right thing. I'm not sure he was able to come in because Michael Schumacher was alongside him, but he might not have been, because he had passed Michael just said, well, he might have made a very, very late cut. In fact, they're all, how Raikkonen got into the pit lane is beyond me, but poor David Coulthard stuck out on track. Raikkonen managed to make, he must have driven across the grass at pit lane entrance to get in.
Yeah.
But they virtually, the first half of the field down to 8th place are in the pits,
Problems
with the exception of Coulthard.
What is happening? Right, McLaren are not ready. They've made a big mistake. David Coulthard is being left out there. Raikkonen has no wheels on his car.
Intermediates for Michael Schumacher, for Rubens Barrichello, and I suspect also for Michael Schumacher.
I would think so, yes. Intermediates on the Bridgestones are very, very effective. Ralf Schumacher into the pits as well now.
He's on full wets.
So he comes back out, and this is where the race may well swing back towards Ferrari big time, because we know how good these intermediate tyres are for the Bridgestone users. And now Michael Schumacher will try and hunt down. There is Raikkonen eventually getting out of the pit lane.
A catastrophic mistake on the part of McLaren. Either they didn't expect him to come in, or he'd been told not to come in like Coulthard. Coulthard was told, stay out. But how McLaren got it that wrong, I would like to hear an interview with Ron Dennis afterwards to explain that one away.
Well, we shall wait and see. But Coulthard is surviving at the moment, John. He hasn't thrown it off the road, which would be so easy in these conditions on his dry weather tyres. They might have grooves in them, but I tell you what, when it gets like this, they've got virtually no grip. And it's these guys now on wet tyres and intermediate tyres who have the opportunity.
But in fact, probably David Coulthard is leading this race, because
he's just been passed actually by Montoya.
Montoya now has retaken the lead. David Coulthard crawling his way around Priory into Brooklands, and then he'll be on the exit of Luffield into the pits. But McLaren, with the potential to really do something a bit special here this afternoon, seemingly have misjudged it completely.
Well, what a shame for Coulthard. Surely he'll be heading into the pits this time, and that is so demoralising for him. He allows Michael, no, he's going to risk it now. All he can do, I suppose, at this point is hope that it stops raining, stay on those tyres, and that's really the only way he can try and recover this situation.
Well, I've been in one of those situations a number of years ago, and my team boss was Bernie Ecclestone, strangely enough. He said, no, stay out, go on, it'll clear up. Well, it rained cats and dogs for the entire day, and it was a complete disaster. But today, with all the meteorology available, teams have got the capacity to know this is a massive punt on the part of McLaren.
Now, this was Ralph's stop. They had a problem as well, John. Look, they didn't have a wheel ready for the left front or right front, and that took him an age to get him out again.
I think it was a choice of whether they wanted to go. There's two grades of wet weather tyre available. As we see, look at this. Michael Schumacher just pinching, going down the pit lane, trying to save every tenth of a second he possibly can.
Well, so all the fun and games mean Montoya is our race leader. Michael Schumacher is second. Coulthard gamely hanging on to third. Barrichello is now catching Trulli for what is fourth place. So that's the next battle to watch out for. Of course, Barrichello always enjoys conditions like this. So although he started at the back, he's climbing up the order. Ralf Schumacher down in seventh place, and Raikkonen with his slow stop down in eighth.
Yeah, they're the two big losers. Partly because Ralf Schumacher, that right front, I think they didn't know which set of the two wet tyres to put on, and Raikkonen because their team appeared to be completely unaware of his entry into the pit lane as David Coulthard really, I mean, at this point there we see now Coulthard surely must come in. They've got a set of wet tyres, and okay, you take a chance, but you know the information available these days is much greater than in the past, and this call. Well, let's wait and see what happens after 60 laps. We're now 15 laps into this race, on the lap 16 of 60. And there you see Michael Schumacher on those Bridgestone intermediates, catching up the Michelin wet tyre upon Pablo Montoya. These conditions are not wet enough to allow a wet tyre to fully do its job. And this is where the Bridgestone intermediate is just an absolute mile, 3 seconds, over 3 seconds quicker on this lap than Juan Pablo Montoya.
Eventually, David Coulthard makes it into the pits, and those dry weather tyres have to come off, and they put on the wet weather tyres. Well, poor David Coulthard, it's just been a disaster for him. And now look at Michael Schumacher. Montoya will not be able to fend the Ferrari off here. Surely the grit levels are completely different between Ferrari and Williams, and it's just a question of where and how hard Montoya is going to fight for position. Michael giving him plenty of room, and in fact there Montoya going wide. Michael drives around the outside, thank you very much, and into the lead of the race.
Well, that just tyre superiority. Juan Pablo Montoya on the wet Michelin could not match by up to 3 seconds a lap the grip that Michael Schumacher is getting from those intermediate Bridgestones. And as I mentioned, the wet weather, it is wet out there, it is wet enough to run on wets, but that skimmy, scummy surface.
Look at this battle though that's going on here. This is a good entertaining battle. Jenson Button under attack from Ralf Schumacher. Schumacher trying to go through, and I think he's made it. And in fact Button's now got to watch out.
Raikkonen. Salo, he's going to pull off. But Button really was put under the cosh with Ralf Schumacher, and that will benefit. So has Raikkonen got past? No, he's not.
Well, not quite yet, but Jenson Button had to give way to Ralf Schumacher there, and Ralf now goes up into fifth position as you see the water on the camera. Look at the rain still falling, and there was no chance that David Coulthard could stay out there. Jenson Button uses the wide line at Luffield. It's a line he learnt in Formula Ford and Formula 3, and it seems to be working at the moment, fending off the Finn Kimi Raikkonen.
In these conditions you've got to seek out where the best grip on the corner is, and in a corner like Luffield it might seem the wrong way on screen when you see Raikkonen's position of car, but it is the better way. It's where there's more grip. Here again, this is a replay of the pass for the lead. Montoya too deep into Abbey. Michael just sat back, waited, got the power on, drove past him, and I'm sure there's a wry smile on his face. Here's the overhead view. Montoya too close to the apex of the corner, can't get the speed off the car, runs out to the exit. Michael just comes along, says thank you very much, job done. Raikkonen passes Button down the straight.
Yep, here we go. This is the Button might break late. No, he doesn't. Has to give way to Raikkonen. Raikkonen very brave on the approach into Stowe Corner, and that brings Raikkonen up a place after that disastrous pit stop. He's back into sixth position now, but chasing after Ralf Schumacher. But Barrichello absolutely flying at the moment. Barrichello in the other Ferrari is third, remember, and he was fastest on the last lap by about half a second over his teammate Michael Schumacher, but Barrichello is a full 14 seconds off his teammate.
But Ben, Barrichello is 5 seconds a lap faster than Juan Pablo Montoya. He's 11.8 seconds, so within 3 laps he will be ahead. By lap 20 we should think to see Rubens Barrichello running second to teammate Michael Schumacher. They're giving it 2 laps to get past, and that would be in lap 19. That's just starting 18, so 2 laps 20, that's about right.
Well, it just, the tyre advantage that Ferrari have in these conditions is massive. And let's look at what the other Bridgestone users are doing, because, of course, it's allowed Frentzen to come up to 8th. Villeneuve is currently 9th. Take a look at the replay here.
Yes, easy peasy for Kimi Raikkonen, just pulls up. Just that horsepower. Renault cannot match the Mercedes-Benz. Jenson Button on this occasion said, look, I've got nothing, we're in the same tyres. So on this occasion I will not fight for it because I'm just being out-dragged in horsepower.
And Button,
now look at Raikkonen.
Button's coming under attack also from Frentzen now, as Raikkonen puts the challenge here on Ralf Schumacher, both on Michelin tyres, but Raikkonen absolutely superb in these conditions, and he is enjoying himself thoroughly here as he bears down on Ralf Schumacher.
Won't get the job done here into Stowe because the horsepower of the BMW outdoes that of Mercedes-Benz, and De La Rosa pulls over slightly slowly to let Michael go through, but I think poor De La Rosa is just keeping all his attention and concentration forwards. Now the chance down into Vale, get alongside. Whoa, it's so close. No. Well, I tell you, a real battle going on for 5th place. Now, get the inside, get the power on. Ralf Schumacher oversteer, you can see the back end of the car sliding out. Ralf has got the better line. Look at the horsepower difference, just pulls ahead. Raikkonen has to drop back in line.
Yes, but for how much longer? Because Raikkonen coming up to the twisty section of track he knows so well from his British Formula Renault days. He wants to take this place, and he does. Raikkonen goes through at bridge. A stunning pass of Ralf Schumacher, and that brings Raikkonen up into 5th place.
A very, very courageous and committed pass from Raikkonen. Ralf thought he might get back because Raikkonen was slightly overshooting into Ferrari, but then he realises, no, I've got no more to do, I've got no more grip. Raikkonen is driving an inspired drive in conditions which are absolutely as bad as they can be.
But look at Frentzen, John. Frentzen on the Bridgestone tyres is passing Jenson Button, and this is for 7th place. Here comes the Arrows, the team that nearly didn't race at the British Grand Prix at all, and he's moving up into 7th place. Heinz-Harald Frentzen gets past Jenson Button, but Button's coming back at him on the exit of Copse Corner.
But I think he's lost some of the momentum. He's got to fall back in behind Frentzen. I mean, again, real good remove from Jenson Button in a high-speed corner like Copse, and well, he just was outgunned on horsepower up the hill from the Ford V10.
We've got a car off.
Oh, who's that?
Taking a look as they come out.
That's one
of the Jags, yep, coming out of Irvine.
Eddie Irvine. Well, but like any of the 2 Jaguar drivers here today, his hands are absolutely full.
He's on Michelin tyres, the tyre that's not working, remember here, so it's not to his advantage. Here comes Barrichello on Montoya. He's already caught the back of the Williams BMW, and look at Montoya, no grip at all. That wasn't just using a different line, his car is sliding around all over the place, and Barrichello just has to pick his moment really on the exit, and he should be able to go through.
He just goes past like he wasn't even there. Montoya scrabbling for the front end to get some grip. In the meantime, Barrichello just opens the throttle, the grip's there. Montoya has a bit of a look back, but he cannot compete to the levels of handling and grip that the Ferrari Bridgestone package has got.
Absolutely astonishing difference in tyre performance between Bridgestone and Michelin in these conditions. And Barrichello now makes it a Ferrari 1-2 after we have completed 19 laps out of 60. 1/3 distance coming up here at Silverstone, and what a Grand Prix we are enjoying. With changing conditions, it has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen up to 7th place, now beginning to attack Ralf Schumacher. Here is David Coulthard. He runs down in 11th place after staying out on his dry weather tyres for so long, but he is coming up behind 10th placed Enrique Bernoldi.
And it's from now on, from lap 20 to about 25, where we would expect to see cars come in for a refuelling, those that are doing 2 stops.
Take another look at Barrichello's pass of Juan Pablo Montoya. Well, it was just so easy.
Yes, it was. Montoya had no way. The car was drifting out to the left. Rubens Barrichello was able to anticipate it, knew what was happening, and just the level of grip. And this is a pure nightmare for Michelin. There's nothing in their range of tyres that compete with what Bridgestone have got. Remember the intermediate Bridgestone, that's what's fitted to all the Bridgestone cars out there. That's why Heinz-Harald Frentzen is flying up to 7th place, just 0.9 of a second behind 6th place, and that's Ralf Schumacher.
Yeah, so the Arrow still running well as Michael Schumacher has set a very fast lap there in these changing conditions. A 1:32.052, 1:32.2 from Barrichello. The two Ferraris are showing everybody how to do it. Their Bridgestone tyres perfect in these conditions, and it's also allowing Heinz-Harald Frentzen to make his attack on a point-scoring position. Here comes Frentzen then, and if he can get past Ralf Schumacher, he'll move into 6th place.
Well, this is going to be a tough time for Frentzen because he will not have the horsepower advantage he had over Jenson Button. Ralf Schumacher scrabbling for grip. Frentzen's got to get the job done here alongside him out of Luffield before they get to Woodcote, otherwise he'll fall in line and wait until he, well, this is the worst scenario for Frentzen. He's got a car capable of lapping probably a second to 2 seconds quicker than Ralf Schumacher, but he's being prevented because he hasn't got the performance on the part of track where he needs it most.
Still, the wily German will certainly try and find a spot here to get past.
There are two
Ralf.
Germans.
Yes, I know.
Which of them is a wily
I'm talking
one?
about the Frentzen at the moment. He's experienced, he knows this place well, and now looking for an opportunity to... Oh, he made a bit of a mistake there. And a gear change, gearbox.
He's a problem, he's out.
That was a gearbox problem, I think, John, as he just heard something strange on the gearbox. Can you believe it?
Say again, please. Car stopping.
That's an engine problem, I think.
Car stop.
Oh, what a disappointment.
Yeah, look at that. That's an engine problem, I'm sure. And it's just suddenly the lights started to go out. You could hear the engine going, and that looks, well, it's certainly around the back of the car, maybe prejudging it a little bit hastily.
Well, Frentzen, I mean, you have to feel for Arrows after all the trials and tribulations, literally trials, this week. They have seen their front man go out, and that means that Button comes back into 7th position. It moves Villeneuve up into 8th, Bernoldi 9th.
Yeah, so they've got one chance left. Bernoldi again on the Bridgestone tyre, identical to Frentzen, in 9th place on lap 22. Still a long way to go, and we have yet to see who's going to make the two-stop strategy. Weather teams had very accurate weather forecasts and all opted to go for a one-stopper, which of course is entirely possible.
Possibly, yes. Normally we'd see two stoppers come into the pits around this part of the race. There's Montoya still running in 3rd place. He's some 28 seconds ahead of Kimi Räikkönen. Räikkönen running 4th, Trulli in 5th, and this is the battle between Räikkönen and Trulli just a moment ago, and this was where Räikkönen went ahead of the Renault. So Kimi Räikkönen still on the charge. He has now moved ahead of Jarno Trulli as well. So Räikkönen up to 4th place. Brilliant stuff from the Finn. Trulli back down, and we're watching David Coulthard, who's under pressure from Olivier Panis on the Bridgestones. Panis, Coulthard on the Michelins, and it's a struggle to keep the BAR behind.
But Ben, down in pit lane, the Williams team are working. They've got sets of tyres mounted on one of those racks, and they're being prepared. And we don't know whether when they take the covers off it will be a set of new slicks, or whether it's going to be something that will be... Well, I don't think we're going to put him out on the Michelin Intermediate. It's either going to be a full wet or a full dry.
Taking another look just over that rear wing as Olivier Panis tries to get down into Stowe that little quicker than David Coulthard. Another one to watch is Villeneuve. Villeneuve has got past Jenson Button. I was just going to say he's right behind him. Well, he's just got past. So Jacques Villeneuve on the Bridgestone tyres. The BAR team have not scored any points this year, but that puts him into 7th place.
Yes, a strong driver. An opportunity for BAR, for many of the teams that have been struggling to get into the points. Races like this really mix and match. And of course, it is truly a race about tyres more than anything else here this afternoon. The Bridgestone runners benefiting from that Bridgestone intermediate tyre. Jacques Villeneuve has benefited from it. He just got past Jenson Button, has moved into 7th place. Ralf Schumacher is probably about 3.5 to 4 seconds ahead. And this, looking back, Olivier Panis and David Coulthard, they're battling over 10th place. Coulthard, of course, stayed out a lap longer.
Oh, look,
Felipe Massa slides through the pair.
Well, great stuff. Massa really opportunistic there. Panis got a bit held up by Coulthard, backed off, and Massa said, right, I'm coming through. He's also on the Bridgestones, but I wonder how long Massa will last. We've seen him spin several times already today, but he's still in the battle. He's still 11th.
And he also knows how slippery the track is. He's had 2 offs in the first lap, now back in control, battling for that position. 10th place, Coulthard holds. Now Massa 11th. Panis slightly outmaneuvered by Massa into 12th place. Again, the rain heavy up at Beckett's. a lot less so around the front of the circuit.
Well, this is an enjoyable Grand Prix for us, and it's also, I'm sure, enjoyable for the drivers despite the conditions. The rain not that heavy that they're getting a lot of spray, which is the worst aspect of racing in the rain. Just this light rain leaving visibility good, a tricky track surface, and the opportunity to display some driving skills here. Despite all the traction control and driver aids, it's all about balance and control. And look at Massa.
Look at Massa, just drives around the outside of David Coulthard as if he wasn't there. And now Olivier Panis is ruining the fact that he allowed Massa to get through one lap earlier, and he's still caught behind David Coulthard. Look, Heidfeld now has gone past Olivier Panis as well. Both Saubers on their Bridgestones on their march forward.
Yeah, but Olivier's got to wake up. He's on the Bridgestones as well, and he's just letting them go past. And he's in the battle, but that's bad news for him. And as he has a little look again, and look, he's been closed up from behind by Fissy Keller. Fissy Keller's right behind them as well in the yellow Jordan. So as Coulthard holds up this group, there goes Heidfeld, gets past Coulthard. Panis now, Coulthard comes into the pits as Fissy Keller goes through as well.
And this has got to be, they must put a set of drives back on David Coulthard. They got it wrong when the rain came. They've got to get it right this time. They're going to take another gamble. David Coulthard coming in was in 10th, dropped down to 11th.
They weren't ready for him, John.
Slippery concrete. Well,
they weren't ready. They weren't expecting him in at all.
This is unbelievable. I've never seen something. I mean, had the radios gone down, there's a no communication between driver. There we see a set of dry weather tires on. Those are the groove slick tires, brand new set. Now the fuel going in, and this has just turned into a disaster. And the fuel hose didn't connect because they had to.
Still waiting for that
what
front
is
tire.
going on here today? This is, I mean, people pay to see a pantomime. They don't come to see it at a Grand Prix.
Well, it is a great surprise, and it's not often that we've seen McLaren put in a performance like this. It is being held up a little bit by Kimi Räikkönen, though. The Räikkönen starring in the other car, running in 4th place behind the Ferraris and Montoya. Now, well, it really is an eye-opener, this one, as we've completed 24 out of 60 laps. Still return to this battle that's going on here. And Michael Schumacher, of course, is our race leader, but the battle that's going on, he's involved in now because he's lapping this group. There is Olivier Panis. He's just about to slip past him. Nick Heidfeld next. Räikkönen is in.
Yes, but also down at Stowe, Irvine has stopped or has gone off. There's a yellow flag situation, and again, what is going on? Is there no communication? Räikkönen has gone out and instead of, there's Irvine's car. Irvine has stopped. We don't know whether that was a spin or whether he pulled off. He's on the right-hand side on the exit of Stowe. I presume he may well have pulled off. So now Renault preparing. So all the Michelin tired cars deciding that the conditions are just about drivable. David Coulthard off at club, gets back on the track again. And oh my goodness, I've never ever seen a race or a drive from any McLaren driver like this. Let's look at it again. Comes out of Stowe.
Well, this is Irvine first.
Sorry, this is Irvine. And a big spin in Irvine. And the car comes to a halt. Yes, so Irvine, I think he did hit the wall on the inside. So did a bit of crash testing. There's David Coulthard. This is the replay. When he went off down at Vale, getting back on at Club Corner, he obviously didn't even make Vale, he just went straight on. Remember, Coulthard straight out of the pits on a set of groove slick tyres.
Yeah, and Räikkönen has done the same. Now, it's either a good move or a bad move for Kimi Räikkönen. We saw how quick he was earlier on when it was damp and he was on the groove tyre. Coulthard, how can he now focus? How can he keep up the motivation after a race of one disaster after another? The Renault pit do look ready, at least, for whoever's going to come in. Trulli running 7th, Button currently in 8th place, and they're getting ready for him to come into the pits. Trulli just making his way around the complex at the moment, in fact, and you can see a whole bunch of cars there.
It's very busy. There's a McLaren in that somewhere. That's a Renault, in fact, so Renaults and Saubers, Benoldi and the Arrows, and there we see the second of the Renaults as Michael Schumacher comes through and now is lapped.
Yeah, it's Trulli coming in, yes. I think, John. It's Trulli, Jarno Trulli's coming in. Jenson Button has... Button has come in as well.
Both Renaults in.
So Button has decided to come in as well, or the team has decided to bring him in, and he's going to have to sit and wait, presumably, behind his teammate as they put tyres on. So here we go. Jarno Trulli will be attended to first, and sometimes, despite sitting in the pit lane, this can be the quickest way, because if you time it right when you go on to dry weather tyres, you can still gain the time lost.
We saw Ferrari do this in Malaysia when they won with that intermediate tyre, when there was total chaos when both Ferraris came in, and Michael Schumacher was second and he had to wait out, yet they came first and second in that Grand Prix. And now Button goes out of the pit lane as Trulli leaves onto the circuit.
That was a good effort from Renault. They did well there. Let's ride with Montoya a moment. He's still on his wet tyres, remember, and I wonder if he's going to be coming in soon. Well, it does look as though the Williams pit is ready for him. Massa versus Bernoldi. Yeah, this is the battle that's going on at the moment, and Massa in 7th place now, would you believe, with all these pit stops being made as Michael Schumacher tries to find his way through safely.
And Enrique Bernoldi, I think, really was slightly unexpected to see Michael Schumacher all over him, maybe lost him in his mirrors. As we look at Williams there, we see the set of tyres. That may well be a set of tyres that he ran in the first few laps of this race. He may well have liked that set of tyres. Montoya comes out of club corner looking for grip. Not very much of it available with the Michelin wet. As race leader Michael Schumacher comes across start-finish line for the 27th time. 3 laps now before we get to half distance.
He has a 10-second advantage over Rubens Barrichello.
But Barrichello's lapping 3.2 seconds a lap faster than Michael Schumacher.
But then Michael, I think, in the traffic, I think that's where he's been losing time over the last lap or two, fighting his way through these guys who are battling for position. Bernoldi has come into the pits, by the way, as Schumacher continues around, and Montoya so far is still out there, and rain is falling again. Look, there's more rain falling, so Montoya has not come in yet. He has decided to stay out, and the Williams pit were ready to receive him, but now they've decided to leave him out there for the moment with this change in conditions.
Well, what a race. I mean, no one could ever have anticipated a day like this. It's been just seat of your pants excitement. Bernoldi having just come out of the pits, and he may well have gone on to a set of slicks. Hopefully the team are quick enough to redress that situation as Montoya. So it looks like Renault and McLaren could be the big losers, and it's teams like BAR, Sauber, Jordan now into the top 10 for the first time with Fisichella, and Bernoldi in 10th place after that pit stop.
Well, these changing conditions, so hard to read. It reminds me of Johnny Herbert's win at the European Grand Prix at the Nürburgring some years ago. Just so hard to read. He decided to stay out there, and Michael Schumacher, of course, he hasn't changed onto dry weather tyres either. He's still on his intermediates, the rain falling,
but Ben,
that suits him.
That right rear intermediate looks to me as bold. You can see there's virtually no tread left on it at all, so I'm not sure how much longer Michael Schumacher can stay out with those tyres. They look to me that...
But indeed, he's still lapping quickly.
Yes, he's still lapping. He's lapping 1:31 that last lap. Barrichello down to a 32 again. The ebb and flow of traffic. But it's something just to keep an eye on the rear tyre wear on the intermediate Bridgestone on Ferrari.
Must point out, Villeneuve is to the points in the BAR Honda. He's 5th at the moment ahead of Felipe Massa. Despite all those spins, Massa is now in 6th place ahead of his teammate Heidfeld. Panis back down to 8th, then it's Fisichella. Now Kimi Räikkönen is the first of the runners who are on dry weather tyres. What sort of lap times Räikkönen doing? He did a 1:35.2 last time around, and that's about 3 seconds slower than the Ferraris up front.
Barrichello now, oh, David Coulthard's all gone wrong, and that's on the exit of Bridge Corner, and David is going to be, I think that's it all over for David Coulthard. He hit that corner marker sign. No, he's got it going again, but he will probably drive straight back into the pits. Remember, on those groove slick tyres, David Coulthard, what a oh, look at the rain. Well, there's no wonder. The rain is lashing it down, and this is only just directly behind the pits. Coulthard comes through Bridge. Watch the exit. The car just goes into a big loop. Oh, he just runs off. No grip at all. Bangs into that polystyrene corner marker. Well, fortunately, no damage. Those polystyrene markers are there deliberately. Here's the on view. Oh, David, I'm going to hit it. Oh, I tell you, what a ride, what a nightmare for the Scotsman today.
Ralf Schumacher got past him safely. Ralph still running in 4th, but Jenson Button has been back into the pits and has switched back onto wet weather tyres. McLaren are getting ready to receive presumably Kimi Räikkönen or David Coulthard. And
but Coulthard has continued on. He hasn't come in. And Coulthard has gone on. I would have thought after that incident he may well have gone straight back into the pits, but he stayed out, just completing another lap.
Well,
there he is.
He is still there. I don't know what they're up to today, John. I have no idea. But here comes Räikkönen, and he's the main loser, really, in all of this, because he's been driving out of his skin today, but with the rain coming down again, they have to put him back onto wet, and all that time lost. Well, I tell you what, they're putting fuel in as well. We'll watch this over the next few laps, because Räikkönen fired up, superb in these conditions, but can he do anything on those Michelin wets?
Well, I think McLaren and Renault basically were forced into a situation. They were losing out massively by staying out on the wet tyre to the Bridgestone intermediate. They thought that weather maybe had settled down, the rain was stopped sufficiently to take the risk, go back out in a set of groove slicks, and little after a lap or so did they do it. Then all of a sudden down comes the rain again. But look at Michael, that rear tyre wear is beginning to tell. He's having to struggle with the car as he came out of Abbey.
Well, look at this. We're seeing the Michelin Intermediates and Massa there having
out
another
of Abbey.
spin. So Massa, after all that hard work, now I'm not sure how many places he lost as he came around there.
He was in sixth place.
Comes Jarno Trulli, and they presumably are going to put him onto wets. But interesting to see McLaren are going to try the Michelin Intermediates.
So a set of wets goes back on. So full set of wets for Jarno Trulli. We did see that set of Michelin Intermediates being prepared. Let's see Felipe Massa comes out. Oh, very, very too keen to get past David Coulthard. And spun the car around just where Michael Schumacher did in the... I mean, how many times has Felipe Massa? I think it's 3 at least, if not 4. Coulthard in once again.
Well, of course, he got held up by Coulthard. Coulthard was struggling around on his dry weather tyres.
Yeah, but Massa should have anticipated that. He should have seen how slow Coulthard was. And he could see what tyres he's on as well. Drivers can tell, even at that speed, whether you're on a wet or a groove slick tyre.
Get this feeling here, McLaren are experimenting with David just to see whether these intermediate tyres are going to offer them anything better than they've got currently with the wets on Kimi Raikkonen's car. Michael Schumacher on the intermediate Bridgestone, storming away. Half distance completed in the British Grand Prix. The last time he won at Silverstone it was wet, and he's doing it again here.
Summer Bernoldi is off down at Vale Club. We haven't seen it on screen, but that's where that light yellow flag station is. So Enrique Bernoldi looks like he's going to be yet another retirement in this afternoon's Grand Prix. Frentzen went out some laps earlier. It looked like an engine failure. Bernoldi, we don't know whether it was just simply a spin. It could have been. So wait to see whether Bernoldi comes through. Well, he stopped, in fact, on our timing and scoring screen.
Although it's getting wetter, I don't think it's still wet enough for the Michelin wet to come back into its own. It's still the intermediate tyre that has the advantage. There's more drama going on at Sauber as we wait to see what they are doing. Looks like they've changed their decision on which tyres to run on the Sauber, and presumably Heidfeld and Massa both running, and there is Bernoldi out, as you said, John, down at the bottom part of the track, getting a good reception. But it's the end of the race for both Arrows, I'm afraid, after a very strong performance, particularly from Heinz, Harold Frentzen, and after their difficulties this week, well, they will continue over the next few weeks. I'm sure the financial difficulties, sadly, both cars are out of the Grand Prix.
Let's see what happened to Bernoldi. Well, it's slowing down, and that's a mechanical or electrical problem. Again, down in Vale, barely can get the car around. He wants to put it off as quickly as possible. And we see the intermediates, another set of intermediates going on to Felipe Massa. He's eating these tyres up, but no wonder the way the kid's driving. I mean, he doesn't know it's wet. He just knows it doesn't feel quite as good as it does in the dry.
He still goes for it. I tell you what this allows a little bit is for Montoya. Well, no, Montoya's still losing ground to the Ferraris in third place. The two Williams are running third and fourth, remember. Look at Villeneuve here. Villeneuve now fifth. As we said, he's up into the points and off.
Jordan
goes
off.
one of the Jordans.
Is that Fisichella
or Sato, I think.
Is it
Sato? Running wide, yes. He had a little bit of a moment in the earlier part of the complex.
Yep.
And
Renault.
Trulli. It's Trulli. Jarno Trulli's gone off of Copse. So Jarno Trulli, who was running inside the top six, and that's...
Michael Schumacher, brilliant at Barrichello. saw the back. So Rubens has spun. Has he kept the engine running? Yes, he has. That was at the exit of Abbey. So all over the circuit. All over the circuit with Jordans, Renaults and now Ferrari.
But he keeps second place, John, because he's way ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya, so no problem for maintaining second. Another set of wets goes on board with Ralf Schumacher, and it's a cleaner stop for him this time. Or is it?
Again, no fuel was put in. The fuel, the connector won't connect, so a problem. They have to take the spare, the reserve. So again, Ferrari preparing for by the Rubens Barrichello. Now we see this still the fueler cannot get it to connect. He was just, I think, under pressure.
It's still not working.
No, there's no fuel going in.
It engaged that time. It wasn't engaging. It engaged that time, but there's still no fuel flow.
He's going to have to put him back out again, Ben, because if they let him sit there, the engine temperature will build up. So this is, I've never seen a Grand Prix. We were giving McLaren a hard time. Now Williams are joining into the stage act as well.
Well, it is just all going on here. Where do we look next? This was the replay of Barrichello, a mistake on his own in the slippery conditions. Just a momentary loss of concentration. Barrichello spinning, but maintaining second position.
And that takes pressure off Michael Schumacher now. 21.6 second gap between first and second place. Barrichello paying the price, the 10-second penalty for the spin here, as Michael Schumacher comes through the exit of Abbey and then drops downhill under the bridge, through Bridge Corner. David Coulthard, the remnants of that polystyrene corner marker. And Michael Schumacher now dropping the lap times to 1 minute 40.1, but still lapping on average 2 to 2.5 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field.
He has a massive advantage, and he's still got to make his pit stop for fuel, remember, over half distance now. Is he coming in? Yes, he is. So this will be his one and only pit stop, although that doesn't allow for a change in conditions again, of course. Let's see, they're presumably put him back onto a new set of intermediates. Try and get a look at the tyres as he comes in.
It is a new set of intermediates. He's coming in. This is lap 33. He came in at the end of 32, just gone across the line, clicking up. So he will go back out on the 33rd lap.
Well, and that's how it should be done.
Long. That was a very short stop.
That's how it should be done. Ferrari, as ever, a superb stop, and despite the comedy of errors that's going on in the pit lane, for Ferrari everything goes perfectly according to plan. Now Barrichello's had his dramas today. He started from the back, fought his way up to second position, has had a spin, survives in second for the moment, comes in for his stop, goes back out on new intermediates, and now we watch Montoya, who runs in third place, a very comfortable third, but Villeneuve now up to fourth because Ralf Schumacher has made his stop. So Villeneuve we're still waiting to see make his fueling stop, I think. Villeneuve fourth, Heidfeld fifth, Panis in sixth place currently.
But of course Ralf Schumacher didn't get any fuel on board, so he's going to have to come back in again. But Villeneuve and VAR for one Grand Prix have really had a good day here so far.
Looks like the rain has stopped falling for the moment. Drying out once again a little bit, and it's once again the perfect conditions for the Bridgestone intermediate tyre users. Montoya is coming under a bit of pressure from Raikkonen, who is behind him here, but Raikkonen is a lap down in 10th place after all the dramas that McLaren have suffered. Now Montoya, I don't know whether he's going to fight for this position or not. He doesn't need to, but of course he might not realise that fully at this stage, even if he's getting the word on the radio.
Well, Barrichello just clipped the curb. You saw the back of the Ferrari step out. Now De La Rosa going to get the blue light in the car, the blue flag on the circuit, and Williams have still got to rectify that problem with their fuel rigs. I don't know what went wrong. This is something that's occurred on a number of occasions this year, affecting Williams also earlier in the season. But again, now the rain appears to either eased off or stopped, then Ferrari are going to have to consider how long they can go on these intermediate tyres, because once the track begins to dry, the rubber compound of that intermediate tyre is going to come under severe pressure, and Ferrari may have to make another rapid pit stop to think about going on to a set of completely dry weather groove tyres.
Yes, but they do have a big advantage in terms of time at the moment. Michael Schumacher, a very healthy lead, 22 seconds last time around over Rubens Barrichello, and then Montoya some way further behind that. Jacques Villeneuve running fourth, fifth place for Heidfeld, sixth place for Panis, then Fisichella, Ralf Schumacher, Felipe Massa and Kimi Raikkonen. And Raikkonen, of course, remember, is a lap down on Montoya, still behind Montoya on the track at this point.
So throughout the field, I mean, it's all confusion. Thank goodness we've got electronic lapping and scoring, because it has been a race of in and out of pits, spins, errors in driving. Michael Schumacher coming up now through the tail, and Olivier Panis is in sixth place, about to go a lap down. Panis will want to give way, but only in a place where it's convenient, and he just runs slightly wide into Brooklands, lets Michael take the racing line. Didn't lose any time in relation to his overall battle with Nick Heidfeld, because Heidfeld will now then become subject to the same requirements from race leader Michael Schumacher. What Panis needs to do is tuck in as much as possible behind the Ferrari and try and swoop through Heidfeld when that opportunity arises for Michael Schumacher.
Yes, indeed, and just taking a look inside the Williams pit here a moment ago, they've been struggling to sort out this refueling rig, and they're checking it there, trying to make sure that the fuel is flowing correctly. But what frustration for them. Here we are on board with Juan Pablo Montoya as he heads around Luffield Corner, still slipping and sliding his way around, some 7.7 seconds behind Barrichello. with Barrichello having made that stop recently, but presumably Montoya will have to stop as well soon.
Well, Montoya made a mistake on that last lap. He did a 38. Now that lap we've just seen go across start-finish line, back down to a normal pace of a 1:34.5, and that is just under 3 seconds a lap slower than race leader, or in fact for Rubens Barrichello, who's actually quicker on that last lap than Michael was.
Well, we sort of have an opportunity to just draw breath for a second in a race that has been so frantic throughout. We have now completed 35 out of 60 laps, and Montoya continues on his way. Third place for him at the moment. Both BAR Hondas are in the points. They have not scored any points so far this year, but Villeneuve runs fourth and Olivier Panis runs in sixth. What a story that would be if they can hold on to it. And here you are riding on board with Villeneuve. And it's not a battle for, sorry, Panis.
Panis and
behind
yes.
Heidfeld. This is a battle for what is fifth position.
So this is a battle. The two BARs currently in the top six. Villeneuve in fourth place, Panis in sixth. And Nick Heidfeld feeling a lot of pressure from Olivier Panis. And Panis needs to be careful because Heidfeld will not want to concede 2 points in fifth place anyway, other than the hardest fight possible.
Williams getting ready to make another pit stop. Now, is this the recovery pit stop for Ralph, or is this the refueling pit stop for Juan Pablo? We would imagine it's Montoya.
It's got to be Montoya. They've got to get Montoya in and out because he is their best opportunity. Montoya swings wide. Luffield, will he cut into the pit lane?
No, he doesn't.
And De La Rosa again just swings slightly ahead of him.
It is indeed Ralph who's coming into the pit lane as we speak. And there we are. This is the refueling for Ralph after it went so disastrously wrong last time. This continues to drop him down. They are putting dry weather tyres on. Bit of an experiment here for the Williams team, and this will help them decide when to bring Montoya in.
And also, of course, it gives everybody an opportunity. As you see, there's a car on the outside of the corner as we came out of club, and Panis and
Button was running wide.
Was Jenson Button indeed.
Yeah, he's down in 12th place now, Jenson Button. Of course, Trulli is out of the race entirely. Here comes Panis again, right behind the Sauber of Nick Heidfeld, and this the battle for fifth place. But Panis, who hasn't really had a good run at Silverstone for many, many years, he's only once been in the points here before. No points so far this season. What an opportunity this is for him.
And just ahead is Giancarlo Fisichella. Well, it's certainly a Jordan, I think it's Fisichella.
Yes, well, Fisichella actually running behind them on the road.
Yeah, so looking at the other screen, it's in fact the car that we saw was Michael Schumacher, but there is a Jordan somewhere amongst all this bunch of cars.
Yes,
and
just called
Olivier
Glimpse.
Panis just trying again to use whatever advantages the BAR has, but the Sauber's a pretty good car. Heidfeld well fired up.
Yes, let's see what Panis can do. He's attacking, pushing Heidfeld all the way. This is the battle for the points, and this is such a great opportunity for BAR Honda. Now look at this, Heidfeld using a bit of the wet track there, John, just trying to cool the tyres a bit.
Yeah, and I think Panis was doing the same thing on the right-hand side of the track, coming down just to stay on the slightly damper line before they get into the braking areas, just to ensure that the loads that they're now building up into these intermediate tyres are not going to be so much that they end up running out of tread altogether and therefore lose grip.
There you can see them sliding around as they come through Club Corner. Despite the traction control, there's a lot of steering effort going in. Again, Heidfeld using the wet part of the track, trying to keep those tyres as cool as possible up through Abbey Corner. And still this battle for fifth place continues. Now, interesting to see that Ralf Schumacher, who is on dry weather tyres, has just set some good competitive sector times as he's come out of the pits in the Williams. And that could mean, John, we'll see a few more coming into the pits for dry weather tyres soon.
Yes, and everybody in the pit lane will be watching Ralf Schumacher just to see what kind of times and how long it does take him to get down to comparable intermediate tyre times, and that's not very far away. And just for the Arrows fans, just views from the pit lane from Tom Walkinshaw that they both suffered engine problems. That's what saw both Arrows retire, and a great disappointment because their car, particularly Frenson's, was very, very quick this afternoon.
So, on board with Panis. Let's just watch a second here. And as we watch, we see Jenson Button coming in and David Coulthard in for McLaren. Can they finally get a pit stop that's clean and untroubled? Still waiting to see him come out.
Wing on to Jenson Button, fending adjustment on the radio.
Stalled now.
Oh no, it cannot get bad. No, it can get worse. Jenson Button leaves the pit lane. David Coulthard, the fuel again, this problem of refueling. I don't know why we've seen so much problem from two of the best teams in the pit lane.
It's just going wrong every single time. Finally, he gets the tyres on, and Coulthard is now heading out of the pit lane. Jenson Button has rejoined ahead. Here comes Raikkonen, taking his wet tyres off and putting the dries on. What can he do in the remainder of this race? He's out of the points at the moment, of course, after what turned out to be a badly timed stop earlier on for dry weather tyres.
So let's look at Raikkonen. This is on, remember, a set of wet Michelin coming down into Vale. Well, just simply it didn't get the car slowed down enough, able to drive across the grass. The lawn down at Vale sufficiently smooth, then back onto the exit of Club Corner. And this battle still with Heidfeld and Olivier Panis. And they're closer, and Heidfeld decides it's time to call off. Good strategy by, I think, Sauber. Get him in when these track conditions are in the transitional phase. Get in, get a set of slicks on, or a set of groove slicks on. But they've got to bring Panis in the next time around. He's got an opportunity in this lap to get up to his natural speed. He was being held up, but look at the tyre wear. Those intermediates almost completely worn out in the inside shoulders on the front.
Yes, but this has worked well because they can go straight onto dry weather tyres. And the question is, of course, John, will Ferrari decide that they have to now switch from those intermediates soon onto dry weather tyres? Montoya is going quickly now. Montoya's just done a 1 minute 30.511. So that's a good lap from the Colombian, running in third place.
And he's 26 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. So this race is going to become a proper Grand Prix, if it hasn't been that already, in the latter part of this event. Nick Heidfeld very tentative as he goes out on that set of groove slicks for the first lap, feeling the circuit, feeling where the grip is. Ferrari now preparing for one of their two cars. We'll wait to see whether it's Michael Schumacher coming in first or will it be Rubens Barrichello.
Yes, it is time for them to change onto slicks. This was the modification that was going on to the McLaren fueling rig after they suffered yet more problems. Both Williams and McLaren have suffered today.
You know, every team in the pit lane practice this thing. They do it Sunday mornings.
Them to change onto slicks. This was the modification that was going on to the McLaren fueling rig after they suffered yet more problems. Both Williams and McLaren have suffered today.
You know, every team in the pit lane practice this thing. They do it Sunday mornings before the morning warm-up. They spent many days practicing wherever possible. So Michael Schumacher coming round Luffield. Is he going to be the Ferrari that comes in?
And Villeneuve's in as well, John. So Jacques
Villeneuve.
No,
he goes past. He doesn't come in.
I think that's, yeah, just taking a look. That's Panis going past, actually, so Villeneuve is in.
Yes.
Jacques comes in, and Panis continues, so the two BAR Hondas still in with a chance here of getting some points, going on to dry weather tyres. Looks like their refuelling rig did work okay.
Yes, and there one of the Jordans also in the pit lane, Giancarlo Fisichella. Fisichella now came in 6th place. Villeneuve was 4th. So pit lane, look at this. Rubens Barrichello and Montoya come in, line astern, 2nd and 3rd in the Grand Prix. Barrichello comes to a stop. Montoya further down the pit lane comes to a stop.
This is the battle for 2nd place in the British Grand Prix. Can the Williams team get Montoya out quickly enough for him to be able to challenge Barrichello in the remaining laps in this race? The fuel hose did work, and Montoya slips and slides his way out.
9.2 seconds for Montoya, 6.4 for Barrichello.
But of course Barrichello had his refueling done already. It was purely a tyre change for Barrichello, whereas Montoya needed to refuel. So that explains the slight difference in time. But it does give Montoya a chance to go chasing after him. It just depends whether the Williams is up to the task.
Well, I think in these conditions the Bridgestone groove slick is going to be the tyre that's got the initial advantage. If we just got a glimpse of Montoya going through Beckett, we go back to Michael Schumacher. And Ferrari, are they preparing for him yet? Well, certainly there's work going on within the Ferrari garage. The Barrichello has been in and out 3 times this afternoon. Michael Schumacher has only been in and out twice, but one more to go.
Ralf Schumacher fastest on track last time around on his dry weather tyres. He did a 1:29.1. He's currently running down in 9th place, so we're going to see a big improvement in lap times coming now over these next 2 laps, and surely that means they will have Michael Schumacher in to put him onto dry weather tyres. Here comes Olivier Panis now for his dries as Villeneuve continues round. He's 5th. This will bring Villeneuve back up into 4th place again.
So we have to see how when Panis comes out, the battle that he had with Nick Heidfeld. Heidfeld showing in 8th place. Oh, look at this.
That's the battle for 2nd.
Pass.
Montoya takes Barrichello for 2nd place, and what a good outlet that was from Montoya. He's been able to challenge the Ferrari, and he's been able to get past.
And that must be a surprise for Rubens Barrichello, because on that set of Bridgestone tyres in these conditions, I'll watch Barrichello coming back.
This is great
right under the rear wing. He's right under the rear wing. Can he have a go down the outside? It's the wrong part of track. And Montoya maintains the racing line. but Barrichello might shoot up the inside. No, he's lost the momentum on the exit of the corner.
Well, it's a battle between two mates. These two are quite close. In fact, I think Barrichello, pretty much Montoya's only mate in Formula One. They get on very well, but they're racing hard here. And Montoya's taken him. He's got second place. And Barrichello perhaps not quite as happy with the car in these conditions now as the Williams goes charging away. But they're a long, long way behind Michael Schumacher. About 50 seconds behind. This was the move.
Yes, probably a very unexpected move for Barrichello because Montoya took a punt down there. Let's look at it again. No way. Well, Barrichello much slower on the exit of bridge. Montoya sticks the Williams down the inside. Job done. Thank you very much. Then Barrichello comes back, coming across start-finish line. Montoya moves to the right to block and he moved down the inside. Look at the stuff on the, look at the rubbish on the track being blown up in the air.
Yeah, well, Montoya made his one move across, which he's permitted to do. And Patrick Head keeps a close eye on proceedings as Montoya looks at scoring points here at Silverstone after a series of non-finishes in recent races. But the task of beating Michael Schumacher may well be beyond him because Schumacher has such a comfortable lead at this stage in the race. So 129 last time around from Michael Schumacher. Rubens Barrichello still following the Williams BMW of Juan Pablo Montoya. Now the Ferrari team getting ready, so we are getting prepared now for Michael Schumacher's change onto dry weather tyres. We saw that it was only just over 6 seconds at a stationary for Barrichello. Should be about the same for Michael Schumacher, and he'll be able to comfortably maintain the advantage in this race, but his 48-second lead will be reduced.
Well, we would anticipate from the point when he leaves the circuit into the pit lane, comes in 80 k's per hour, stops, refueled, tired, back out, across the line at the end of the pit lane. You're looking at about adding 25 seconds to a lap. So this lap's going to be somewhere around about the 153, 154.
So comes in on the speed limiter.
So that he should be about 20-25 seconds advantage when he returns to the track and completes what will be lap 44.
Those are very worn intermediates coming off there. We didn't get quite a glimpse, but they look pretty bold to me as he comes back out. Yeah, just a tyre change again. He had enough fuel on board already, so no problems there. And Montoya comes through bridge corner. That's the advantage that Michael Schumacher has. They won't be anywhere near onto this straight as Michael Schumacher exits the pit lane. So a very comfortable advantage still for the Ferrari driver.
And the Williams and Ferrari, Montoya and Barrichello just coming through Luffield as Michael goes through Beckett. So well, the gap clearly has been reduced, whether it's under the 20 seconds or above it. We will wait and see one more lap. Look at Barrichello right again under the rear wing. Barrichello now having had that exploratory lap in which he lost second place, gaining the confidence, getting the feel for the Ferrari in these conditions and beginning to offer a challenge once again to second place on Montoya.
Well, maybe we had the reverse situation. Maybe the Bridgestone tyre was harder work when it was cold, and now it's up to temperature, it's working better. You're looking at Ralf Schumacher. He's down in 8th place. He is a lap behind these guys effectively, or he will be. He's already a lap behind Michael Schumacher as these two come through in 2nd and 3rd. Villeneuve is still in 4th place. Panis is 5th. The two BAR Hondas looking to score their first points of the year. What a story that would be. Heidfeld is 6th. Fisichella is 3.8 seconds behind Heidfeld in the Jordan, running in 7th place. So Fisichella still in with a chance of scoring points. Ralf Schumacher 8th, Felipe Massa 9th, Raikkonen, who's been up and down like a yo-yo in this race, currently running in 10th place, 127.3 last time around for Kimi Raikkonen. Sato's still running, he's in 11th place, then Jenson Button is 12th, Coulthard, despite all his problems, is still running, he's in 13th place, and our last runner, 14th place, Pedro de la Rosa.
Okay, Michael Schumacher comes across the line for the 44th time. We wait for Juan Pablo Montoya and Rubens Barrichello to come across. I anticipate the gap to be probably about 20-22 seconds in favour of Michael Schumacher. But look at Schumacher just once, back out on track, immediately up to speed, just the confidence that he has and just his ability, that cat-like skill he has in these very difficult conditions has always marked him out to be something very special.
Just watch him into
14.5 seconds.
14.5 seconds.
14.5 seconds. Well, that's a bit of a wake-up call, Michael, if you ever wanted it. You cannot afford to relax. Not that in the remaining laps. You're on lap 45, 15 to go. And that will be a tough call if Michael finds himself with any kind of problem. We've seen that happen in the Canadian Grand Prix, but Silverstone is not hard on brakes. It's a mechanically fairly gentle circuit for the Grand Prix car.
So Michael Schumacher does still have a race on, but he has a very comfortable advantage. 14 seconds still should be enough, particularly looking at the pace of Barrichello in recent laps, who's really been looking, if anything, slightly faster than Montoya, although Montoya it is who holds second position at the moment. Ferrari have certainly been in a race. What we have to remember, John, is that Michael and Barrichello have made 3 stops this afternoon compared to 2 stops for Montoya. Williams did a good job today timing the pit stops on the tyre choice, and that has enabled them to stay in the hunt here. But as Michael goes over the line at 125.7, that's 0.3 of a second faster than Montoya did last time around. We'll wait to see what the Colombian can achieve this time. You can see the countdown. It was 14.4. It's up to 15.0 now. And here comes Barrichello again, filling the mirrors of the Williams BMW.
Yeah, I think what Williams have got to think about is not really going for victory here. They've got to think about consolidation for second place. 6 points in the championship. They need those championship points. And of course, what they do not want is another Ferrari 1-2. And with Ralf Schumacher down in 8th place, he's 4.3 seconds behind Fisichella, and he's actually not even lapping as quickly as Fisichella. So Ralph's out of the equation. Looks like he's decided mentally he's out of the race. Montoya with a race on his hands, with Rubens Barrichello looking every way possible to find a way past the Williams BMW. Of course, fairly even on horsepower. Where the difference lies is in the way the tyre operates in these mixture of damp and wet patched racetrack. And can Montoya maintain the consistency he's driven with so far all race?
So Barrichello right in the hunt there, you can see on the super slow-mo as they come through Club Corner. He wants to move back up into second place. The gap between Michael Schumacher and Montoya, remember, at around 15 seconds. Jacques Villeneuve is running in 4th. He's over a minute behind these two. So it's a long gap back to the BAR Honda, but he won't care about that. All he will be worried about is a chance to score points. Down in the Williams pit, it's really been an up-and-down day. And here
goes Kimi Raikkonen. So Raikkonen is out. Raikkonen was running in 10th place. Another engine failure. Coulthard had one this morning. Raikkonen had one yesterday. And Barrichello gets alongside. Can he get the job done into Kopp's corner?
He's going to have to be brave.
He touched. Right front left rear touch from Barrichello. But what a courageous move. Montoya gave him no room at all, but he gave him enough still to get away with it. But there was a touch left rear right front.
Fantastic, what a good move, but sad news for Kimi Raikkonen. Well, it all went wrong with the extra pit stops they made and poor tyre choice as it turned out in the weather conditions. But this was the blow-up, I think. Well, no, this is the replay of the battle for second, and take a look at Barrichello.
Now watch, they turn in Barrichello. Oh, there it is, the touch. I mean, that was not enough to do any damage, I would have thought, to either car. But nevertheless, entering into that corner in that context, probably at about 150 miles an hour. So a scary moment. Whoa! Well, and Montoya fighting for grip on the middle to outside of the track, had to get as much room as possible, but at the same time couldn't afford to squeeze Barrichello, or both would have been out.
So once again, the Ferrari performance on the dry track proving to be slightly stronger than Williams BMW. Montoya can't quite match the pace of Rubens Barrichello now. The track is drying out that little bit more. Michael Schumacher has just crossed the line. These guys have got some traffic to deal with them right ahead. Ralf Schumacher, Jensen Button's in there as well. He's just been passed. And Montoya also now finding his way past Jensen Button safely as they continue on round. 47 laps been completed so far. So Michael Schumacher in control of the British Grand Prix, some 16 seconds ahead of his teammate now, Rubens Barrichello, who has moved into second place after a feisty pass of Colombian Juan Pablo Montoya. Montoya now holding on to third and really safe there as long as he has no mechanical problems, because his advantage over Villeneuve in fourth, some minute and 5 seconds, and then Panis running in 5th place and Heidfeld in 6th, still under a bit of pressure from Fisichella and the Jordan in 7th.
Yes, that's a little battle that's been evolving, and of course the Silverstone-based team against the Swiss-based team. As we once again see, well, this is a better Ralf Schumacher being lapped by Barrichello and by Montoya. What a disappointing day for Ralf Schumacher. Further down the field, where we've got further retirements, Salo is out 5 laps ago, Webber out 6 laps ago. Oh, that's right, they only did 3 laps. So early retirements for Webber and for Salo.
Yeah, disappointment, and we've got 14, in fact 13 runners now with the retirement of Kimi Raikkonen. That's a good many retirements for a British Grand Prix. Normally we see a good reliability record here, but here's the man, Michael Schumacher. Dominant once again, storming away, using that middle section of the race. Well, it wasn't really the middle. The early stages when it rained and he put the intermediates on, that was his opportunity to get ahead of Montoya, and he grasped that opportunity, and ever since then, using those Bridgestone tyres to their full effect, he's been able to pull out the advantage. Fast again, a 1:24.455, fastest lap of the race there for Michael Schumacher.
Ben, that is only 1 second per lap slower than Mika Häkkinen's dominant fastest lap in last year's Grand Prix in conditions which are far from ideal.
Villeneuve's also lapping quickly at the moment, but he coming under some threat himself here from being lapped, and that means Michael Schumacher looking to lap everybody up to 4th position. What an amazing performance, and that is despite having made 3 pit stops in this race. Jacques Villeneuve has made 2.
So the progress continues. Michael Schumacher just lapping 1:24 as Barrichello a second a lap slower on that last lap. And well, this is why this man is a 4-time world champion. And by the French Grand Prix, if he wins here and wins in France, he could be crowned the 2002 world champion. Montoya nevertheless hasn't given up, but just hasn't got the pace, running about half a second a lap now slower. In fact, over that than Barrichello in second place. And again, Williams hoping to consolidate that second place and not able to. The speed of the Ferrari just too much again for the Williams BMW package.
But what a fight they've put up here today. It has been a stunning race throughout. The weather conditions certainly adding to the mix superbly well. And for Williams, it is disappointment. They had the pole position, they had the lead of the race in the early stages, but they just could not compete against the Bridgestone users, particularly Ferrari, once the rain started to fall. But Montoya's not giving up. He's been aiming to score some points, and that's what he's got the opportunity to do here, running in a safe 3rd place, still 2.7 seconds behind Barrichello.
Well, Montoya sitting in 3rd place, still pushing hard, doing the middle of 1:25s, but now the Ferraris both consistently running in the middle of 1:24s, high 1:24s. And what a tough day it's been. What an exciting Grand Prix. Those opening laps when it started dry, then the rain began to fall. And this has been, I think, the most exciting Grand Prix I've seen, certainly this year. And a race that there still could be some excitement, because down the field, Fisichella in 7th place is still battling away with Nick Heidfeld. There's just under 2 seconds difference. But Heidfeld also battling with Olivier Panis. He's at 1.6 seconds behind Panis in 5th place.
Yeah, so keep an eye on those battles. There's Fisichella. Well, we saw that on the classification. A little bit of was that tyre smoke from the back of Montoya's car?
There was a little puff. I don't know whether it was a tyre smoke. It's unlikely a rear wheel would have locked at that point. And I didn't see a front wheel locking, but something we'll keep an eye on. As Michael Schumacher continues on his way on the exit now, out of Beckett's, down Hanger Straight for the 51st time.
Yeah, just 10 laps to go for Michael Schumacher, looking for his 2nd Grand Prix victory in the British Grand Prix and his 60th Grand Prix win overall. What a stunning record that is. The statistics keep on growing, and Michael Schumacher looking for his 7th win of the year. Now, interesting that there's some discussion about fuel levels, we believe, going on down there in the Williams pit. Maybe there's some concerns about the amount of fuel on board. Yeah, he's saying let's reduce the revs, and then we can perhaps save fuel, something he's used to doing from his time racing in America.
Okay, one, we're going to go A up 2, A up 2.
But they're actually asking him to change the engine setting effectively. They're asking him to change the engine setting, which he can do on the steering.
Who's behind? But I mean, he's in a position, he's got over a minute advantage over Villeneuve, so if Williams were uncertain about the amount of fuel on board, they could easily bring him in and give him a splash and dash. And if I was in their position with a minute advantage over 4th place, that's what I would be thinking of doing.
In total, it's Villeneuve. He's 68 seconds behind you, 68 seconds.
Well, that's for the information he needs to know. And now he perhaps, with a change of engine setting, the revs now not going quite so high. Hopefully he will have enough fuel to make it through to the end of the race.
But of course, with the track getting drier, you tend to go quicker, and that will then compensate for the reduction in RPM, and whatever the mixture setting would have been, you tend to want to lean the engine off. But Leaning engines off are not what I like to do too often. These engines are at best hand grenades. If you start leaning them off too much, you pull the pin out on it.
That's right. Well, I think they certainly might have gambled a little bit with the fuel going in, because they knew they were in the battle with Barrichello when they both came into the pits at the same time, so they might have gone as marginal as possible. And with the dry conditions now, just using that bit more, they are going to have to conserve fuel in the remaining laps.
There is another battle going on. We're not seeing it really on screen right now, but it's an inter-team battle, because Panis is carving away Jacques Villeneuve's fourth place. It's down to just under 7 seconds. There's a blow up for Takato Suma. So Sato out 10th place. Big blow up for Honda.
Well, that's a great shame as well for the Japanese. He was running in 10th place. Looked as though we were going to get both Jordans to the finish, but not to be, I'm afraid. And Sato, who hoped for so much from this British Grand Prix weekend, disappointed once again.
And she's going to blow just in the middle of Copse Corner, and Sato doing a good job bringing the car in Eddie Jordan's face. Well, he's disappointed, but focus for Jordan is on Giancarlo Fisichella, but he's dropped away from Nick Heidfeld in 6th place, down to 3.2 seconds, so Fisichella unable to take that battle to 6th place. One more point for Jordan would give him 7 points, and if the two BARs finish 4th and 5th as they're running right now, they will have gained 5 points from this one Grand Prix.
Funny situation actually, John, if looking at Jordan's career in the past, they've had their ups and downs, as we know, over the years. And a few years ago, they came to Silverstone having scored no points whatsoever. That was back in 1998. Just looking back at that engine blow-up, it was pretty spectacular, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Fortunately, Sato was pretty much offline. He saw it, or he would have felt it and known about it before he got into Copse, but it really let go big time in the exit. And hopefully he didn't put any liquids down on the exit of the corner, which would be considered the ideal exit for those cars that are currently still on track racing. Michael Schumacher, in the meantime, still pounding away, fastest second sector time of all day. Lap 1 minute 24.528, and Barrichello now some 18.2 seconds behind, but a 6.3 second advantage over Montoya, who's had to maybe rein back a little bit in terms of fuel in 3rd place.
Montoya's pace still looking fairly good, so he's reduced revs, but the lap times are staying pretty similar as Barrichello makes his way, trying to get past Nick Heidfeld here. And as you say, we can't really see Fisichella that close. Just see him in the background. He was much closer than this at one stage.
Yeah, he's back down to 3.3 seconds. The trouble for Montoya is that he is doing all the things that the team asked, but the track is getting drier. He's also in a rhythm, and when you're a driver in a rhythm, if you reduce revs or make changes to the engine, it doesn't actually make an enormous amount of difference in a Grand Prix. It might in a single flying lap, but not in a Grand Prix, because that rhythm is really what carries you through the Grand Prix, and you don't want to start breaking that unnecessarily.
Barrichello safely past Nick Heidfeld and maintains 2nd position, some 19 seconds behind his teammate Michael Schumacher. Looking at another Ferrari 1-2. No arguments about team orders on this occasion, however. Barrichello had to start from the back after stalling the engine at the start of the formation lap. What would have happened if he'd started up front? Well, that would have been a different story, but we could have had a three-way tussle in the early stages for the lead. As it was, Barrichello's done a fantastic job to make up the lost ground and to be running in 2nd place.
Yes, and interestingly, he was quite cautious coming through bridge. He was nowhere near as committed as certainly he would have been in qualifying. And I think Rubens now under no real threat. 7.3 seconds advantage, and I'm sure the team are fully aware. They've watched the same pictures, Ferrari that is, watched the same pictures on their monitors on the pit lane, pit wall that you have at home, and they can also, in some degree, monitor all the radio traffic, so they'll know that Williams are marginal on fuel and that they're not going to be threatened by Williams, so Rubens can afford to drop back or ease off a little bit in the gap. In fact, between Michael and Barrichello now up to 20.4 seconds.
Yes, Panis is closing up a little bit to Jacques Villeneuve, just getting that little bit closer each lap around. Maybe not just Montoya will be conserving fuel, that is a factor to watch out for in the latter parts of this race.
Remember, Olivier Panis had to jump into the spare car because his car on the exit of the pits before the start of the race had a problem. And Olivier Panis having a frustrating weekend. Maybe all that frustration will be repaid to him, but that battle that is going on with his own teammate, just under 6 seconds, 5.8 seconds now. Olivier doesn't need to race his teammate. He must be careful not to try too hard, try not to get into a battle where it wouldn't be necessary, either to force his car or his teammate's car to a pace where there really isn't a challenge. Heidfeld is a further 3.6 seconds behind in 6th place and offering no threat to Olivier Panis.
David Richards, team boss of BAR. We saw him on the pit wall there for a moment. What a moment this could be for the BAR Honda team. Absolutely no points scored throughout the season so far. We've got over the halfway point in the championship, but a chance today to score points for both Jacques Villeneuve and Olivier Panis, to score 5 points, and that would be such a boost to their fortunes. Of course, this is their local track, the team based just down the road in Brackley. It's been a tough time for the team, but what an opportunity this could be. Just looking back, last time they were in the points, in fact, was last year at Monza, so nearly a year ago, not quite, but it has been a long time.
Well, Ralf Schumacher suddenly has got a bit of a wake-up call, I think, from the team. He's some 6.9 seconds behind Fisichella, who now, Fisichella's closed up to Heidfeld. Heidfeld seems to be struggling. Fisichella 1.6 seconds, so there's going to be a major battle. Giancarlo Fisichella trying to run down the Sauber in 6th place. And Olivier Panis stretching his advantage now to 4.1 seconds over Heidfeld. Now the Heidfeld's got a problem with grip and maybe just tyre wear, or a problem we're not aware of, but Fisichella making a last dash challenge to the Sauber for that single point for 6th place.
Let's just ride with Michael for a moment there. Oh, well, in fact, so we'll switch and have a look at Barrichello. Looks like Michael's beginning to take things a little easy with just 4 laps to go. His trademark as sensible to just drop the pace off a little bit. There's no rush, and his 2nd place man is Barrichello, his teammate. Anyway, there you can see Fisichella. That was the gap between Heidfeld and Fisichella as they came through, back down to 1.6 seconds.
Yes, and that's been closing down that gap over the last 3 or so laps. I've been keeping an eye on Heidfeld and Fisichella. It got ready to 3.8 seconds, but look, a problem. That's Jenson Button. Well, he pulled out of the way, but has he run out of fuel? He's coming into the pit lane very slowly indeed, and he's just coasting down the pit lane. I think he's lost the engine. I think he's out of petrol.
He was in 10th. He's just been passed by David Coulthard, who now therefore comes up into 10th place. It has not been a good day for the British drivers, I'm afraid. Alan McNish didn't even get to start from the grid. Eddie Irvine went out after 5 laps of the race. He spun out. And then we've seen problems for Coulthard in the pits, and now we've seen problems for Jenson Button. Sorry, 33 laps he has done.
The engine's still running, in fact, so it isn't a fuel problem. It's another problem. It may well be that the electronics. Let's look and see what this is. Well, yes, Ralf Schumacher being allowed to unlap himself on 3rd place, and Pablo Montoya.
So Button makes his stop. Can they get him back out again? Engine does sound very rough there, and I don't think that this race. Well,
there's a left front problem as well. Looking around the brakes, and is it a mechanical part, a suspension component, and upright? They're looking certainly around the hub, brake area, some of the wheel bearing, something like that. Inside that disc, the hub, the wheel bearing, all that so finely made. These parts are like a piece of Fabergé jewellery. They're just absolute pieces. Take weeks to make. In fact, cost a fortune. And a driver can write one off in the blink of an eye and just walk away and say, oh, sorry.
Well, Michael Schumacher has nothing to apologise about. He is storming away once more, looking for victory here at Silverstone. His advantage maintained over Rubens Barrichello, who's just put in a very quick first sector, so we might see the fastest lap of this race go a little quicker again. He already has the fastest lap, Barrichello. Might go a little quicker in the closing stages. Nothing to lose, of course. We have 12 cars still running out of the 21 cars that originally set off. Well, I say 21, of course McNish didn't even get to move off the grid, so 20 cars actually set off into Copse for the first time. 12 of them left, and Barrichello still charging along on this lap as he enjoys the latter part of the race. Well, a great performance for BAR Honda here, John. Possibly, they've still got to make it through a couple more laps. Villeneuve 4th, Panis in 5th.
Yes, and just looking down the pit lane, Jenson Button has actually stepped out of his Renault. There's a problem on that left front wheel. It looks to be to do with the mechanism, the retention mechanism that ensures that the wheel nut stays in place, and whatever the cause was, I thought it was something that looked like he just limped into the pits out of fuel. He came in that slowly, but in fact it's been a mechanical problem. It may have been a number of problems, but certainly the left front wheel suspension at the wheel end. Clearly the problem. Renault pulled the car sadly back into the garage. It's not been a great day for them either, with Jarno Trulli off at Copse now. Button out of the race on lap 57 for him.
But Michael Schumacher is now very much into the closing stages of this Grand Prix. He has a lap and a half to complete, brings it through into the complex for the penultimate time, and the Ferrari fans are cheering and shouting as it looks like it's going to be another dominant 1-2 finish for this team. What a car they have this season. They've used it perfectly as well today, and the combination of Ferrari and Bridgestone tyres is really what has had the advantage today, John. Of course, having the 4 times world champion behind the wheel helps.
It certainly does, and if you want to make motor racing more competitive, then put Michael Schumacher out to pasture, but that's not going to happen, certainly in the immediate future. In the meantime, Barrichello, that 1:23.083, actually eclipsed last year's fastest race lap by Mika Häkkinen by about just over 3/10 of a second there. Ferrari engineers climbing up on the protective barriers to wave to Michael Schumacher. A stunning drive from the world champion, and never ever put a foot wrong all afternoon.
He battled with Juan Pablo Montoya in the early stages of the race. They had a fantastic wheel-to-wheel confrontation for several laps, but once the rain came down and the intermediate tyres came on, it was all Michael Schumacher from then on, and he has controlled the pace of the race as perfectly as we have come to expect. He is the master at the moment, and he has been for some years now, and Michael Schumacher now just coming up to complete the race. This will be the 12th win for Ferrari at Silverstone, matching the number of victories that McLaren has had at this track. It hasn't always been a lucky track for them, but Ferrari did take their first ever win in Formula One here at Silverstone back in 1951, and this will be their 152nd victory in the history of Grand Prix racing. It's courtesy of Michael Schumacher. He comes out of the final corner, and it's victory for the 2nd time in his career at Silverstone. Michael Schumacher wins the British Grand Prix.
Michael. Fantastic.
Very good job, Michael. Superb today. Well done.
And I think Ross Brawn sums it up.
Broke the jinx of Silverstone.
Yes, the jinx of Silverstone. Rubens Barrichello, another superb drive from the Brazilian.
I'm happy it's over, I tell you, with this weather here, so unpredictable. Ross, I want to say thank you for what you've done today. I don't think I would have taken the right decision today. Wow, what a race. Luckily, Rubens got second as well. Fantastic, guys. Well deserved.
Well done to you, Michael. It was very difficult. Well done.
Well, that's the radio traffic we're allowed to hear from Ferrari. There's a lot of others we don't, but we're delighted Ferrari team, Jean-Todt, Ross Brawn, congratulating both Michael and Rubens on a brilliant job.
Interesting comment there that Michael obviously felt he would have chosen differently, and it was obviously Ross's decisions there on tyre choice, presumably, and when to make the stop and which tyres to use. And Michael saying very much, well, thank you for that. I think I might have chosen differently. Ross Brawn, the master tactician, once again responsible for a Ferrari 1-2, this time at Silverstone.
And the happiest man in the pit lane isn't Jean-Todt, isn't Ross Brawn. It is, in fact, David Richards of BAR, who have scored their first points of the season. They get a third, a fourth and a fifth, 5 points, and I promise you Dave Richards today will think he is king of Banbury.
Yeah, that is a fantastic result. I'm so pleased for the team that's put in so much effort. The BAR team, the last time they had both cars in the points was the American Grand Prix of 2000. So it's been a while, but Villeneuve and Panis both in the points here today, and maybe they can do something with the rest of this season. Jordan, of course, not making it into the points. Fisichella finished 7th after a race-long battle. It was Heidfeld who picked up the final point for Sauber, and that's good news for the Swiss team as they try and chase down Renault in the Constructors' Championship.
And interesting, Ben, we got a glimpse in the pit lane of Jean-Todt walking over to one of the senior Bridgestone, not I was going to say engineers, he isn't, he's one of the senior Bridgestone management, and saying thank you very much, because they know how much this victory was a part of Bridgestone as it was of Ferrari and their 2 drivers.
Yes, and of course Bridgestone a major part of the reason that we see both BAR Hondas in the points. But Michael was delighted, and you heard them talk about breaking the Silverstone jinx. He has just had the 1 victory at Silverstone before. That was a wet race as well, and it's happened for him again 4 years later. He's taken the win, and it's a 1-2 for Ferrari. In the Constructors' points table, they leap further ahead, and all Michael Schumacher needs to do now is win in France and then have the opportunity to win and take the title at the German Grand Prix in Hockenheim. What an opportunity that would be for him to take that record, to match the record of Juan Manuel Fangio, and to be able to do it at his home Grand Prix. it could happen, but first of all, he'll have to win the French Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. Now, for the moment, Jenson Button down in 7th place in the Drivers' Championship. Disappointed today, of course, retired right at the end of the race. Montoya driving superbly, and what a display they put on for us in the early stages of this race. And Barrichello also, good run from him. That was a superb overtaking manoeuvre he put on his mate Montoya.
Well, if you think what Barrichello had to do, he had to start at the back of the field, and he came up through the field. He started to get some resistance when he got up to the Renaults. Nevertheless, he made his way through the field. He proved that overtaking is possible in Formula One and drove an absolutely brilliant race. And I think that getting also fastest race lap and beating the fastest lap from last year's race, Mika Häkkinen's 1:23.4 with a 23.0 in these conditions is a pretty masterful day's work from the Brazilian.
Great reception for Michael Schumacher after that. That was a hard-won race, and look at that, the two BAR Honda teammates. What relief, what an opportunity, both in the points for the first time this season after struggling so much. And there, Michael Schumacher and Ross Brawn, the unbeatable combination sometimes, nearly always in fact, and particularly when there's any question over strategy.
And I think Ross Brawn is going to be the Ferrari representative on the podium to receive the Constructors' Award, and a thoroughly well-deserved. Ross, of course, lives just outside Oxford, and but most of the time is spent down in Italy in Maranello. And I think there will be a few bottles of fine wine opened this evening by Ross, and it's going to be a memorable Grand Prix here today for Ferrari as well.
Look at the Bridgestone runners in that top group of cars. Only Montoya getting a Michelin up amongst them, and that was a pretty heroic effort for him when you lost so much time in those wet conditions, those semi-wet conditions that suited the Bridgestone Intermediate so well. Villeneuve and Panis for BAR Honda. Heidfeld scoring the final point for Sauber, and the other finishers, Fisichella. Ralf Schumacher, a disappointing afternoon, but they did have problems in the pit lane, remember. He had problems each time he came in. They had a problem putting the tyre on, and then they had a problem refueling, had to send him back in again. So Ralf ended up down in 8th. Massa, with lots of spins, ended up in 9th place. And not many classified, really, when it comes to a British Grand Prix. Many more non-finishers than we normally expect.
But no doubt weather conditions played a large part of that, and some were driver error, some were just simply mechanical problems. But Michael, now the leap, maybe not as high as it was in his earlier career, but nevertheless there it was.
And now the Italian anthem for the winning constructor, Ferrari. Well, Michael Schumacher does look happy, doesn't he? I mean, he always does, but I think this means a lot to him to win here at Silverstone again after 4 years away from the top step of the podium. And, of course, the race where he broke his leg, remember, back in 1999. The first time he's won at Silverstone since he broke his leg. He's run competitive races. Last year he was beaten by Mika Häkkinen. This year he did everything right. And Ross Brawn, suitably enough, delighted with another 1-2 finish for Ferrari. Well, Montoya took the battle to Ferrari today. He started from pole position, but he did not quite have the pace, particularly in the damp conditions and even in the dry towards the end. But it's the first time he's finished since Austria, and he'll be pleased about that. At least he's put that string of retirements behind him.
Yes, I think that's a big plus for a driver. When you've gone through a string of retirements, you just wonder when you're going to stop. Now Ross, well, he likes a drop of champagne. He drinks only the best, and he's getting a really good dousing with champagne. Juan Pablo just squirts Michael in the face. Never a clever idea. Michael's pretty good at doing it. He's been on the podium so many times. And now Ross, well, what can you do? Just cover up. You know what it's like when you get champagne in your eyes. It stings, it smarts, even with the glass as well.
I usually
there
drink
you are,
it,
Ross. Well, Ross will certainly have a lot. He will drink it, but oh, Rubens just pours it down Michael's throat. Well, he'll come back up pretty quickly if he's not too careful. And it's from the podium very quickly into the unilateral rooms for the press conferences. And you're going to see two very joyous Ferrari drivers, and I think a relieved Juan Pablo Montoya. I'm not convinced we would have had quite the same outcome had this been a totally dry race. I think that Montoya was up for it today. And of course all the problems that existed in the pit lane, well, would they have occurred with the refueling, with the problems with the wheel changes have occurred as well.
What a race of incident and drama. The British Grand Prix today has been the most eventful race of the season. We saw some great races in the early part of the year, and today has certainly matched, if not bettered, those. We just did not know where to look next in most of the race. Just settling down in the closing stages after Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello had established themselves 1 and 2. The customary leap from Michael Schumacher, win number 7 this season. Thank you very much. And the record of 9 victories in one season, which he has matched himself on 2 previous occasions, surely up to be beaten as well this year.
Yes, it's going to be a case of rewriting the rule or the regulations and the record books, because Michael Schumacher, we see how much that champagne shower, it really is a lot more forceful than you think when you see it from just looking at it, the podium. And then Rubens just pours a drop more than down Michael's throat. You can see, well, after a race, tough race, maybe not physically the most difficult or demanding Grand Prix, and in these conditions a lot less load going through the high G-force parts of the circuit. Nevertheless, with 3 stops, and the unpredictability, I think, was the weather was the biggest trouble. You couldn't tell, but Ferrari and the Bridgestone runners were best placed to deal with that intermediate Bridgestone tyre, able to deal with the wet weather conditions, where Michelin really were stuck with either the grooved slick tyre or the full wet tyre, and neither of which was appropriate for a very significant part of the race.
So the celebrations down there in the Ferrari pit, and the delight, despite having had a dominant season so far, they knew that they earned victory here today. Great pit work, great slick stops today from them after problems for so many of the other teams, and they're very proud of their achievement, and rightly so.
Well, the Italian team, everything went perfectly in the pit stops, refueling. They don't seem to have these problems. I don't know why McLaren had this problem. I don't know why Williams had the problem, and Rubens Barrichello's sister, well, Constructors' Trophy just getting a hold of it. And no doubt she and Rubens and the Ferrari team will have a celebration at the motorhomes shortly after.
Well,
and that gentleman holding the champagne actually is one of the team's electricians, but a once-a-year worker. He comes along. He actually lives in Basingstoke, and he helps the team out here at the British Grand Prix every year. And what a magic moment it is for him. And well, great moment for Ferrari and Ferrari fans all around the world.
Let's go to the press conference now.
And it's welcome to the top 3 finishing drivers in the 2002 British Grand Prix. It's Michael Schumacher, Rubens Barrichello, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Michael, it's your 7th win this season, and you really seem to enjoy it, and so did the Silverstone crowd.
Yeah, they haven't had many occasions to enjoy victories with me in my time in Silverstone. So obviously they do enjoy the few we had.
Obviously great car and a great drive, but perhaps especially a really good tyre today.
Yes, so it's the package. I mean, we know we have a very good car. We know we have very good tyres, especially for a race, and we have sort of worked for that very hard with Bridgestone together, with the team. But I think today it was purely down to when to put what tyres. And I have to say, thanks to Ross, he did a great job today. Because I wasn't sure, because we had this drizzling of rain, and sure, in that lap we came in, it was a lot of water, but it could have well stopped immediately, and then you should have stayed out on slicks. And I wasn't sure what sort of decision I should take, and I was glad Ross took the decision for me, and he took the right one.
How much were conditions changing lap by lap?
Quite a lot. I mean, it was almost dry, then it started raining again, and it was very tricky even then, because the intermediates sort of worn down and they almost were slicks, and then it started raining again, and it was very tricky at certain moments.
Thanks, Michael. Rubens, probably one of your most remarkable races, went from 21st to 2nd in 19 laps. Talk us through it.
It was quite busy. I mean, it's been a fantastic race in terms of you know, result, because I couldn't wait for more, and it was just you know, I select first gear on the formation lap, and the car, the engine turned it off, and it was a shame, because, you know, I just thought of Barcelona again, not having the ability to start. And when the car got going, I mean, as Michael said, we have the package and the tires and everything, so it seemed quite good. So I was coming quite quickly. On the intermediates, I think I pushed a little bit too hard on them, and they were completely gone. And I had a spin, and but even though I kept the engine running, so I had quite a busy afternoon.
And a nice fun scrap with Juan at the end.
Well, it's good, because it's quite fair, you know. It's you know, we can fight forever, but it's been quite good, so we enjoy. Yeah.
Juan, it was all going so well while it was dry, but once it rained, things started to go away for you. In fact, as Michael went past, you were almost laughing into your helmet on the team radio. Was you just like, that's it, there's nothing I can do?
Well, as soon as it started drizzling, it looked like actually our slick tire was better in the damp conditions, and it was a bit quicker than Michael. As soon as he'll dry, he'll catch me again, and he was a lot quicker at the time. You know, you can see lap times. You know, I think it's like 2 seconds quicker. They're faster lap than mine. And you know, from then I really couldn't do anything. As soon, you know, I came out of the pits. I think it was like 8-second lead. And so it took him 2 laps. I was thinking, and I was pushing really hard, trying to do something, but it's impossible.
You had that nice scrap with Rubens at the end. I believe you may have had a slight problem towards the end?
No, not really. You know, right before we pitted, my tires seemed to, you know, hold on a lot better than Bridgestone. So I think Michelin, you know, has done a lot of development on it, and it's, you know, it's at least a bit competitive. And in the hold-up, you know, Rubens slipped through. You know, I was starting to catch him a bit. And as we're going to bridge, I said, you know, I looked at the other fast corner, I said, he's going to lift a bit, and it just keep it wide open. And when I get out of the corner, I was ahead of him. It was pretty good. But then, you know, tires seemed to go off. You know, I think it's a lot better than before. It's a big step forward. But I think we still need to do quite a lot of work.
Thanks, Pablo. Michael, go on to Mexico, where you've won many times. Your confidence must be absolutely sky high.
Yeah, and actually with the car we have, with the package we have, we sort of comfortable, or we're feeling comfortable. But then Mexico is a very particular circuit where tires we have seen can play the opposite effect than what we have seen so far. It's more probably like a Canada Grand Prix. Things will be a bit more tight, especially if we have very hot condition, which we should expect for there. So I'm looking forward to a very tight race where still we have the opportunity and chance to win it, but wait and see. I mean, first have to do it.
Guys, it was a great race. Thanks very much. Now a word from each in your own language, starting with Michael.
Well, yes, indeed. It was a great race, as Nick says there. We enjoyed the spectacle, the show, and Michael Schumacher enjoyed the fact that he came through to take the victory in the end. And as he said, really, the package just that little bit too strong for everyone else to compete with today. Montoya, best of the rest, third place. He certainly gave the battle to Ferrari in the early stages. At the end of the day, though, he had to settle for that third position. And, of course, the drivers not making it into the press conference, but probably beaming more widely even than these three. Jacques Villeneuve fourth and Olivier Panis fifth.
Yes, interestingly, that Barrichello, Panis and Fisichella all had their fastest race laps on lap 58. So while we were seeing what turned out to be a fairly easy victory for Ferrari at the end of 60 laps, further down the field there was a real battle royal going on for fourth, fifth, sixth and in fact seventh positions. So everybody was fully committed, absolutely maximum of attack to try and make up in those last laps whatever time or possible positions are available.
Well, it has been a race of incident, as I say, and particularly that performance for BAR Honda. David Richards will be absolutely over the moon about that result, particularly as this week he picked up an award for his contribution to motorsport industry. That was actually made for last year, for 2001, but he picked up the award at the House of Lords just last week. Well, he's certainly topped that off with a great result here at Silverstone.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming, and it's been a real struggle. The changeover in BAR with Craig Pollock suddenly 24 hours before the team announced their plans was, I think, pushed rather than jumped from the team principal leader or team principal role within BAR, and David Richards took over. And many people maybe thought that there should have been a more rapid change around, that more performance and obviously reliability should have come sooner. The problem is that Formula One, things take a very long time in Formula One to swap around.
Well, we're looking back at the highlights of the British Grand Prix now. The build-up, the celebrities, the action on the grid. This was before the rain started to fall. At this time it was all looking dry, cloudy, yes, but there was no rain on the track, and everybody therefore was set to start on grooved dry weather tyres. The weather forecasters reckoned generally that it would be okay, but it wasn't okay for Barrichello, as he was left stranded on the grid and would have to start behind all of the other cars. At the start of the race, Montoya making a clean getaway, and with having no one alongside him was able to take the lead into the first corner, but Felipe Massa was to have the first of many spins today.
Yes, he was squeezing, but he was on the outside of the corner, couldn't get clear, got onto the grass, and of course McNish also left on the grid, and his race ended on that grid.
So the interest was watching Barrichello in the first few laps as he forced his way up, but then the rain started to fall. Massa was a visitor to the grass, and we saw other people trying to make up ground. Barrichello still working his way up from that position at the back of the field, and one by one picking them off. Up front, the battle was between Montoya and Michael Schumacher. It looked as though Schumacher would get through, but Montoya was able to fend him off.
Yes, there's really a battle about tyres rather than cars or drivers. Montoya on the Michelin wasn't able to compete with Michael Schumacher on the Bridgestone, and then the heavens really opened, and Montoya dived into the pits. He had really little choice but to go on a full set of wets. And look at that, David Coulthard went off at Vale. He'd just come out of the pits on a set of groove slicks because Michelin didn't have that super intermediate that Bridgestone have got.
That's right. Well, it wasn't long before Montoya had to give best to Michael Schumacher, and there was just nothing he could do about it. His car sliding around, and a lot more grip available for the Ferrari. Both Toyotas went out fairly early. McNish's problem backed up by Salo's problem. Kimi Raikkonen was very much one of the stars in the early stages, and perhaps one of the most disappointing aspects of this race was the problems and the tyre choices that McLaren made, which did not allow Raikkonen to get another point-scoring finish here today. He had an engine failure in the end, but other people also had problems.
Yes, both arrows suffered engine failures first, with Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who was driving a storming race, came up through the field again, benefiting from Bridgestone, a very good car, lots of downforce, and this was a terrible situation. Both the Renault teams, and David Coulthard then hits the barrier, that polystyrene corner marker coming out of bridge, and once again back into the pits, as if, you know, the whole choreography of the McLaren team just seemed to go pear-shaped this afternoon.
Barrichello explained that his spin caused by very worn intermediate tyres, but Ferrari chose their moments carefully to bring Michael Schumacher in, and Montoya and Ralf Schumacher. Ralf was the first to go back onto the groove dry weather tyres at that stage in the race, and he was soon lapping very quickly, and that saw a number of cars then coming in, including Jacques Villeneuve on his way to scoring points.
This is the pass Montoya made into Bridge Corner. That was a brave pass. Was Barrichello slightly caught unawares, and then Kimi Raikkonen, a blinding drive ends with another blown engine.
But then Barrichello came back at Montoya, took the position into Kopp's corner, and that was second place for Ferrari, third for Montoya, as he then had to conserve fuel in the remaining stages of the race. Takuma Sato, another blow-up for him, but 3 Honda-powered cars did make it to the finish on this occasion, BARs both, and Giancarlo Fisichella in the other Jordan. Panis making his way through, and David Richards having a day of celebration with his two boys scoring well. But Michael Schumacher it was who did the best of all, dominating up front and maintaining a healthy advantage.
But behind the top 6, Giancarlo Fisichella fighting for that final place, denied by Nick Heidfeld, who drove a strong race, couldn't challenge the 2 BARs this afternoon. Nevertheless, 1 more point for Sauber.
And the final lap for Michael Schumacher as he came across the line. It was delight for the Ferrari team, and Ross Brawn in particular, after once again making the correct calls, and that was the smile on David Richards' face as his 2 cars went over the line in 4th and 5th places.
Well, there's a scene very frequently indeed, and 2 teammates also absolutely delighted, probably relieved finally to get off the blocks and score a total of 5 points between the 2 drivers.
Jean Todt certainly happy about another 1-2 finish for Ferrari. No question of team orders coming into play on this occasion. It was a wide open Grand Prix, but once again Ferrari showed their class. Schumacher first, Barrichello second. Is there any stopping the Ferrari steamroller? We're just looking through the classification. Of course, people having enjoyed one of the best Grand Prix of the year, if not of several years here at Silverstone. Now many of them will be sticking around to watch the final support races. Others will be making their way home and testing out the new road system to get out of Silverstone, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of reports on that. But certainly the reports have been excellent about them getting in so far this weekend. Well, Barrichello had his supporters here. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to back up that victory at the Nürburgring after his problems on the start line.
And Silverstone International Airport will become exceptionally busy as the whole orchestrated air traffic control once again gets underway. Helicopters will be ferrying the many tens, well, the thousands certainly, of corporate guests who have enjoyed this afternoon's Grand Prix. What a fantastic Grand Prix it turned out to be. It was so intense, so much going on in those early laps, with both driver error, people using strategies coming in early to change to one tire or another, and we never really knew until the last third of this race what the pattern would actually unfold into. Nevertheless, Arrows, who struggled here certainly on Friday with all those legal issues that were dogging the team, came out on Saturday, did a good job in the morning, couldn't really match it on Saturday afternoon in qualifying, but in the race, Frentzen in particular drove superbly and fought his way up through the field, benefiting from a very efficient car at Silverstone and once again from Bridgestone tyres.
Yes, they had a definite points finish on the cards there, so such a disappointment that Frentzen was unable to finish the race. The reliability knocking them out, and Bernoldi also out of the race. He's only finished 2 races so far this season, but that's perhaps a mark of the restrictions in budget. There is
James Robinson.
James Robinson, engineer for the BAR team, enjoying a glass of champagne, and very well deserved it is too.
Yes, and it'll be the best champagne that the BAR team have probably tasted in a very long time, only going back to their original point score when the team was created in 1999.
Well, still some very happy faces after that victory for Ferrari. Disappointing day for Minardi, of course. Mark Webber went off, had some sort of problem with the car, and Alex Young never made it into the race in the first place, so a disappointing run, but that's the way it goes. And Mark's still down there with the team, which is nice to see. He hasn't disappeared anywhere yet.
Well, of course, the car's only just returned to the garage, and he will want to understand and find out what the problems were. Dickie Stanford, Williams BMW team manager, was chatting to some of the personnel from BMW and from the Williams team as we look down now behind the pit lane. This is where the team transporters are lined up on the right-hand side, all their hospitality and motorhomes on the left-hand side. That's another kind of hospitality, but let's say the guys there have probably had a cracking day, and they're going to crack a few cans of beer as well, and it'll probably be a long night.
Well, for those people who came to Silverstone today, I think they'll be recalling this race for many years to come as one of the best they've seen. It might have been another Schumacher win, but it certainly wasn't easy, and there was so much going on throughout the field, so many incidents, so much overtaking and passing. Barrichello's drive absolutely outstanding as he passed that number of cars to move from the back of the field up to second position.
Well, the apparent problematic, we don't know the reason why, refueling rigs, which of course that Ralf Schumacher and the Williams team suffered from. And well, let's say this is you're not meant to be doing that. I'm not sure who these guys are.
I think these three have managed to find their way onto the podium and weren't supposed to be there, making the most of the opportunity, but quickly hustled away from the area. Looking at the fastest lap classification, as you said, Barrichello setting that pretty much towards the end of the race, and if you look on that list, there's no sign of Juan Pablo Montoya at all, although Ralf Schumacher does appear with the third fastest time. Olivier Panis, 7th fastest lap. Montoya all the way down there in 10th, and maybe that's a result of him having to back off in the closing stages because of concerns about fuel and whether he would have enough to make it to the end. So I think he backed off, and that probably explains the fact that Montoya didn't put in a particularly quick lap at the end of the race.
Yeah, just talking about Williams, Patrick Hedge explaining on the Sky Channel that this fuel rig issue, it was certainly a technical problem in the past. They don't know whether it's that this time. They have to investigate it, but they're not happy about it at all, and he feels that they've got to get a handle on it. They can't afford to allow situations like that. Whereas with Juan Pablo Montoya, although we heard commands from the pit lane just to reduce the fuel mixture and do a few other little changes, there wasn't actually a problem, and they just decided that in the interest of security and to get that car to the finish, unlike Takuma Sato's, which has had a fairly catastrophic blow-up. There you can see a mixture of fire extinguishant powder and liquids that have got attached to the airbox and the shielding that covers the top of the engine.
Well, we're right in there. I'm surprised somebody isn't blocking the camera view on this one. I don't think Honda wants it to be shown particularly, but there it is. And there also David's side pod on the McLaren looking somewhat damaged after all his incidents and action. Notice that he actually had the fastest pit stop of anybody. Well, that was only one of them. Most of the rest of them went completely wrong.
Well, that's what you expect from McLaren. I mean, normally they are the slickest team alongside Ferrari in terms of doing pit stops. That damage on David's car, I think, was when he hit the polystyrene corner marker just coming into Priory Corner. Shows you how much, even with polystyrene, at 100 miles an hour, it can still do a substantial amount of damage. And that's a carbon fibre pod. It may not be very heavy, but it's plenty strong enough to withstand the aerodynamic downforce and loads that would be subjected to.
Well, a bit of sunshine out there, despite the strong breeze still blowing. That's certainly whipping up the barbecues, good and hot, as everybody just relaxes after the events of this afternoon. Many making their way home, but many, as you say, just prepared to enjoy the rest of the afternoon in no rush and perhaps get a glimpse of the cars being packed away. And I don't think they'll get much chance to see the drivers. The drivers will be leaving the track soon, I'm sure. One or two of them will stick around with the teams for a while. Toyota, not a great day for them, I'm afraid, particularly for Alan McNish. And I do feel for him after starting his first ever British Grand Prix as a Formula One driver, and there it didn't even get off the line. He didn't even get down to Copse Corner. A repeat of Imola, effectively, for him, and very, very disappointing.
Well, Jackie Stewart makes his way down the paddock wearing the Stewart. I don't know, that's the racing Stewart Tartan. There's about 15 Stewart Tartans, and Jackie's got his trues. But for Toyota, really disappointing for Alan McNish. And technically he did start the Grand Prix, but he didn't actually do a racing lap, and that's quite an odd one to put into the record books for your debut Grand Prix. Mika Salo went out very early in the Grand Prix, having started 8th in the grid, and well, potential was there. Maybe not the right tyre choice or tyre for the day. Nevertheless, Toyota, a team of the future.
Yes, and who's going to be driving for them next year? Well, I think Alan McNish has certainly done a great job this year and is a star to have in the team. The question is he the right man for Toyota for the future? And that's what everybody seems to be asking in pit lane at the moment. I think he's done a good job getting used to the car, getting used to the Grand Prix environment. But Formula One is a tough business, and Toyota will have their own reasons for choosing drivers that are not always just down to how well they perform in the car.
Of course, they've got young drivers under contract. Ryan Briscoe, for example, currently in Formula 3000. He's on their books, and they really want to develop these young drivers and bring them forward. And that's always putting pressure on the incumbent drivers, Mick Asalo and Alan McNish. So it's not just the pressure coming from externally, but it's also within the team.
David Coulthard off to do the interviews. A quick hello, goodbye, and he's back at work again. There's not much spare time for a Grand Prix driver, certainly when he's at his home Grand Prix, and there'll be lots of questions going on. It's good to see David still being able to smile a little bit after what was an absolutely disastrous event for him. And they had no chance after all the fun and games that were going on in the pit lane. It just, for McLaren, everything went wrong.
Well, if you're a professional racing driver, which David is, part of the responsibilities is to carry out your press duties, and David is tireless in doing that. I mean, every request that we make to McLaren and to David to come and to give us an interview, be it in the garage or on the grid, he's always there to do it, and that's one of the qualities that marks David out as being one of the most cooperative and helpful people on the grid, on the circuit, and he always does it with a smile. Many others do it begrudgingly and sort of shirk out of doing it, but David's there, and a real trooper.
Yeah, a very professional driver, winner of 1 Grand Prix so far this year. Didn't ever look like he was going to win this one. He's just got to put thoughts of that behind him and move on to the next Grand Prix, the French Grand Prix at Manicourt, which of course is the next on the calendar, and we shall look forward to our full interactive and extensive coverage from that French Grand Prix. It is one that, as we heard from Michael Schumacher, we tend to see some pretty high temperatures at normally. Different kind of track surface. Michael feeling it's a little bit more like Canada. Well, we saw that they were a bit more under threat in Canada. Williams were very strong in Montreal. I wonder if that means that Ferrari feel Williams could be strong in Manicourt as well.
Well, I think they will be strong. It's the nature of the circuit lends itself to Williams, BMW, and you'd like to think that Michelin will do something for that Grand Prix. They're just catching up on the Sky Channel with Norbert Haag, saying simply that we got it wrong today. It was a miscommunication between the drivers in the pit lane. One to forget, it's also one to learn a lesson from. And make no mistake, McLaren don't let those things happen more than once. And well, we had a bit of a laugh at their expense, but it was a painful expense, and they do not like that. It will not reoccur.
Well, that's it from Silverstone from the track. The Master Channel continues with interviews, but from Ben Edwards and John Watson until the French Grand Prix. Goodbye for now.
Of course, Norbert has been BAR getting in amongst the points, and congratulations due to David Richards. Well done, David.
Yeah, we're still getting to grips with it here in the paddock. Everyone's over the moon.
We wanted to have a chat with you in the closing laps of the race, but I suspect we had no chance. What were they like?
Well, everyone's very calm and collected about it. So it's, you know, another race, I guess, but certainly just the reaction now tells what the feeling is amongst everybody.
When I spoke to you in the week, you said that getting BAR on the right track was going to be a long, slow job. Put this result in perspective. Is this, you know, you're off base camp at least?
Yeah, but, you know, we have to be realistic. One swallow doesn't make a summer. We've got a long ladder to climb, but it's great for morale, great for everybody, especially all the team from the factory, all here to watch today.
All right, well done. You did it in the right place, and good luck in Magny-Cours. Their native languages. I think in that last answer, Michael Schumacher spent 25 seconds saying, I'm going to win that one too.
He's getting very close to winning the World Championship. I've just been doing a bit of maths. He's 54 points ahead now in the World Championship, and he can win it in the next 2 races, depending on where his closest challengers finish. But let's face it, the World Championship is looking his right for the picking in the next 4 or 5 weeks.
There are 2 schools of thought, of course, on what's left of this season, that it's dull now because it's pretty much wrapped up, or it's a great chance to see a master in action.
Well, today was nothing dull at all. Michael Schumacher won the race, but we didn't have a moment of dullness. And I've been doing this now for 4 or 5 races this year and got closer and closer to all the insight that you get with Sky. And I tell you, there's not been a dull moment. Anyone that says Formula 1 is dull. It doesn't matter whether Michael Schumacher is winning and has now won 7 races this year or whatever. We've seen some great racing, and we've seen the master at work, and anyone who takes that away from Michael Schumacher is missing the point of Formula 1.
All right, well, the point of Formula One is to get points, and BAR have done that. A great British Grand Prix for the team and for Olivier Panis. Congratulations, Olivier. How does it feel to eventually get some points?
Well, to be honest, I feel very good. I think so. The race we're doing today is fantastic for the team. We decided to doing 2 stops. It's going well, and we need to say the intermediate Bridgestone tires is fantastic, really. And at the end, the 2 cars good reliability. This is very good point for the team.
Hi Olivier, it's Jeremy Hart here. Congratulations, first of all. It's great to see you get on the points. Was this because it rained, or do you think you would have got points even if it had been dry?
Well, to be honest, here we're quite good, we're quite competitive. I have many problems this weekend for myself, but Jack is quite competitive all weekend. And I think so this is quite good also. If we had the race dry, I think so we fight for the point anyway.
Olivier, your timing is pretty good, coming as it does before the French race. How do you think you'll do at Magny-Cours?
Well, to be honest, I'm really happy to racing in Magny-Cours, but we need to continue to work really hard to continue to improve the car and to mark some point maybe in Magny-Cours. But I'm really happy today. I worked really hard with the team. This is the good point because everybody see now the improvement we're doing because the team works so hard to improve the car this year.
Well done to you, well done to the team, and let's hope you keep it going. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
OK, BAR's success, one of the stories of the race. Let's check up on all the other stories now as we look back at the highlights. So, jubilation for Michael Schumacher, Rubens Barrichello and the Ferrari team, part of that team we last saw there, getting a good dousing of champagne. Let's see if he's got all that mucky stuff out of his eyes now as he joins Peter Windsor.
Ross, congratulations. You made 1 pit stop more than Montoya. Was that because you were replacing the intermediates, the rear tyres?
Yeah, the drivers were not very happy with the tyres. They seemed to, we were running a bit too long into the dry period, and they'd gone away, but it was too early to put dries on. So we popped another set of intermediates on, which is why we ended up with the extra pit stop.
And did you always add fuel on all of those stops?
Yeah, little dribs and drabs.
And if you could talk a little bit about that backed up pit stop when you had the 2 cars in there. Is that something you practice a lot?
We do. I mean, we had it happen to us a couple of years ago, and to be frank, it was a bit of a mess at that stage. And so the boys practice every weekend, and you saw the benefit today, and it went very smoothly, really. And you saw 1 or 2 other teams didn't quite get that together, so it was a tribute to them that the passion of Italy was kept under control and a perfect double pit stop.
Presumably the biggest logistical problem there is getting all the sets of tyres ready for the second car.
Well, they're all stacked up with colour codes and all sorts, so as long as the engineers give the right colour code to the boys, then nothing should go wrong, but you do have to be careful.
Very good result, well done.
Thanks.
I don't know Ross Brawn very well, but you get the impression that if you were stuck on a lifeboat, you'd be quite happy if he was on board too. He's a very calm influence he has.
He is. He's in. You got it absolutely right. He's the sort of bloke you want with you in a crisis because he just sees everything very clearly, puts it in order, and it normally comes out all right. And he is one of the crucial factors to the fact that Michael Schumacher is more than likely to hang on and keep racing for a few more years because Ross Brawn is staying at Ferrari for another 2 years.
Well, his opposite number at Williams is Patrick Head, and he has reason to be happy because his pole winner, Juan Pablo Montoya, got 3rd place today. Here he is with Peter.
Patrick, great result from Juan Pablo, particularly in those conditions. The only Michelin runner-up there.
Yes, I think in the first 7 or 8 cars, there's only Juan up there, and certainly there's a good way to go in damp conditions or wet conditions with those tyres. But no, I mean, it's disappointing not to get a 4th with Ralph, and we had another refueling rig problem. We've got to find out what the problem was, but it's the 2nd time it's hit Ralph this season, and with equipment that really should be, I mean, technically the requirement for pushing a bit of fuel into the car is very low tech, and we really shouldn't be having these problems.
So the suggestion is that the problem is outside that of the team's jurisdiction. It's an FAA supplied problem.
Well, certainly the Montreal one was a technical problem with the equipment. which was supposed to be corrected here. There was a technical correction, but it's too early to say exactly what this problem was. You know, one has to say there's Williams with 2 problems in 3 races. Maybe we've got a problem, but I know in the first case it was a technical problem. We'll have to see what this one is.
And what was going on with Juan's engine at the end, towards the end of the race?
There was no problem. He was just he was a long way ahead of Jack. He was just taking it easy.
Thank you very much.
Good, thanks.
Well, there's a smiling team boss. We've heard from one other smiling team boss today, David Richards. We've also heard from a smiling driver, Olivier Panis. What about the other one? Jacques Villeneuve is with Amy.
Jacques Villeneuve, fantastic race and a brilliant result. How on earth do you feel?
Oh, it feels great. It's been a tough season, and finally to get a result and the 2 cars and the point is great for the whole team. That's fantastic.
David said that teamwork was behind it. Is that what you feel?
The whole energy was great this whole weekend. The car was good from the first lap, and I guess that got everybody pumped up.
Now, of course, you fell victim to the changeable British weather conditions. How did that affect the strategy?
Not too much. We just came in the pits a lap too late, but apart from that, it wouldn't have affected our position at the end of the race.
Thanks, Jacques.
Jacques Villeneuve, points winner, interviewed after the race instead of just before it. Do you think Jacques Villeneuve's time can come again?
I wish it would. I really do, because he has got such talent, and we've seen that before earlier in his career when he became world champion. And hindsight is a wonderful thing, but if he was in a really quick car now, we have the possibility of Michael Schumacher, Juan Pablo Montoya and Jacques Villeneuve, the 3 quickest guys in motor racing, fighting it out, and it's just such a shame he's in a car that's not a winner at the moment.
Well, Villeneuve, of course, has been there, done it. Nick Heidfeld is one of those many think will one day go on to prove he can do it. He got a point today. Here he is.
Okay, Nick, close race with the BARs there at the end of the race. How did your car compare with theirs?
Well, my car was worse than this morning in the warm-up. That was quite a big problem, especially in the beginning. I had quite a lot of understeer, so a lot of cars passed me, and I was happy when it started to wane. And obviously the Bridgestone tires were better than the Michelin there. I could do a similar pace than the BAR, but there was not much between us.
Is that because the understeer came back towards the end of the race?
I had understeer in low-speed corners, but still the car was very nervous. In the end, it was not too bad. The beginning was the biggest problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, the battle amongst the mid-race teams is pretty much the one to watch this season, so Sauber should be happy, albeit just with 1 point. Here's Willy Ramph again with Peter.
Billy, what was going on with Felipe early on in that race? He went off a few times.
Yes, I think he was quite surprised about the track conditions. So unfortunately he went off and we lost a lot of time.
But then he recovered well once all the pit stops had been done.
Yes, he did, especially at the end of the race. I mean, he did very good lap times, but unfortunately it didn't really pay out in terms of points.
And a good result for Nick to some extent. Were you surprised that he got passed by the BAR Hondas?
Okay, I mean, Villeneuve was in front of us from the beginning, and in the first part of the race we were quite slow. And here I think we lost a lot of time to Panis, and we almost recovered, but we just didn't make it.
Okay, well done anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sauber happy. They use last year's Ferrari engines. So would it be going too far to say that they're a Ferrari junior team?
They are in many ways, but the problem is that Sauber have got now is that when do they break out of that mould? They have to ditch Ferrari at some point, which they're doing very well with, if they want to ever get better, because whilst they're in the shadow of Ferrari, that's pretty well it.
Flavio Briatore can't be too happy at what happened. I don't know if you talked to him as a team manager, an agent or a team boss, I don't know, but both Renaults ended up on the grass. Here he is now.
Flavio, not a great day. What happened to Jensen there at the end?
We don't know. It was some problem with the brake.
Sorry, problem with what?
With the brake.
And he had to bring him in again to change tyres, one more out of sequence, right?
Yeah, because in the beginning we put a mistake. We put the wet, and the rain was not so wet. Being happened, you know, but
Jarno was going well for a while before his problem.
yeah, if it was the raining, was like we predict, it was okay, but we put a mistake, happened, you know, it's no problem.
Thank you.
Flavio doesn't like the weather over here. He's caught a cold there, or maybe he was just shouting.
He lives here. He lives in Chelsea.
Or maybe he lives with central heating. But anyway, he didn't sound too clever there. Neither did his engines.
No, I mean, it was a disastrous race for Renault, and it didn't start well, it didn't end well, and They seem to be going downwards rather than upwards at the moment, and they've got two great drivers, and they seem to be concerned more about who's going to be where next year rather than trying to win races this year at the moment. But maybe it'll come good for them in Magny-Cours.
Well, I've won my bet that we didn't get an interview with Ron Dennis, actually. We probably didn't ask him. Let's hear from Norbert Hoag and see what went wrong with McLaren.
Well, Norbert, that was an interesting race from your point of view.
Yeah, it was. Was certainly not a good one, but anyway, sometimes you get it wrong, and we got it wrong today. We need to forget that. We need to certainly have a debrief on it, but I cannot blame the guys who did a fantastic job so far. It was just miscoordination between drivers and pits, and other teams have had that problem before, and we were out of the point ranks after that, and so it didn't matter anyway.
I mean, it looked as if there was some sort of radio communication problem between certainly DC and the pit. Is that right or not?
No, it was not. It was not. Things like that tend to look very silly from the outside, but they aren't. But I think Grand Prix fans know, if they look back, that every top team has had these hiccups, whether it's Ferrari, whether it's Williams, BMW. So it sometimes looks sillier than it is. And it is very important in these circumstances to stay together as a team, and that's what we are doing. And wait until Magny-Cours, we're going to have a better performance there. I think the positive of the day is that Kimi looked quite competitive at the beginning until the rain came, and from then on it went wrong.
What was the problem with Kimi at the end?
He has an engine failure. We have to investigate what happened. Certainly that's not what we want to have. But everybody's pushing to the limit in the moment, and so we need to check what was wrong.
Thank you very much.
Was Norbert just putting a brave face on it? That's his job after all, or do you think those were sincere sentiments?
I think they went into automatic, actually, after... it's not often that McLaren have to explain that they completely screwed up, which they did here, and it all went wrong in the pits. Somebody will have to take the blame at the end of the day, and it definitely wasn't David Coulthard, and it definitely wasn't Kimi Räikkönen.
OK, lousy for McLaren, but great news for BAR. In the points at last, and could this be the start of David Richards' long-boasted plan to put them back to the top, or even take them to the top? So congratulations to Michael Schumacher, winner of the 2002 British Grand Prix. In 2 weeks' time, it's the French Grand Prix. And remember, if you've enjoyed our coverage of the Silverstone race, remember, a season ticket is now available. You can buy your pass to all the rest of the season's races right now. To purchase, ring 08702 418 111. Or you can wait until we're off air and press the red button. £50 is what it'll cost you, and for that you get access to all the remaining races and all the interactive features for the rest of the season. Sky Sports 1 has a preview for that at 6 p.m. on Thursday the 18th of July, my birthday. I'll give you the address for cars later on. And here on Channel 434 we have practice sessions 1 and 2 on Friday, starting at 9:30. On Saturday it's practice 3 and 4, and that starts at 7:30 in the morning, followed by qualifying at 11:30. Sunday has warm-up at 8 a.m. and then the race build-up starts at midday. Well, my thanks go to Jeremy, to John Watson and to Ben Edwards for the Super Channel commentary, and to Peter Windsor for all of his pit lane work. We're all back for Magny-Cours in France, and guess who won there last year?
race, just Ferrari's 4th British win in 24 years. Montoya, a rare Michelin runner, up there on the podium, scoring at last after those successive pole positions, those 4 successive pole positions. Villeneuve and Panis, excellent for the British-American racing team. And Sauber, who put both cars in the top 6 last year, Nick Heidfeld making his point this time round. Well, what does that mean? He's even further ahead, Michael Schumacher, as he hones in relentlessly on world title number 5. And Rubens Barrichello moves up to 2nd place. Looks like a clean sweep perhaps looming for Ferrari. 1 point ahead of Montoya. Ralf Schumacher right up there on 30. And David Coulthard, 26 points. What an eventful race he had, down in 5th. And Ferrari remain in a league of their own in the constructors. Williams 2nd, McLaren 3rd, Renault 4th, 4 points ahead of Sauber, and Jordan making 6 points. Let's have a word with a man who had 1 or 2 things on his mind this afternoon. He is the chief mechanic at BAR, Alistair Gibson. Lou, he's all yours.
This is him indeed, Jim. Alistair, we were talking about you earlier on, and what a big day this was for you. First of all, though, what a fantastic day for the team. Yeah, fantastic. After the year we've had this year, it's been terrible. And to score points with both cars at our home Grand Prix, and all the factory people that are up here for the weekend, and all the factory people who are watching around the area, it's just fantastic for us. But was it really worth missing the birth of your child for? At the moment, it's not born yet. My wife's in labour, but this morning she woke up and it all started, and I got out the books and started reading up, and I'm a bit of an expert now on childbirth, I think. I read all about it and that, and I just sort of looked at it and I said to her, if it's okay with you, do you mind if I just go up and lift the lollipop a couple of times, and I'll be back as soon as it finishes? And she looked at me and looked at her watch for the next contraction and said, you better go. I can't believe what a good wife you've got. Yeah, she's massively supportive of what I do, and you know, over the years and racing and testing and all that, she's just a great wife to have. Well, listen, this is the all-important mobile phone. I'm going to give it back to Alistair now to see if the news comes through. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done, Lou. We've got a bit of time before we leave you as well. We'll keep you right updated on what happens there in the Gibson household. Carolyn is Mrs. Gibson, and we'll let you know what's happened, is happening, might happen. Pictures of the baby in the next Grand Prix. We'll do the lot, shall we, Tone? Absolutely. Well, Gibson, if you remember, we had his sculptors on a while ago. He did those fantastic sculptures of the sharks, which we showed. He's also an artist. He's a good all-rounder, but he's a great motivator in that team, the big South African guy. He really has a very strict regime in the pit stops, but they all love him to death, and he's more chuffed than anyone, and his wife is very understanding. She has to be, I think. It will be an unforgettable British Grand Prix for her. Absolutely. And 1 or 2 people out there might remember this race for a while as well. Yeah, and if it's a boy, she can call it Michael. Sum up the British Grand Prix. I think the best Grand Prix of the season yet. It's amazing, isn't it? A little rain shower, a British crowd, and you get the best race since day 1 of the season start. Now, we should have known it when Murray Walker sat where you're sitting before the race, and I said, who's going to win? And he went, Rubens Barrichello. We should have known something was going to happen to Rubens at the start, shouldn't we? Oh, Rubens, unfortunately, yeah, he had the problem there. But don't worry, I sat back in the seat and we rectified that with a Michael Schumacher victory. But no, Rubens there, what a shame for him. I mean, technical failures at the beginning. You see him shaking his head there. He's, you know, putting his hands together. That is something you do not want as a race car driver, to be stuck on the grid and everybody's left you. But an astonishing recovery from him to start there, run at the back of the grid, and to end up second behind Michael Schumacher on the podium. I think it's a stark contrast, though, when you look at Michael's record of finishes. He hasn't had a retirement since Hockenheim last year. It's, what, 172? I wrote it down here, 172. And he's 131 races at Michael's finish. That's about 76% finishing rate. And Rubens had the same thing on the start line at Spain. You remember, no gears at all. It never happens to Michael. It's just a stark contrast. It's a great shame. And for me, Rubens was the driver of the day. OK, not much British success for us here, but at the start, Jenson Button really made a storming start down the inside, didn't he? There he goes. Oh, he made a fantastic start. I mean, he said watch out for his launch control at the beginning there, and it certainly did the trick. He made up a tremendous amount of places. Unfortunately, young Massa there was already on the grass and spun off onto the extra tarmac. But superb start for Jenson, really got his act together. AC Massa, 360 a couple of times. Luckily for him, kept the engine going and off he went. I think one of the great things about the race was that the heavyweights, Montoya and Michael Schumacher, really did go eyeball to eyeball, and we saw a terrific early scrap between them, Mark. I think
this is what we're all here to see. I mean, this is real racing, and this race has just set the scene for what I hope is going to come in the future. But here with Michael Schumacher, just getting his eyeballs full of the rear of that Williams and the Michelins there, which weren't the tyre of the day, unfortunately, but Michael certainly made him pay for it by the end of the race, didn't he?
We've totted them up, Tony, haven't we? 49 pit stops in all at the British Grand Prix. David Coulthard had 4 of them. He gambled and he led the race for a while, but it was never really going to be his day, was it?
Well, he could have been a hero, couldn't he? Not even the best weather forecaster could predict that the rain was going to continue or whether it had stopped. If it had stopped, David might have gone to his hat-trick of British Grand Prix wins, you never know, but those shots said it all. I mean, we savoured all those shots, those in-car shots, and then the shots of him going from lot to lot was superb. You used to do all that.
I think what Martin said in the commentary, you know, what people might not understand is from outside, you think, oh, the car's on the ground there, it should be gripping, there should be no problem. They're world-class drivers, but believe me, when the conditions are such and you don't have the grip, there's nothing you can do. It's going to come off the road sooner or later.
Well, as soon as it started to rain here, Mark, we looked towards the Bridgestone-shod Ferrari, we looked towards Michael Schumacher, and Montoya was powerless to hold him back.
No, I mean, Montoya tried his best, and, you know, here he just overcooked it a little bit under braking. Michael Schumacher with the Bridgestone there, with the intermediate tyre, has exceptional amount more grip. That was the end of that manoeuvre there, but, you know, the tyre was the situation of today. You either had a Bridgestone, which is one thing, you had the intermediates right, and you had a package of the Ferrari, and that was it.
Right.
But, I mean, just following up from the last race, it was all about tyres, because you remember, we talked about Montoya's car at the side after he hit Coulthard, and there was the bald Michelin tyre, because it was literally on its canvas. But Williams have worked very, very hard, testing in Barcelona last week, to try and get to use their rear tyres better, but it was still the rear tyre was a problem, and Irvine said the same thing.
OK, we're going to have a word with Jenson Button now, almost finished the British Grand Prix. Here's his story with Louise.
James, it looked like some kind of technical problem for you.
I'm not sure exactly, but the front left wheel was moving, so I came into the pits, and we didn't want to risk it really just to finish the race, so we stopped.
Not been a good weekend, has it? I mean, yesterday things went wrong, and again today.
The first lap was all right. I was up to 7th and from 12th, so it wasn't too bad. And then, yeah, I mean, we couldn't do much after that. The balance was a bit understeering, but the car was handling pretty well. And then the rain, the dry, and it was just really, really difficult for us. And we found it very difficult in the wet and intermediate conditions, as I think all of the Michelin runners did.
How difficult was it for you to keep it on the black stuff out there?
Sometimes very, very difficult. I mean, the first few laps on the wet was okay because the circuit was pretty dry, pretty wet, and then it seemed to dry very, very quickly. And then you had real problems with the rear sliding around, overheating and graining. So it was pretty difficult. But there you go. Hopefully we'll do a bit better next time.
Thanks, gents.
Cheers.
He obviously didn't enjoy it. We all did. When you rejoin us, there'll be that competition. There'll be a couple of emails as well. We'll be talking to BAR's Dave Richards. We'll be right back. Wonderful British Grand Prix for British American Racing and their boss Dave Richards, who joins us now. Not a point all season, and then both cars in the top 6. Explain.
Well, you know, it's perseverance. You just keep on plugging away, and if you do the job properly, it comes to you at the end of the day.
Was there a bit of luck involved as well? Because a lot of hard luck stories emanating from the pits after this Grand Prix.
You know, there is always a bit of luck in everything you do in motorsport, but no, this was all about teamwork. Every single person played their part, obviously from the drivers right the way through to the pit crew, who did a great job. Helicopter pilot up in the air telling us when the rain was coming in and when it would stop. Everything worked according to plan. You managed to get your helicopter in the air here, did you? Because a lot of people didn't. No, he was up there just hanging on in there, watching and telling us when the window was going to come and when it was going to stop. So there's Alistair on the lollipop for the pit stops, who's rushed back to the Banbury Horton Hospital to see his first child being born this afternoon, hopefully. His wife's in labour. Yeah, no, we've already spoken to Alistair, and he's going to be on the phone and give us the latest news of any developments at Banbury Hospital. But, I mean, you talk about Banbury, you're based not so far away, aren't you, at Brackley. How much does it mean to you to have a result like this so close to home? Well, you know, the reality is in a motor racing team, it's not just the drivers who deserve all the credit, it's all the unsung heroes, the people back at base who make the cars, who build all the parts. And luckily, a lot of them are here today to watch the race, or if they're not, they're just nearby watching it on television with you. So it's for those guys and everybody. I feel so pleased for them. I'm sure you feel pleased as well for both your drivers. Let's talk first of all about Olivier Panis. It's that point has been a long time coming for him. Yes, he's one of the most optimistic people I've ever met. He had a torrid start to the season, didn't finish a race for the first 5 races, and here he is to really slogging away, never gives up, always comes in the morning and says hello to everybody, and has a great optimistic approach to things.
How about Jacques Villeneuve now after this result and his future with your team?
Well, you know, Jacques and I get on very well, despite what all the press have been saying, and he really does drive his heart out, and when situations like this occur, you can see the spirit that he has and the complete determination he has, and the way he drove today.
And looking down the line a bit for us, if you could, would you reckon that you'd still have him in your team next season?
Oh, there's no question about it. We've got a great lineup, a great team, both drivers, engineers, right the way through the organisation. So when you get good teams, you try and keep them together.
Just to take a step back, could you, and describe the British Grand Prix from your point of view?
Well, obviously, the weather played the biggest part in it. We started here, stood on the grid there, looking around the skies. We'd already been on the telephone. We put the helicopter up in the air, and everyone was saying, well, there is some rain out there. Originally, the weather forecast was going to be a good, dry, sunny day by lunchtime, and so it caught us slightly unawares. And then it quietly unfolded. As soon as we saw that shower come in, we were expecting it only to be to 15 minutes, but it just slowed up, and the rain just stayed on in there. Luckily, we managed to fuel it, or we planned to fuel it for as long as possible in the middle stint and stayed on the intermediates, and the window came just right for us as we changed onto the slicks for the last 20 laps. Just finally, you enjoy Formula One racing, you enjoy racing full stop. You're going to have an enjoyable night tonight? I think it's going to be a small celebration in Brackley, yes, you're right. Thanks very much indeed for joining us, Dave. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. OK, let's go back and have a look at the Grand Prix, not at the BAR cars, but at David Coulthard, who had all sorts of things happen to him in this race. He was so confident going into it and so relaxed. And there's one of many problematical pit stops that we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like Irvine in '99 in his Ferrari coming in and waiting for the wheels, and it was a rear for the Ferrari. This time it was a front right. But it was a question of miscommunication, and many times the teams will tell you that the radios don't always work all the way around the lap. With a sort of static and interference on that, it's very easy to misinterpret a message. And that's why they always have to check the pit boards as well.
You've been on the receiving end of those radio messages.
Yeah, it is quite difficult, and especially in poor conditions as well. You're over time on concentration, trying to make sure you keep it on the black stuff, so to speak, and the team may respond with a message. You might not catch all of it, you may get half of it, and mistakes can get made. Sometimes you come in too early, sometimes you come in too late.
Let's have a look at Eddie Irvine. I mean, Jaguar had great expectations for this weekend. Irvine has made it very clear he doesn't like driving here, and he won't like looking at this.
Well, I think Eddie's day is sort of like Eddie's season at the moment in what's going on. There's no results coming whatsoever, and I think Jaguar at this point in time are at an all-time low. There's got to be some changes there. Whether those changes will be Eddie Irvine for next season, we'll have to wait and see, but you know, the writing's on the wall.
Do you feel that Eddie Irvine might just feel now that he's had enough of Formula One?
There's all this talk about Eddie Irvine, you know, may leave next year because he's not happy. I don't think that's the question being asked. I think the question is being asked whether Eddie Irvine's worth the value what they put into him at the moment. They could spend a lot of that money on developing the car, save themselves a lot of budget, put somebody else in the car, and maybe have another 5 years of that driver.
Tony, Ralph Schumacher, I mean, you've worked down there in the pits, and his fuel rig had terrible problems getting this fuel rig on. In fact, both of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was a recurring problem for another team. This was a recurring problem for Williams BMW. It happened in Canada, and they had to take the reserve out. That caused him points, then a loss of points because he dropped to 7th place in Canada. He dropped way down the order today. And they said with his Intertech fuel rigs, which everybody has to have, it's standard equipment, then we're going to investigate it. We cannot afford to have this happen again. It's happened again. My only theory, I don't know whether you feel this happens, Mark, but because it's an aircraft style male female, and it's, you know, it just relies on two surfaces going so close together. With the rain and the dirt and everyone spinning, I don't know, in those cases there could have been a bit of it takes just a little bit like that, and you can't get the contact on the surfaces, and then you can't link up the hose properly. It's a very heavy piece of equipment.
And a similar sort of thing happened to David Coulthard as well, as if he need anything else to happen to him.
And this is it as well. And of course, it's always frantic down there in this pits, especially with a race like this where it's wet, dry, damp, and they're in and out of the pits, as David was 4 times, as we've said. Very, very difficult for everybody under a lot of pressure. And for the blokes to actually get their spare hose over so quickly is a mark of a well-drilled team. And Michael McGlynn and his people know what they're doing.
It's been a horrible British Grand Prix, really, for McLaren, for Coulthard and for Kimi Raikkonen. Ron Dennis is the McLaren team boss. Let's see what he's got to say about it. Here he is with Ted Kravitz.
Ron, it was on a similar kind of day back in '93 in Donington, where McLaren scored maybe one of their best victories. A very different day and a bit worse luck.
Indeed. To be honest, it wasn't made any better by the fact that the television channel was open to our pit system. So we had television commentators in the background right through most of the Grand Prix. It really made life very difficult. And that created a miscommunication. Kimi stopped without any instruction. David did the same thing. But we were struggling with communications all the way through, primarily coming out of the digital feed into our system. So a frustrating day. Not the only reason, but certainly one of the most significant.
Well, that's really a matter for the frequency management people, isn't it?
Well, you know, once we had actually been able to make contact with FOM, they discovered the fault and unplugged what was ever connected, but it was extremely disruptive to our race. Not the only reason, but certainly didn't help at all.
Just goes to show, you get all sorts coming into your ears when you're driving. I know the feeling, by the way.
Yeah, it can be like that up here sometimes. But, you know, I mean, Ron Dennis clearly frustrated, and you would be. I mean, the amount of commercial value sitting on a race is huge. But there's many, many people sharing the airwaves over the course of a Grand Prix. Those guys have normally got a scrambled channel, so there's been a big mess up somewhere.
Let's have a look at one of the great battles, the all-South American battle. You can both have a look at this. Rubens Barrichello and Montoya, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, this was a battle to savour, to be very honest. And I was surprised, actually, by Rubens Barrichello's reaction afterwards, because Copse is so quick when you go in there, and the G-force on the go. We can see it out the corner of the studio, and the car just darts and changes direction so quickly. And there were fractions in that, as you saw, as they cut across each other. That was just marvellous. It's been one of the best races I've seen for a long time. It's certainly one of the best British Grand Prix. I think we should have sprinklers all around the track. Going back to that radio, by the way, one of the drivers yesterday had an order for a cab from Northampton, so that was a bit more interference than Ron had, I reckon.
OK, to Jacques Villeneuve now. First points of the season for him and for BAR. Here he is with Louise.
Quickly. Congratulations, Zach. First points for the team. How much of a relief is that?
Oh, it was important for the team, and the 2 cars in the point is great. We were last in the championship until this race. Now we've gone up a few positions, and finally we were at least competitive this race on top of it, so that was great.
What's this result going to do for the team and the morale?
Everybody needed it in the team. It's not going to make our car quicker, but it will make everybody happier, and usually happy people work better.
You've been looking strong all weekend. Were you quite confident that you could come away with some points today?
Yeah, for the first race this season, where we were confident that we didn't need luck to be in the points, that we were actually competitive enough, and it worked well in the race.
Well done.
It worked well for them. Those Michelin tyres didn't work so well out here, and that's the subject of one of your email questions. Tony Norton from Derbyshire, why did Michelin not have an intermediate tyre? Don't they bother developing one? Or was it just so bad it's not worth using? Mark, you take that one.
Well, you know, Michelin, unfortunately, are just having a torrid time in developing tyres full stop, because they're not competitive in the dry at the moment. You know, they may do well in qualifying, but they're struggling with a dry tyre in performance, especially in wear. The development then is taking secondary for the wet tyre, and when you get these conditions, they're really having trouble. Intermediate, they do have an intermediate, it's just not competitive enough.
Thanks, Mark. Keep your comments coming on the ITV F1 website. Professor Sid Watkins, Wednesday at 1 o'clock, itv.com/F1. Now that competition.
Variabile. Well, no, I think we have a good result. We finished third. We get some extra points compared to McLaren. Our goal is to finish behind Ferrari, ahead of everyone others. That we could achieve. Very impressive again of Ferrari. Very, very impressive. Good race. But we know they are fantastic in the moment, and we just have to do our homework, to work and to get closer.
Allora Gerhard dice che è relativamente contento perché più di questo non si poteva raggiungere. Alla vigilia ha detto arrivare al traguardo, un posto sul podio è quello che noi possiamo raggiungere, finire davanti alle McLaren, questo è il loro obiettivo quest'anno, e poi queste Ferrari sono fantastiche, sono incredibili, impossibili da battere. Allora la Williams, BMW deve ancora fare i suoi compiti a casa e migliorare, ma c'è stato anche un po' di confusione oggi al box, confusione inutile.
Not with us. I mean, with Juan, we did a fantastic strategy. It worked out very well. It was on a 2-stop in the end, and we saved 1 stop compared to most of the others. And with Ralph, we had a problem on the fuel rig, but it's not in our hands.
Dice ovviamente Montoya ha avuto una strategia ottima, 2 pit stop, ha finito bene, invece per il problema alla macchina che rifornisce la benzina era un problema di bocchettone. Gerhard, in Francia forse la Ferrari vince il campionato del mondo, te l'aspettavi all'inizio dell'anno così in fretta?
I have a lot of respect of this performance. On driver's side with Michael, I mean, today again, whatever he's there, he's always in the head. Barrichello did a fantastic race, but it's in the end of the day, Michael just is always getting his 10 points. They're great, and on the other side, Ferrari, I mean, the reliability. I mean, statistically, they should stop now, but they never do. So well done, nothing to say.
Thank you. Allora, Gerhard Cetto ovviamente ha un grandissimo...
Team made the right call for the day, all day long, and it really helped.
Yeah, when we saw the problem with Ralph with the refueling, does it make you nervous when you hear your teammate has a problem with the refueling system?
A little bit, but it actually paid off into my hands really well, because we were thinking about to stop, and as soon as that happened, it started drying out again. And I said, no, stay out. So it helped us.
Thank you.
Another difficult...
Ross, knockout victory by the rain, would you agree?
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular race. It was a job to know quite what was going on some of the race, but I think we had the best tyres today, both in the dry and the wet, and but it was very tricky. I mean, drivers had their hands full today, and but our forecaster kept saying, no, this is only a quick shower, it's not going to go anything. So we had our forecast saying this is only a little shower, and we were looking up and it didn't look like a little shower to us.
But it started with a problem at the pre-start with Rubens.
Yeah, we don't know what happened. We took the steering wheel off, put it back on again, everything was fine. So we need to have a look at the data and see what happened. But yeah, that was a bit disappointing, but he drove very, very well. Both drivers drove very well, and obviously the circumstances and the way he was driving enabled him to make his way through the field.
Yeah, Rubens was from 21st, because one was missing, 21st to the second in 60 laps. So how did you like the overtaking?
Well, people who criticise Formula 1 should have watched a race like today, because it was fantastic. It wasn't just Rubens, there was lots of great drives out there today, so yeah, it was very, very exciting.
So last question, now you have to answer it. When will Michael be world champion?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at the points. We need to. Still some way to go. It's not there yet. So.
Can be in France.
Oh, can it? Okay, you're telling me. I haven't looked. Okay, that would be very nice, but let's see.
Thank you. The mess at the pre-start. You know already what it was?
No, we don't know yet. Something that I pre-select first gear in the car, just switch it off. A different thing, because I had no control of the buttons or anything. I had to really switch it off and switch it on again for me to be able to talk to the team, actually. So we lost a lot of time, but thanks God I was able to restart and get at the end, because otherwise I wouldn't even be at the last position.
On the other hand, it gave us a good show in overtaking.
Yeah, good for you. I mean, I had a busy afternoon, which I enjoy very much. I mean, at the end of the day, starting 21st, to be second at and some more 6 points is quite good, and you gotta be happy.
And the wet circumstances is still something you really like?
Yeah, I love it, and I had a spin, and of course, when you come from the bottom, when you come really from 21st to second, you risk a lot more, and you have to put the tires under such stress. And the tires, I think, were completely gone by that time, and I just touched the white line and spun.
Who did the decisions with the tires?
Well, I mean, it's a conversation, and obviously we had to risk a little bit more with myself than Michael, because I was, coming from the end. But it was a good conversation with Ross.
Thanks.
Kimi, first of all, you dropped out just before the end of the race, but what was the reason for the dropout?
The engine failure.
And how was driving today? Must have been horrible.
Oh, no, the start was fine. Quite easily third place when I got past Ralph. Then after when the rain started, I think everything went wrong from that point on.
How is it to explain that so many tactical bad decisions were taken today in the pits?
I don't know, it's too early to say. I think so we need to look what we did wrong and try to learn from those.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Afterwards, yeah? No problem.
David, first of all, have you ever in your racing career stopped in the pits for 4 times?
No, no, that's the most pit stops we've done, and obviously yeah, we're naturally disappointed as a team. We had some communication problems because of some interference on the radio, so it meant it was quite difficult to try and be specific about what tyre we wanted and whether I was coming in or not. I had a slight problem with the brakes prior to the race, so I'd had them try and fix that on the grid, but it meant I had real difficulty when it came to rain to stop the car at club. And I think I went off 4 times at that corner. And then unfortunately I had to spin trying to be lapped by Ralph. I didn't want to hold him up at all and ran wide and hit the polystyrene bollard.
At the first stop, why didn't you just wait behind Kimi to get new tires and fuel? You were doing another lap.
Yeah, it was again just communication problem. You know, I was on the radio just to say, like, confirm coming in. And by the time the team were able to pick up the information and say confirm coming in, I was already past the entry to the pit lane. And then we felt the information we had was that it was going to stop raining. So it could have ended up being a very useful situation. But of course, the next lap it was raining heavier. So then we came in.
It was so only bad luck, or were there tactical wrong decisions taken in the pits?
You know, I think that it would be wrong to say that in this situation it was just purely tactical decisions, because we had the FOM, I think it's called, radio frequency was in our pit frequency. So there was like when one of my stops I called in and said I was coming in, the team in terms of the mechanics heard me, but the pit wall wasn't able to pick up that information because something else was being broadcast on their radio. So it would be wrong to be too critical of the team in this situation, because you can only react to scenarios if you have the info. Given that if we'd had all the information, I'm sure we would have done different things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you go back to just one thing?
What exactly happened?
Basically, when the red lights were on, the car started creeping forward a little bit, and then the system seemed to have a problem and the engine stopped prior to the lights going out. And we got the car restarted in the pit lane, but I wasn't able to get drive to go forward.
You seem to battle manfully to get the thing going in the pit lane. Is it it's obviously terminal. Have you found out exactly what's wrong?
No, not at the moment. We've had basically a look at the system, and they can see some of the areas, but they can't actually rectify it, so it's obviously over for us now.
Well, I'm surprised you're even talking to us, frankly, Alan, the way you must be feeling. How do you pick things up from here? Do you just look forward to the next race, or are you thinking about maybe Silverstone next season?
To be honest with you, I'm a bit grumpy at the moment to be thinking about anything. Obviously, you have to shake yourself. I'm going testing. I leave tonight to go testing to Monza. And as soon as I get back into the car, then I'll be thinking about the next race in Manucourt, but obviously looking forward to coming back to the British Grand Prix in 2003 to try and, you know, get off the line.
It'll be a podium that time. Alan, thanks for joining us. For some engines, and what happens? Both cars drop out. Here he is now talking to Peter.
Tom, I don't know how to begin really, because obviously it's been a horrendous weekend for you in terms of how it began. Both the guys were looking fantastic in the race there, and then both of them suddenly out with, what, engine failure?
Yeah, the cars were, we thought if it rained the cars would be very quick with a lot of downforce. The car's very efficient, but unfortunately we've lost engines on both of them. So.
Was there much indication on the telemetry that anything was going wrong?
I got 30 seconds notice on Heinz's car. Probably something in the valve train and went down in the engine, and that's it.
It's been a tough weekend, but how do you see the future now?
Well, there you go. It's motor racing, isn't it? You know, it's a pity. The engines have been very reliable all year. It's ironic that we have to have the trouble here with the cars, but anyway, there we are.
The next race?
Manucourt.
And who will be the owner of the team? How will the team look?
I have no idea. We'll see what happens.
Well, very best of luck anyway.
Okay, take care.
All it needed was a shrug of the shoulders, but he seems just resigned to whatever comes next, be it rain, shine, the future being orange, whatever way you want to put it.
The future's very grey at the moment. By sale or return, I think maybe he should have had worked into the contract with Cosworth after that money. But no, he owed them the money for stuff that had already been done earlier in the year, and it had to be paid, and that was right. But what cruel, cruel luck, the fact, though, that it was the engines that gave way here.
Attrition so far at Silverstone, somebody to suffer, either through the weather or mechanical problems, we don't know yet. We'll find out now. It's Jarno Trulli who's talking to Peter.
Jarno, looking brilliant in the wet there. What happened?
Well, just after the stop, I had a problem with the electronics, so the traction control didn't work anymore, was holding me up on the straight, so I had no more speed. And also the gears started to go mad, so it was downshiftting. It was just impossible, so I was just waiting until something blew up. Don't know if hydraulic or electronic, but in the end it was a bad race.
Well, you're one of the few Michelin runners looking very competitive in that weather condition.
We're looking well. Actually, our car was really good. We knew that we were going to do well today because we've been testing a lot and developing a lot the car in this condition. But unfortunately, we have had bad luck, so I hope that next time will be better.
Okay, thank you very much.
Plenty of shrugging of the shoulders there. Plenty more shrugging of the shoulders down at Toyota. We've spoken to Alan McNish. What a disaster for him on his first Formula One Grand Prix in front of his home crowd. And his teammates out too. Let's have a word now with Ange Pasquale.
Ange Pasquale, it's a long time ago. Both your cars went down the first 15 laps. What were the problems?
Well, with Alan, we had the clutch problem on the start. Unfortunately, he remained on the start, and we tried to fix the problem in the pits, but okay, it was not possible. Unfortunately, we lost the car already at the start, and with Mika is a drive shaft which broke in lap 15. So it's we have to strip the car now and to analyze what happened exactly. After good qualifying, it's a bad weekend for us, and we have to work next week in Monza during our test session and cure the problem before Magny-Cours.
Thank you very much.
Tom Walkinshaw, just saw you with a much-deserved drink in your hand there. A weekend you'd rather forget.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough, you know, and but the guys have done a really good job. You know, the teams have been really behind everything, and the drivers have done a super job. Heinz has done a fantastic job all weekend, and both of them are going well in the race. Unfortunately, Heinz's engine dropped a valve, and there looks to be you know, an engine problem on Enrique's, maybe the clutch or something else. We don't know what it is yet.
Ironic, one of the problems was an engine problem. Where do you go after this weekend?
Home.
Tom, thank you very much.
All right.
Paul Stoddart, another one enjoying some much-needed refreshment. Not a good weekend for the Minardi team.
No, I'd much rather be on the pit wall watching the cars come home, but we've had good reliability all year. This weekend, you know, we were unlucky. As it turns out, this is the perfect kind of race for us, where it's wet, dry, dry, wet. We'd just really love to be out there, but it wasn't meant to be, so, you know, it happens.
Well, we saw Mark pull over onto the gravel. Was it a mechanical failure or driver error?
We don't know until we get the car back. It went into anti-stall as they're designed to do, but didn't come out, so possibly a clutch problem, but we just don't know until we get the car back. But, you know, Mark had, I think, the second highest reliability record this year until today, and, you know, it'll take him back a little bit, but not too much. We'll bounce back.
Paul Badlett, thank you. Which is good grief. We wait all year for BAR to get points. They're like buses, and then two lots come along at once. You must feel fantastic.
Great job, guys. No, what a teamwork. The whole team was impeccable. You know, the drivers, technicians, everybody. Fantastic job.
Now, the weather was so changeable there. We saw lots of drama going on. Did you have a particular strategy, or was it just wait and see?
We had the helicopter upwind, and the helicopter pilot just telling us what was going on all the time coming in.
Now, this is going to do fantastic things for morale for the team.
It will do. No, it's great morale all the time, but this helps enormously.
Enjoy it. Thank you. Paris, everybody wants to congratulate you. A great race. How do you feel?
Well, I feel good, to be honest. I mean, for the team 4 and 5, I mean, is really fantastic. This is a very good step forward for the team. I'm really happy because the 2 car is got good reliability for the race, and we have a good decision. Pit stop fantastic. Everybody doing well. The Bridgestone intermediate tires is really good, and I mean, Honda worked really hard. It's good for them also to feel something very good.
BAR moving forward.
Oh yeah, definitely, but we need to continue. We don't need to stop in this way.
Olivier, thank you. Another point for you there. How was your race?
Yeah, obviously I'm happy to score a point again. On the other side, I think our car didn't perform as good as it did in the warm-up. Actually, I hoped, or I thought that we would be quicker than the BAR, and now they scored, I don't know, 4 or 5 points, and they did a strong race.
Now, Peter Sauber just had a very long chat with you there. What was he saying?
Oh, we just spoke about the race because I had quite a lot of forms in the beginning. Big understeer, quite a lot of cars overtook me, and they tried to figure out what it was, but basically it was just a setup. I think I didn't get my front tires on temperature. That's why I was weak on braking and had some understeer. And then later on, car was better. In intermediate conditions, it depends a lot on how well the car suits the circuit at which point of the race. Sometimes the other car is quicker, sometimes you are quicker. And in the end, it was not bad, but still, I was not able really to attack the BARs.
A point nonetheless. Thanks a lot, Nick. Nick, were you?
Give the compliment and credit to Ross on that today. He has done a superb job. I wasn't sure at that time whether to come in or not to come in. The tires was clear what to take, but well, yeah, the time when to come in, because it could have stopped raining and then you would have been the idiot being in and would have been a fantastic man to be out. And we have seen that a couple of times in the past. But Ross said, let's come in, don't risk it, and he was absolutely right.
I enjoy very much, and at that point at the start, I just was trying to keep within myself, because you know, if you're too angry with the things, you could quite easily lose noses or wheels. So, but I kept the attitude, and everything worked out.
It was very exciting. I was predicting it.
I don't suppose the team wanted a wet race, but given that it was a good result.
It was very good. It was very good. It was, you know, it kept the car in the track all day, and the car did, you know, the team made the right calls all the time, and really paid off.
Congratulations, Zach. First.
Rob, a great day.
Fantastic day. I think it was one of the best in terms of organisation. We've had 60,000 people here on site paying. We got them in very quickly, and now we're getting them out as fast as we can. So yeah, very pleased.
And it's been a colossal effort by Silverstone. It really was worth it.
It was worth it, yeah. We struggled with the roads and we struggled with the network, and we've got it right, and very pleased. And the feedback we had from the customers, the general public, has been very good.
Of Octagon Motorsports, the company which organised yesterday's race at Silverstone, resigned this afternoon following further criticism by the Formula One chief Bernie Ecclestone.
Traffic flowed smoothly in and out of the circuit thanks to the new traffic management system and millions of pounds of investment in new roads and car parks. But Mr Ecclestone criticised planning inside the circuit after being delayed because of problems arriving by helicopter. Carl Heidel reports.
What goes up must come down, and that includes the vegetation hired from Belgium. Gone too are the 60,000 Grand Prix fans and the F1 drivers. Their crews now packing everything away, ready for the next race in France. But will Silverstone host Formula One next year? The police, the fans and organisers of the event, Octagon, say yes. They think they've sorted out all the problems getting people into the circuit. This year there were hardly any jams.
The traffic went very well, no problems at all. Yeah, very good in the village. Normally a lot of mayhem, but very good on this occasion.
It was very, very quiet. In fact, we didn't really know there was any traffic on the roads.